Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents The Romeo Arrangement by Nicole Snow, narrated by Heather Costa and Tor Tom. 1. No Place to Crash. Grace. "Careful, Gracie. This snow's getting to be too much," Dad growls, his eyes flicking across the road. "Just a little longer. There has to be something up ahead." I bite my lip, hoping to every star above that I'm right. And it's hard to hope when the stars are walled off behind the dense, angry clouds, intent on burying us for the last 100 miles. Oh, I've got all the fire under my ass a girl could ever need. But I'll tell you one thing. I'd kill for a touch of real fire right now. I feel a mad affection for every human being who ever shivered, scowled up at the sky, and said, "Winter, bite me." If only winter was the end of my worries. The loud, ragged cough coming from my father in the passenger seat has me more nervous than the heavy snow drifting across the highway in blustery white sheets. It's been snowing for hours. This old truck, which had seen better days long before we left Wisconsin, has already been working overtime to pull the horse trailer up and down the rolling hills. I'm keeping the speed low so I can try to avoid any mishaps. They're all too likely with the sort of luck we've had on our journey thus far. We must have lost a good hour back in Minnesota, straining to change a flat. Every time I glance at the old Ford's dashboard, I'm expecting to see red. A check engine light, low oil pressure, battery, alternator, brakes, another broken thingamajig. Nothing would surprise me. Still, despite being rusted up and dented, no thanks to my teenage driving skills years ago, the truck soldiers on. It's almost like family, an old workhorse with the air of an immortal. Only the signs of aging are as impossible to ignore as its scabs of rust. I know it's a cheap metaphor for my father, who hacks up another coughing fit next to me. Ask me how much I care about metaphors right now. The once robust Nelson Sellers, who used to practically juggle hay bales, has shrunken the past few months. It's not just his weight and musculature. He slouches, even when sitting, something he always used to get after me for as a kid. Dad's demeanor has changed, his energy flatlining as his body limps along. His once coppery brown hair is dull silver, and that fiery shine in his blue eyes that made him Dad is just gone. All depressing signs of the crushing weight we've shared lately. But deep down, he's still a Sellers. He won't stop, and neither will I. As long as this old forge trudges on, so will we, all the way to Montana. Same with Rosencrantz and Guildenstern, a.k.a. Rosie and Stern, the two horses riding in the trailer behind us in my rearview mirror. I'm not sure who loves them more, Dad or me. They were his pride and joy once, and my best friends growing up. Practically the only friends I'd had when we'd left the city for the small farm north of Milwaukee to raise pumpkins. Yes, pumpkins. Feels like an eternity ago now. I'd finished high school while living on the farm, moved out, went to college for interior design, and dreamed of covering pretty places and prettier ideas. Sadly, pretty anything hasn't been in the cards for a long time. I watched too many dreams get demolished on that farm, and then one day, when there was nothing left but smoldering ruins, we threw together our things and hit the road while we still could. Someday, I'll have my freaking slice of pretty. Even if it feels like someday might as well be in the next century with this dark, deserted road and white dunes that could swallow a person whole crowding every mile. "Gracie," Dad says, breathing heavy, "it's getting damn near impassable. You're gonna have an accident. Pull over." "I can't just stop here, Dad. There's nowhere to park. Not without potentially trapping the truck in an icy grave, and us with it. Believe me, I would if I could. Even in my boots, my toes are frozen nubs because the heater can't keep up with the cold air invading the cab. I can't make out a shoulder, let alone how deep the ditches are. It's the truth, but I don't need to say it. Dad's eyes aren't that bad. He can see the snow-covered road and the huge flakes swirling around in the beams of our headlights before splattering against the windshield and being swept away by frantic wipers. "We'll pull over as soon as I find a hint of civilization," I tell him, scratching my cheek. "There has to be a town somewhere. I checked the map 100 miles back. I know I saw something," he grumbles. Only you still read off of a paper atlas. Every phone has GPS that works most of the time, even when the service sucks. I give him a teasing smile, but it fades just as fast when I see the look on his face. I can tell how he's trying to hold in another cough. It's there behind the slight sideways quirk of his lips. My heart hurts for him, and worry sours my stomach. Congestive heart failure. Probable. That's what the emergency room doc said last week. We didn't get a chance to stick around for the follow-up with the cardiologist. Honestly, his ticker running out is the whole reason we're in godforsaken nowhere, North Dakota. As soon as we got the bad news, I said we had to go. Leave. Before it's too late for him to find a little peace. I'm still praying it isn't. Nobody deserves to spend their last days on Earth being hunted. Can't believe how long this is taking, he says, reaching up to wipe at his side of the windshield. There has to be a pit stop up ahead, a gas station, something. You'd think so, I say, hoping to lighten the mood. But I'm pretty sure there are more oil drills than people out in these parts. Yeah, I heard all about the oil boom out here, a few years back. Hell of an industry to be in, he answers dryly, but with a hint of a smile. Oil crews gotta eat, though. That means a town somewhere in this mess. It's coming, I say, and then we'll stop for an overdue breather. Not too long, he reminds me, tapping a finger against his seatbelt. Just enough to take a leak and give Noelle a call. You said she left a few messages? Right. I just haven't had time to. Those words stop short in my mouth when I notice an odd purple flashing light in the swirling wintry darkness beyond the headlights. My eyes narrow to a squint. It's almost like the purple light winks right back at me the harder I stare, holding the truck in what I hope is still our lane. Weird. I haven't seen a patch of clear pavement or another vehicle for miles, and I'm almost wondering if I'm seeing things. Hallucinating out of desperation. Nope. Purple lights, still there, still pulsing. I'm hoping it's a business, not just some kind of derelict radio tower or utility site. My hands are cramped from white-knuckling the steering wheel for what's felt like hours. The tension in my shoulders and neck makes my muscles burn. It hurts to turn my head enough to glance at Dad again. You see that? He asks. That purple light? Sure do. Glad it's not just me. Coming closer now, I see the flashing light belongs to a sign. A tall one hoisted high in the sky. Between the snow and the distance, I can't see anything below the sign yet. An old motel, maybe, but it could be something else, too. It looks like a cat, I whisper, trying to make sense of the round face outlined in bright royal purple, with what looks like two pointy ears. Definitely a cat. Meow. Now I can see the whiskers, the cartoonish grin, one eye winking as the sign flicks back and forth. Thank God. Hope it's not just a snowmobile dealer, Dad mutters. I get the reference to a big brand in winter gear, but I'm pretty sure their logo doesn't look anything like this. That winking face is actually kind of ridiculous, and by far the happiest thing I've seen all night. I think we're in luck, I say, smiling. We're close enough to read the names stenciled in curly-lit letters under the cat's face. The Purple Bobcat, it reads. Good eats, beer, fun. Looks like a dive, Dad says as the building comes into view. Whatever. It'll do. I nod, holding my breath for signs of vehicles in the lot. I don't want to get my hopes up unless it's still open. The bar itself is a one-story wooden building, painted bright purple. The owner must be a huge Prince fan, or just hell-bent on grabbing attention out here in the sticks. Coming closer, the windows are lit up bright with beer signs. Looks like a few trucks parked in front of the building. I exhale that breath I've been holding. It may not be much, but right now a parking lot and a few walls feels like a luxury resort. It's still open. Hope you're hungry, I say, easing my foot off the gas. I refrain from tapping the brakes. It's hard to determine just how much ice is packed under the snow. The last thing I need is to send the trailer fishtailing across the lot and smack right into some good old boy's favorite pickup. Two little blue reflectors sticking out above the snow tell me where the driveway is. I slowly steer the truck between the reflectors and pull up along what I'm assuming is the edge of the parking area, where there's room to park without boxing in other vehicles. Plenty of room to make an easy turn when it's time to leave, too. Don't forget your hat, I remind Dad as I shut off the truck and stow the keys in my purse. Go on ahead of me. It's freezing out here. I'll check on Rosie and Stern, then meet you inside. Dad grumbles under his breath. Something about being perfectly capable of looking after himself, but he puts on his wool-brimmed hat to humor me. I smile as he pulls the side flaps down over his ears, giving me a firm look that says, happy, before opening his door. I dig around on my lap and find my green and gold stocking cap, and then tug on my thick fur-lined, made-in-Duluth chopper mittens. The wind coming in through Dad's passenger door is so bitter it rips my breath away. When I open my door, the cold makes me shiver from head to toe. Winter, bite me, I say, mostly to myself, because I don't think Jack Frost is listening. And if he is, well, the sweeping chill he flings in my face is worse than a middle finger. Tucking my chin into the collar of my coat, I pull the fur-lined hood tighter around my face to help block the wind. I hate every single big fat snowflake stinging my cheeks and catching on my eyelashes as I waddle past the truck in my boots to the trailer. Thankfully, it only takes a few minutes to check on the horses. They must be freezing, but they aren't showing any signs of distress from the ride or bad weather. I feed them a couple carrots they wolf down like starving beasts before my own stomach growls. If my lucky streak continues tonight, maybe this place will have something that isn't oozing grease. A girl can hope. It'd be nice to keep my blood sugar levels in the happy range where I'm not hankering to chew my own arm off. By the time I enter the bar, I'm ready to call the weather a winner. I'm chilled to the bone. The dense snow packed on my boots makes my feet feel like they're 20 pounds heavier. It's a workout as I go stomping through the door. The purple bobcat isn't nearly so colorful inside. Too bad. It's smaller than it looked on the outside, dark and dingy, but fairly clean. No ripped-up seats or rickety tables or cracked tile floors. No ugly crowd of guys missing teeth or gals with their boobs hanging out of their shirts over pool tables either. The wood-paneled walls are covered with metal signs advertising retro beers and off-color jokes. Dad's found a table where he's parked himself to look over a menu. One of the only occupied tables tonight, it seems. If this place has regulars or newcomers or even long-haul truckers looking for a nightcap and a side of bawdy conversation, the storm has kept them all away. Who could blame them in this blizzard? There's an older man and woman in a booth near the frosty windows, picking at what looks like plates of gyros and fries. The table Dad chose is in the center of the room, surrounded by other empty ones. At the bar, I count 4 guys on stools. A couple big blue-collar guys in stained coveralls, oil workers, maybe, plus 2 tall figures at the far end with several seats between them and the other men. The maybe oil workers are quiet, focused on their tall beers, but the 2 on the opposite end are talking loudly. Well, one of them is. He's tall, built, ginormous, loud. A tiger of a man stuffed in a red and black flannel shirt. I'm a little embarrassed when he whips around with a smile meant for the bartender. Maybe he sensed the weirdo staring, and with said weirdo being me, looking like Jack Frost just kicked my butt up and down the playground, I can't hold it against him for wondering who the miserable crazy lady is who just dragged herself in from the cold like a wet cat. Am I still staring? Maybe. Because maybe I'm suddenly feeling a whole lot warmer taking in the handsome face perched on his wide shoulders, a jaw so defined it was cut by a mad sculptor, over 6 feet of defined muscle that looks like it's ready to burst right out of that flannel corral barely holding it. Maybe he's sporting just the right sandy dark stubble to sear a woman's skin, like this otherworldly, beautiful freak who just leaped out of a fashion ad. Oh my God. And maybe he's staring right back, turning the most obscene blue-eyed lightning I've ever been struck with on my bewildered face. It's a look that bites. A gaze that's too intense, too assessing, too ready to reach down inside me and dredge up feelings I have 0 time for, and even less energy to give. It's a fight to tear my eyes away. I stomp my boots on the rubber mat out front again, taking my sweet time, saying a quick prayer that the next time I look up, the tiger will have moved on to other things. Oh, thank hell, I let out that breath I'd been holding in. He's not facing me anymore, and he's back to telling his boisterous animated story that's got the bartender laughing away. Seems they're two giant steely-eyed peas in a pod. The bartender is also a wall of a man with a thicker beard and a rougher look in his eye. The other guy seated next to Tiger, on the other hand, he's just out of place. Lean, older, and his button-down shirt and tie look far too posh for a bar called the Purple Bobcat. Whatever they're saying, he's just nodding along, looking bored out of his mind. I flip my hood down while giving my boots one more good shake, then pull off my hat and mittens. I walk to the center of the room and sit down next to Dad. The horses are fine, I tell him, remembering how to speak. Figured they'd be. And what about you? He covers his mouth as he coughs. Still kicking, I whisper, reaching to slide his menu across to me. Anything good here? He can't answer while he's busy fighting his own lungs. God, we've been on the road for over 12 hours, but with this weather, we still have a good 4 or 5 more to go to Miles City. That concerns me a lot. Dad's beaten, worn out, drained. It's hard to keep my eyes glued to the menu for the sake of being polite, but he hates it when I fuss over his health, even if I have every reason to. With a soft sigh, I set my hat and mittens on the table while he takes a long drink of water. Listen, I think we need to call it a night. I'll check to see if there are any motels nearby, I say, pulling my phone out of my pocket. No, Grace. The horses can't stay in that trailer overnight. They'll freeze their rears off, he inhales sharply. I ordered us both some coffee, and he's making a fresh pot, so we'll have plenty more to go. We'll wait for the snow to let up and then press on. We can handle a few more hours. Noelle's place isn't far. He's so wrong I bite my tongue. Jesus, I'm not sure if I can even handle a few more hours. But if he's that determined... I nod, but now there's a new reason to be concerned when I look at my phone. 3 missed calls and a flurry of texts. They're all from Noelle, and they say the same thing. Grace, call me ASAP. She's my cousin, my mom's side. I haven't seen her since Mom's funeral, but when I'd called in a nervous fit last week, she'd invited us to come to Montana and stay with her until our trouble gets sorted. Our choices are pretty limited when we're low on money, and Noelle is the only family we know with a farm and plenty of space for us to bring along Rosie and Stern. Too bad Miles City is hundreds of miles from Wisconsin. I swear, we'd be there by now if it wasn't for that stupid flat and this intensifying storm we hit past Bismarck. She and her husband have a hobby farm, a lot like ours, only instead of pumpkins, they sell eggs, homemade cheeses, and other goods. She's always wanted us to see it, and a small part of me was looking forward to being part of something like that again. That pit in my gut deepens, scrolling through the missed calls. She's been texting for hours. With the snow demanding every bit of my focus, I hadn't taken a hand off the steering wheel to do anything except hit the blinker switch to pull in here. Crap, whatever it is, I don't think she's just checking up on our progress. The coffee arrives, steaming and black. I reach for a sugar packet and tear it right open, hoping nobody notices how my hands shake. I thank the bartender before telling Dad, "Be right back. I need to use the ladies' room." Tucking my phone in my pocket, I spot the restroom sign above a hallway near the end of the bar. Purple. What else? Of course, I carefully avoid another awkward stare down with Tiger's sex eyes. He must be quite the comedian. The bartender and the oil guys are still roaring at whatever he's saying. Probably some crude joke that'd be too fitting for a place like this. The hallway is short. I shove open the woman's door and enter the small, 2-stalled room, pull out my phone and hit Noelle's contact. She answers after 1 ring. "Grace? Oh my God, finally!" "Yep, it's me." Turning around, I lean my backside against the top of the sink. "What's wrong?" She goes deathly quiet. "Well, have you guys left Milwaukee yet?" "We left early this morning, just like we planned. I had to change a tire on the truck halfway through Minnesota. Then the snowstorm we ran into. We had to pull over. But we're coming tonight. Just a few more hours and... Oh," she whispers. Another heavy silence. That one innocent word kills me. Don't do this, Noelle, I think to myself, trying not to fall over with my heart frozen. I really hoped I'd catch you while you were still at home. My nerves are a jumbled mess, a little more frayed with every word she speaks. Noelle doesn't sound like her usual bubbly self, and I'm scared of what's coming. What's up? I forced the question through clenched teeth. Noelle, what happened? Well, God, I hate to say this, but something's come up. You and Uncle Nelson aren't going to be able to stay with us after all. No. My heart hits my stomach and shatters like a snow globe on cement. I'm so sorry, Grace, Noelle says, sniffing like she's on the verge of tears. I hope you have somewhere else. Sure, if we had somewhere else, I'd have never called her and wept with gratitude when she said we could come. It's not like we were asking to move in. We only needed a month or so, a few weeks, just enough time to check out Dad's health and figure out our next move. What changed, Noelle? I asked. Then, because she's known to sugarcoat things, I add, tell me the truth. Her sad, heavy sigh echoes in the phone. I didn't hear the message. James did. It was on the voicemail at the gift shop. It mentioned you and Uncle Nelson. Something about not making everyone in the family sing the old Milwaukee blues. It was menacing, and it came from an untraceable number. James wouldn't let me or the kids hear it. I'm so sorry, Grace. I hate this, but we have children. We can't get involved in— I get it, I snap, rubbing at the awful pain in my temple. No, you can't risk it. You did the right thing. The words feel so numb I have to keep repeating it over and over in my head. But there's a deeper question nagging me. How did they know? Dad hasn't talked to anyone, and I sure as hell haven't. We've given that maniac everything, more than everything. But it'll never be enough. Not for Clay Grendel. He's a flipping two-bit gangster, but in his mind, he's Al Capone and El Chapo spliced together. Gracie, I'm scared for you and Uncle Nelson, Noelle whimpers, her voice so low. You need to call the police, the FBI, somebody. Get help, she hisses. Go to the law before it's too late. My stomach churns, pushing angry bile up my throat. My head is pounding. I still haven't had anything to eat, and now with this bomb I've had dropped on my head, appetite gone. The police can't do anything for us. No one can. The time to risk something like that was years ago, not while my father might be down to his last precious days on Earth. Dad doesn't need even more stress, his hourglass running out under the gun. Literally and figuratively, with constant interrogations. Maybe they'd even lock him up. Years ago, while working at the railroad yards in Milwaukee, my father took on a side gig helping transport goods that weren't quite legal. Actually, it was as illegal as it gets, both the transporting and the goods. I thought Uncle Nelson was done with all that mob stuff, Noelle says quietly. I thought he got out when he bought your farm years ago, when you moved out of the city. My teeth pinch together so hard it hurts. He had gotten out, or so we thought. For a little while, life was good, until my mom got sick and the medical bills started coming fast and furious. Dad reached out to his old associates for a loan. At the time, Grendel said it wasn't a loan, but a gift, for Dad's past services. Then the bad luck started, and Dad found out fast what kind of strings came with accepting that gift. Vandalism, a fire in the barn, and a string of other events that truly had nothing to do with random chance. It left us destitute, barely scraping by on miscellaneous pumpkin sales, plus Dad's railroad pension. Clay doled out more money, and this time he expected repayment, with interest. We gave him everything we had, even offered the farm. But it wasn't enough. He insisted on his pound of flesh. I think even if we'd won the lottery, it still wouldn't have been enough. He knew what he wanted out of this all along, and it has nothing to do with money. Grace, are you still there? Noelle asks. I'm sorry. I know it isn't your fault. I didn't mean to bring back bad memories. My stomach revolts. The bitter taste of bile burns my throat, coats my tongue, and I swallow hard not to gag. Still here, I tell her. Still hopelessly cursed. Dad's out, just like I've told you for years. Don't worry, you aren't in any danger. I'm certain of that. Clay Grendel only wants one thing. I know because I had to face the devil himself, and I'll never, ever do it again. Where are you? Are you safe? Noelle asks. North Dakota now. Don't know the town, but we're not that far from the Montana line. I turn around, pacing the small area between the vanity and the stalls, desperate to get my head screwed back on. Oh, Grace, I'm sorry. I truly, truly am. I know you are, Noelle. I understand. Family and little ones first. There's a long pause, then I hear her take a strained breath. What are you going to do? Boom. The million-dollar question I don't think I could pry a dollar from. I don't have a clue. Here we are, almost flat broke, stuck in the middle of flipping nowhere, while Mother Nature has major PMS. Don't worry, I say again. We'll figure it out. I'll call you in a couple of days to check in. Oh, please do. I hate this again, Grace. If it was just me... I know, Noelle. But James is right. Listen to your husband. You have to think about your family. Which is exactly what I have to do, too. I'll call you soon. Okay, I really am sorry. Do you want us to contact anyone if you don't check in? I rub at my eye, amazed at how hard it is to answer such a simple but loaded question. But if I'm not in any position to call my cousin 2 days from now, her running to the police won't help anything. It'll just put her family in the crosshairs they're trying to avoid. No, don't bother. I know you mean well. Bye, Noelle. I click off, drop the phone on the counter, and hang my head over the sink. What the hell am I going to do now? Pushing myself back up, I pick up my phone, enter a stall, and use the facilities, with my heart sinking lower and lower. There's nowhere else for us. Nowhere. Exiting the stall, I wash my hands. As I reach for the paper towels, I see a candle sitting on top of the metal towel holder. Not quite up to normal safety standards, but it's what's lying next to the candle that truly catches my eye. A match. A spent one with its end charred black. It makes me think of Mom, and despite the hopelessness inside me, a grin tugs at my lips. If you've got a light, you've still got a wish. She must have said that line 1,000 times. I don't know if she stole it from a movie, a song, a book, a story her grandmother told her, or what. Sometimes it haunts me, but right now, I know my wish like I know this sickly adrenaline hangover coursing through my veins. I wish this wasn't my life. I wish I could wake up in a cold sweat, toss back a glass of water, and get out of bed. I wish I could start the day living a boring, normal Wisconsin life, not this lethal nightmare. But it's not a horrific dream. It's as real as can be, and this is a world where wishes rarely come true. This is a life where I traded my faith in wishing to keep my sanity. I stare at the blackened match for a few more seconds and shrug. We're not totally beaten yet. My credit cards aren't quite maxed out, and I have enough to put us up in some cheap motel for a little while. So onward we go. Walking out of the bathroom, I also wish I'd drank my coffee before calling Noelle. It's sure to be cold now. Lukewarm coffee has nothing on my insides when I reach the end of the hall and spot the man who's just walked through the door. He's tall, bald, a human brick in neutral colors. A mosaic of shapes runs up one side of his face, more like a sinister mask than a tattoo. I've never seen him before, but my instincts tell me he's more bad news. What else? Even before his eyes lock on Dad and he's heading for our table. It can't be. I shoot around the end of the bar, and in my hurry to get to my father, I bump into the tall, glum man dressed in business attire who's on his feet and making his way toward the bathrooms. Sorry, I say, and continue rushing toward the table. Baldy has already arrived, though, and I can hear him snarling behind a nasty smirk. Never thought I'd find your ass in this storm. You finally ready to talk sense, old man, or what?
2. No dull moment. Ridge. Man, if I know one thing about you, and I've learned all I need to know about Ridge Barnett for this lifetime, you're full of shit. This place is perfect. Grady gives me the evil eye, picking up another glass from the washer behind the bar to towel dry. I smile, throwing an arm around Tobin's shoulder. He's sitting on the stool next to me. His eyes flick to my hand like he's ready to tear it off. How he's spent his life by my side, a glorified babysitter trying to save me from myself, I'll never know. Poor bastard. He's in his 50s now. He must have loved the few years I was in the military, with Uncle Sam playing chaperone instead. Probably the only time he's relaxed in his entire life. If only it convinced him I can look after my own sorry ass. But I keep him around because I know what a struggle it is for valets his age to find new work. My ma hired him originally, then made him my personal valet when I got older. mainly because at 15, a kid's old enough to avoid lighting the house on fire, but too stupid to avoid speeding tickets and hangovers from contraband booze. Hopefully not at the same time. I'm right, aren't I, Tobin? Bag me up, I say, pulling him into the conversation with Grady, who's hell-bent on insisting we do a film here in town. He's too proud of fixing this place up. Ever since he took over the Purple Bobcat from Wiley last fall, I think the bar is right up there with his kids in the Pride and Joy department. Tobin? I grunted, nudging him again. Do we really need to have this debate? Perhaps it's time we go. Tobin answers, tucking down the cuffs of his white dress shirt and flicking my arm away. It's still snowing, Ridge. The driveway will be drifted over by now, and if it's not plowed out by morning, I'm not ready to go home to an empty house, where I'm sure we'll be snowed in for days. We have four-wheel drive for a reason, I tell him, taking another pull off my beer. Lighten up and tell Grady here that Westerns aren't selling like they used to. You know, I'm talking from experience. That's the excuse the producer of my last film used to explain why the movie was a dud. Hardly true. The script sucked, the creative team bungled the plot, and the conflict was all too predictable. They turned my glorious redeemed outlaw flick into a piss-poor shoot-'em-up with a flimsy romance so bad I think any Harlequin author would jump at the chance to slap them upside the head. Nothing like the stuff real Western fans want. They like action, mystery, good guys and bad guys and heroines who sass off and give a dude a fight before they torch the sheets. If you're going to spend 2 hours glued to a chair watching a screen, you expect something gripping, damn it. I tell you, Reg, Grady rumbles again, refilling Tobin's water. The market's due for a comeback any time. You hear the latest news from one state over? They had a showdown worthy of John Wayne, a ghost town, even a freaking rock from... Dude, this isn't Heart's Edge. I cut in, holding up a finger. This is Dallas, North Dakota. You want this place to be movie famous? Or even Heart's Edge documentary famous? You need a good reason to put it on the map. Grady drags a hand through his thick beard, his eyebrows pulling together. We've had to eat our drama pie. Hell, that tale with North Earhart Oil, how old man Reed's granddaughter inherited everything, and how Bella and her bodyguards saved Dallas from those Jupiter oil fucks. Now that's a story. Great movie material right there. She wound up marrying her bodyguard. Tell me that ain't romance. I snort, trying not to laugh as I clug down another sip of beer. I mean, Edison might be Hollywood stuff. He's a lot more lovable than Bojack. Shit, man. The only thing Edison the horse can't do is speak, Grady says, grinning as the oil guys laugh at our conversation. Yeah. I've heard the whole wild story before. I know Drake and Bella Larkin personally. They're my neighbors. As close to real neighbors as they can be, with each of us owning more acreage than the eye can see. They're good people, and I like them. I've caught their boy Edison on my property more than a few times, and brought him home after he Houdinis his way out of every lock known to man. Exactly why I'd never blow their privacy by pitching anything about their lives to the industry. Based on a true story sucks for a lot of folks when it's their story. Drake and Bella are too smart for that crap, and too busy, practically employing half this town in the oil fields. Bridge, Tobin says in his slightly smarmy, always stern tone. It's going on 8 o'clock. Oh, is that my bedtime? I ask, letting out a chuckle, then looking at Grady. You see what I put up with? I'll trade you for the kids. He rolls his eyes, topping off my beer. Truth be told, I'm not nearly as drunk as I'm letting on. I just like pulling old Tobin's tail every once in a while, waiting for the day I might be able to get him plastered enough to stop fussing over damn near every detail of everything. That's the good part about being an actor. Well, former actor. I can still turn the charm on and off on demand. The other thing about being an actor You have to learn to believe in lies and fiction and the utterly ridiculous. Maybe I've been doing that most of my life, even before making my first movie. One thing that's true is that the winter this year doesn't want to end. It's late March, and we're still getting enough powder to make it look like the second coming of Christmas. When I moved to Nothing, North Dakota, I'd wanted out of the limelight, a low profile and a chance to remake my life away from California, and any gossipy asshole ready to flash a camera in my face. It was easy to get that here. I just wish it didn't come with a metric fuck-ton of winter. Tobin and I have been cooped up at the ranch for months going stir-crazy. Even the biggest, sleekest places, you spend a pretty penny having tailored to your specifications, start to feel like prisons when there's only one person to talk to. After hearing another storm was due tonight, I'd insisted we go to town, stock up on supplies, and visit other human beings while we can. Ideally, human beings who don't spend their Friday nights with an ironing board and Russian lit novels bigger than my head. Hell, it could be 2 weeks before we even get mail again. Not that I receive a lot that escapes being fed to the fireplace, but the whole rain, snow, sleet, or hail brag isn't true. Not when it comes to postal deliveries in northern rural Dakota. A junk letter offering a chance to win $1 million in a sweepstakes isn't worth a mailman skidding off the road and turning up frozen solid in the spring thaw. I'm only slightly exaggerating. Without a plow, those drifts outside could swallow a person whole until summer. Need I remind you we have groceries? Tobin says, lifting his eyebrows. I laugh, loving that predictable and endearing face he makes when he's really had enough of me for one night, but can't bring himself to tell me off. My eyes wander the bar. Banter, beer, and good company aside, I can't shake the sense that something's off with the vibe here tonight. Not with me, but with someone close by. It's not Grady or the oil guys, or even that married couple in the corner enjoying a quiet dinner. Call it a sixth sense, an instinct I should thank the Army for helping me develop. It saved me more than a few times when enemy combatants decided to make our lives a little more interesting than the monotony of patrol. Turning, I see the other couple, the girl and the older guy. She'd caught my eye like a fly in a trap when she walked in, red-faced and bundled up and drumming her boots off. I know I've been cooped up in a Dallas winter too long when a country girl who's a hot mess just looks hot. Fuck me. I know how it sounds. Desperate, outlandish, probably a little borked in the head. My buddy Grady might be the first to tell anyone I'm all of those things, and I might tell him where he can shove it. The woman was magnetic. 2 pale blue eyes set in a shapely face, framed by a wavy mane of golden blonde hair she tugged free from her hat. The cute kind of oval face that makes any red-blooded dude want to stare a little longer. Long legs made for sin, supple frame, a little extra cushion in all the right places. I've seen enough scrawny supermodels for this lifetime back in L.A. She wore a puffy white coat, tight blue jeans, and insulated rubber boots that came up to her knees. Black ones. They were so coated with snow when she'd walked in, she had to damn near dance on the mat to pry it off. Seems too snow-packed to have just walked across the parking lot. She hadn't come inside until later, several minutes after the old man. I couldn't even get a clear view at her goods, which tells me right now I'm more buzzed than I should be. Like hell I'm admitting anything to Tobin, though. I also can't decipher the weird look she gave me. It had its own gravity. This desperate fencing stare that had me pushing my toes into the ground, ready to jump up and approach her if she'd let it linger a few seconds longer. She didn't. Doesn't mean I stopped keeping an eye on her between doling out plenty of crap to go around for Tobin and Grady. Magnetic Girl isn't alone anymore. There's a third person at their table. A punk with a face tattoo who joined the old man and young woman. I don't like it. Can't shake the sense that this visitor who walked in from the cold earlier isn't quite welcome. I don't recognize them, though. For all I know, They might be locals or just travelers unlucky enough to be passing through on a stormy night. I've only lived here since late last summer, and due to being snowed in at the ranch, I don't know that many Dallas folk. Surveying the scene, I replay what I remember. They'd ordered coffee after walking inside, but she'd gone to the restroom before drinking hers, nearly knocking over Tobin in her rush back. The old man sat alone for a while, fighting back a cough between sips of water. Then came the prick who's hunched over, glaring across their table at them. "Hey, Grady." I curl a finger, instructing him to lean over the bar and come closer. "You know those guys?" I nod toward the trio. "Nah, never seen them before. Why?" Grady shrugs his big shoulders. "Guess I should see if they need more coffee. The old guy said he wanted to fill up a thermos for the road. Can't imagine they plan to go far in this mess." I spin my stool all the way around so I can get a better look at them. Yeah, there's something seriously off here, no question. The bald guy seems to be doing most of the talking, running his mouth like he's the center of attention. The girl keeps shaking her head. The old guy looks thoroughly pissed, like he'd enjoy nothing better than wringing Baldy's neck. But between his coughing and age, he doesn't have it in him. I don't like this shit. I hate bullies, thugs, or scum-of-the-earth types throwing their weight around. Whatever else I don't know about their situation, I know Baldy over there is all three. "Bridge," Tobin says with a warning tone, gently jostling my shoulder with his elbow. He must see the hawkish look in my eye. "Don't worry, I'm not going to do anything," I tell him, already planting my feet firmly on the floor. Then the bald fuck grabs the woman's wrist. "Change of plans." "Oh, hell no," I mutter through clenched teeth. Grady gives me a concerned look, but it's already too late. I'm up, barreling toward them before my brain has a chance to catch up with my stride. There's a reason I can't stand to see some towering ogre jerk a lady around like she's his toy poodle. And right now, that reason comes back to me in hot, angry red flashes screaming, "Do something." I know it's none of my business. I know it's ill-advised. I know Tobin's about to have a cow, probably a whole damn herd. But he knows we're throwing down when anybody this dumb punches my magic button. In seconds, I'm standing next to their table, planting a hand firmly on the goon's shoulder. "Let her go," I snarl. "Huh? This ain't your rodeo, cowboy," the goon says, glaring at the woman. "How about you mind your own damn—" "How about no?" I grab his wrist so hard, bones shift under my fingers. It's the same hand he's using to hold on to hers. I dig my fingertips deep into his flesh, bruising muscle and nerves, applying a cruel, relentless pressure until he's forced to release her. Still controlling his muscles with my grip, I lift his hand. "You've got no clue where your business ends and mine begins. Want to find out?" His face becomes a frozen snarl, deep lines twisting that mess of ink up his cheek. It's like watching a chessboard being twisted in half. He pulls back his other hand, fixing to take a swing at me. Bad move. Growling, I dig my fingers into his neck with the hand still on his shoulder, deep into his nerves. For some reason, most people think violent nerve pinches are fables. But if you know the right technique, it's hard to suppress a satisfied grin. His head twitches uncontrollably. He tries to sputter out a word, but it dies in his mouth. Seconds later, his whole upper body is a jerking, confused mess. "This is what I call a sleeper hold," I whisper. "I've made it my specialty. You have about 10 seconds to decide if you want to spend the next 2 hours on the floor or listen to what I have to say." The prick's dark eyes blink, stunned and confused. "Your funeral," I growl, beginning to count off precious seconds. 5, 4, 3. All right, you fuck," he gasps out. I relax my hold ever so slightly, enough to keep him awake, but still under my control. Finally, I turn to the girl, who looks like she's staring down a Mack truck flying dead at her. You know this guy? I ask. She shakes her head slowly, too dazed to speak. His name's Jackknife, the old man says cautiously. Jackknife Pete. I can't help it. A chuckle bellows out of me. They might as well call him 2-inch Dick. Jackknife Pete, huh? I mutter, letting his hand fall limply to his side. Jackknife? In one fluid jerk, I reach down, flipping up his right pant leg. I find exactly what I'd expected. A concealed blade, a long one in a leather sheath attached to his boot. Some people are so predictable. They make every bad movie archetype recycled 1,000 times look original. I rip the knife out and toss it behind me, where I know Tobin will retrieve it. Do you want him here? I ask the woman. No, not really, she answers. Who the hell are you? Jackknife Pete asks, wiping the corner of his mouth. I guess he's reached the rabid drool stage of anger. Why are you butting in where you don't belong? You stupid? Hardly. But it looks like I let my hold slip too much. Shame. I intensify the pressure on his neck again, drilling my thumb in deep, one flick away from blocking half the blood flow to his brain. Between the army and years of acting, I played many roles. Right now, though, I'm thinking this woman and the old man need a little chaotic good. I'm the dude you'll answer to if you ever touch her again. I bite off. What? You don't even know? The next sound out of his mouth is more like a wild hog stuck in the mud. My thumb stabs into his neck, deeper until he's twitching again, unable to speak. You have no fucking idea who I am, or who I know, dickless Pete. So let's not pretend you do. This is the most fun I've had in a long time. I can feel the adrenaline rush kicking in. For all you know, I could be her husband. Imagine how much I'd love to kick your ass straight into a snowdrift then. She's not married? I give him another quick pinch, watching his eyes roll back with delight. Not yet. We haven't set a date. There's a loud grinding sound behind me. I don't even need to turn around to see. It's Tobin, clearing his throat, utterly mortified at the load of bull I'm improvising by the second. Whatever, fine. I guess my valet doesn't deserve a heart attack tonight. So I ease off Pete's shoulder the tiniest bit, heeding Tobin's warning. The scumbag gasps for air. Shuddering as real feeling comes back into his upper body, chasing away the numbing dance of 1,000 needles. I know what he's experiencing. It's like being stabbed with a flurry of white-hot pins by a mad scientist trained in evil acupuncture. This is getting old. I'm ready to call it a night. Time for you to leave, I say, giving Pete a helpful shove away from the table. Too much. He topples right over and almost falls on his face, but his knees catch him in this stricken crouching position. Wiggling, shrugging, it takes him 2 tiresome attempts before he gets to his feet. Not in any mood to wait longer, I grab his arm and drag him to the door. You idiot! You'll be sorry! Dickless Pete grumbles, seething. I already am sorry to ruin my evening with a face as ugly as yours, I tell him, as I throw the door open. You don't get it. Those deadbeat assholes owe us. And now they're trying to skip. We had an agreement. He hisses. I don't even lift an eyebrow. Whatever this agreement is, if it exists, can't be legal. Even the most aggressive debt collectors are bound by consumer protections. And I'm pretty sure there isn't a loophole that involves stalking your borrowers into a goddamn bar and getting grabby with a lady in public. Then go ahead and look me up. I'll tell you where you can shove your agreement, little man. I push him, flinging his bulky body through the door so hard he struggles to catch his footing, and fails. I watch the bully go spinning and plant face down in the snow, waving his arms helplessly to get up. When he finally peels himself out of it, He hightails it to a black SUV he'd left running. I also notice an old Ford with a horse trailer hitched to it not that far away, plus a few older beat-up trucks belonging to the oil guys. The one with the trailer must be the old man and woman's vehicle. I shut the door, and as I turn around, I tell Tobin, "Keep an eye on him. Tell Grady, too." Tobin nods, moving to the window near the door and looking out over the frost line on the glass. A second later, I see there's no need to clue Grady in. My friend was watching the whole time from behind the bar, his jaw set, ready for a fight. He lifts his chin, as if he's just waiting for me to say the word. I flash him a thumbs up. No need to involve the minuscule Dallas police force if everything's under control. Not on a night like this, when they should be helping people broken down on the road before they turn into popsicles. I walk back to the table. "Where are you folks headed?" "Montana," the old man says. "Miles City." The woman stares into her coffee cup. Can't tell if it's the run-in with Pete that's left her shaken or something else. No way in hell can I let them go to Montana like this. It'd take hours just to hit the state line in this storm, let alone chugging on to Miles City. That's not even weighing the fact that Pete would be hot on their tail, first chance he gets. Between the storm, their old truck, and that sorry sack of thug, they wouldn't make it 10 miles up the road before something horrific happened. "There's a motel in Dallas," I say, "about 5 miles west of here. You can follow me there if you'd like." The old man opens his mouth to speak, to protest, but starts coughing instead. "Shit." "Thanks," the woman says quietly, laying a hand on the old man's shoulder. "We could actually use something like that. The storm's worse than we thought." "Is he your father?" I ask, nodding their way. Sadness fills her eyes as she nods back slowly. She's still looking at her old man, not me. This deep, sudden sadness wells up and douses my heart. Something about the unconditional love that never fails between a parent and their kid, despite it all, maybe. "Want to tell me why that charming gent I escorted out of here is so interested in following you?" I ask. Her eyes widen. She shakes her head. "Listen, I really appreciate what you did, stepping in, but—" "Ridge." The harsh urgency in Tobin's whisper has me turning around and moving back to where he's standing by the bar. My lip curls. I glance out the window and see a shadow stalking around in the snow. Undoubtedly the goon near the horse trailer. Apparently the jackass hasn't had enough yet. "Give me that knife," I tell Tobin. "You're drunk, Ridge. Handing you a combat knife while you're intoxicated hardly seems like it'll help de-escalate the situation." "De-escalate?" I grunt. "Is that what we're here to do? I'm not the asshole hunting those folks." "You shouldn't be involved," Tobin says, his eyes pleading behind his owlish spectacles. The loyal wingman or babysitter until the end. "If we can guide them to the motel in town, however, I'll do the driving." I toss him a look that says it's already too late not to get involved in this, and hold out my hand. "Tobin, knife now." With a guttural sigh, he passes me the dagger. "For the love of God, don't do anything rash. We don't have the kind of legal support here we did in California." "I know," I say quietly, then turn and stalk toward the front, giving Grady a look along the way that says, "I've got this." I also know there's nothing in the world that's going to stop me from running off the twit with the devil ink who doesn't know when to quit. Pushing open the door, I find him waiting, just a few feet outside. "Yo, you really are dumb as a rock, aren't you?" I've stopped next to his SUV, waiting for him to look at me. When I finally catch his eyes, I sink the knife down in the front tire on the driver's side. "Hey!" he shouts, charging toward me. The fact that his ride's still running means there's a good chance it's unlocked. Yep. I open the truck's door and hit the lock button, then slam the door shut, making sure to ram the knife in the back tire before he arrives. A satisfying rush of air hisses out. "What the fuck?" he roars, diving for me across the last few paces. It's hilarious how easy it is to smack him in the throat with my forearm and catch him behind the ankles with one good kick. As he goes down, I pull the knife out of the tire, then dash around the vehicle and blow 2 more tires on the other side. He's up and coming at me again, shouting a blue streak. Twisting so his blow hits my shoulder, I get a good hold of his neck, digging in my fingers. He fights it by tightening his muscles. No dice. I'm already bored with this, so I dig my fingertips in deep and then pivot the tip of the knife against the other side of his neck. He freezes up a second later, realizing his predicament. "Now, slowpoke, be a friend and show me where the tracking device is on that vehicle." My eyes flick to the horse trailer belonging to the folks inside. He starts to blabber, no doubt winding up his lies. But between the nerve torture and pushing the tip of the knife harder against his skin, he goes quiet. "Let's go." Snarling, I shove him at the old Ford and the horse trailer. He tries to resist, but my adrenaline makes me a little crazy, giving me a high like I haven't had in a long time. It isn't even a question. I win. A few hurried minutes later, I count no less than 3 tracking devices in the snow by my feet. He's shivering from digging through the caked snow to remove them from the vehicle. Poor bastard should have remembered gloves. "Hurry up already, and that better be all of them," I tell him. "If I find one more you missed, you're dead." He sputters, but has just enough sense to bite his tongue. I get it, really. Dickless hates losing. Most people do, particularly when they're used to throwing their weight around against targets who can't fight back. I think his face is redder from hot anger than it is from the blistering cold. You wouldn't dare," he chokes out. "Try me, my man. I don't make threats I can't carry out," I say, pushing my face close to those ugly-ass tattoos. Whoever did him up also did a hack job. He curses, flinching away and climbing up the side of the horse trailer. It's like watching a bloated chimpanzee trying to struggle up a brick wall. Finally, he pushes himself up high enough and pulls off a 4th tracking device from the roof of the trailer. As it falls into the snow near my feet, I ask, "Where's your phone?" Again he plays mum, tongue caught in the total humiliation he deserves. "I want it," I say. "Either hand it over, or I take it the hard way again." His eyes narrow and I laugh. If I weren't retired, I'd reconsider the casting invites that come in sometimes for suspense flicks. This shit is fun. I spin around, giving him a sidekick that I'd mastered as a teenager and still practice in my basement gym. A huge bout of satisfaction hits as it strikes the side of his head. Damn, I've needed this. Not the whole hurting someone, but the tension release. Turns out, this whole off-the-grid retirement thing has been boring as hell. Working out just isn't the same, not as satisfying. Also, I think this counts as community service. No one gets a name like Jackknife without being a royal asshole and hurting people. Can't say I mind avenging a few of his victims, whoever they are. I dig 2 cell phones out of his pockets, and knowing they probably have plenty of tracking too, I shove them in my back pocket along with his knife. I'll destroy it all later. Right now, I need to get that woman and her dad out of here. This goon can't go anywhere with his keys locked up in 4 flats, but that's also a problem. He's stuck here. They can't be. I pick up the 4 trackers as I walk back to the door of the bar, leaving Dickless raging in the snow. Once inside, I tell Tobin, "Start our truck. The old man's riding with you. I'll ride with the girl and give her directions." "Ridge, start our truck." I'll let him lay into me with his overly polite concerns after we're home. For now, I cross the room and drop the 4 black trackers on the table. "Found these on your truck and trailer." "Son of a bitch. the old man says, his eyes bugging out as he coughs again. Hope you two don't mind a change of plans. Our friend outside will be stuck here for a while, and I don't think the Crow Motel's safe with him hanging around town. You're coming home with me, I say. I have a barn for your horses and a guest house. The woman looks at her father, who's still coughing, then at me with such worry and trepidation in her big blue eyes that my heart actually aches for her. That hasn't happened in forever, but if anyone deserves some compassion, it's her tonight. I'd say she's had a tough row to hoe lately. I brush the snow off my shoulders and arms while she pats her dad on his back. They'll need a minute to think it over, so I head for the bar. Grady, you should close up a little early tonight. The snow's coming down mighty thick out there now. Call Sheriff Wallace. Tell him there's a moron outside with 4 flats and he locked his keys in his car. You sure that's his only problem? He rumbles in a low tone, leaning in, his eyes dark. Yeah. I helped set him straight with everything else. Satisfied, Grady nods and walks over to the oilmen, politely closing out their tabs. Tobin lingers by the window, glaring into the night, the key fob to our trucks dangling in his hand. I round the table to the old man and stoop down next to him. My name's Ridge. What's yours? Nelson, he says with a gasp. Nelson Sellers. You look like a smart man, Nelson. A good man. But you also look like you need some rest and a warm bed for the night. I lay a hand on his shoulder. I give you my word, you and your daughter are safe with me. He studies me, evaluating whether or not I'm one more piece of bad luck. I don't know him from Adam. To him, I could be a serial killer, a brazen drunk, or just plain fucked in the head. Maybe I'll admit to the last one since I charged into their business, just as long as their dealings with Pete are done for now. I glance at the trackers I'd laid on the table. A hell of a lot safer than you would be out on the road. Trust me, I say. He looks at the trackers, his daughter, and then up at me and nods slowly. I believe you're right, he says, the only sane response even if he doesn't like it. I know I am. I jerk my head at Tobin. That's my friend over there, Tobin. He'll give you a ride to my ranch. It's about 10 miles from here. I'll drive your truck and help your daughter get your horses settled in, while Tobin gets you set up in the guest house, all right? Nelson looks at his daughter again. She gives him a slight smile, shrugs, and nods. I hadn't even realized I'd been holding my breath until her meager smile turns my way. Great. Grab your coats and I'll be right back. I scoop up the GPS trackers and walk over to the bar. Got a hammer back there? I ask Grady. He frowns, folding his powerful arms, and waves toward a door behind the bar. In the back. Don't leave a mess for me, Ridge. I round the bar. No big. I just need to borrow it. I'll pick up every piece. I enter the little service room next to the kitchen, find the hammer hanging on a wall, and find a clear spot on his metal workbench. Nothing of Pete's is military grade, and it's easy to bust apart. The phones snap, crackle, and pop with a few good swings after I've removed their batteries. The asshole outside probably has them connected to his SUV, and God only knows what else. But hopefully this helps slow down his mischief. Just for good measure, I give his precious blade a good whack. It tears off its handle and goes skittering across the surface. Before leaving, I toss the shattered remnants of the trackers, phones, and the knife in the trash, then grab my coat off the back of the bar stool. What should I do about the prick outside? Grady asks. Don't like the thought of him hanging around after I close up. Leave him. You called the sheriff, didn't you? Yeah, but they said it'll be a couple of hours before they can get out here for a lockout. And all the towing places are closed or filled to capacity in this shit. That bums me out. I was hoping they'd come haul him in and commandeer his vehicle, too. I'm sure the devious bastard has a record. My guess is he's stolen more than one car in his time. If the cops are dragging that much, he'll be out of your hair soon enough. He'll figure out a way to get the doors unlocked and hit the road with his flats, especially once he hears the law's coming. Works for me. One less problem to deal with. Grady shrugs, but gives me a small grin. Thanks for a fun night, Reg. I chuckle and walk toward the table. Whatever else happened, at least it was interesting. My stomach hiccups as my gaze locks on the woman's. Damn. Now I have to face the equally unpredictable consequences of my fun night. Everything old Tobin will give me a talking to about. Mom always said sometimes I got too deep in my roles back when I was every producer's golden boy. Sometimes I let my heart do the thinking instead of my head. Go ahead and guess how that ends. Not fucking well.
3. No fight left. Grace. I still can't figure out if Dad and I are being rescued or kidnapped, or which would be worse. There's something else I can't shake, too. This guy in his red and black plaid shirt, who calls himself Ridge, looks oddly familiar. It's one of those freaky, I swear I've seen someone who looks just like you spidey sense moments. But in my state of mind right now, I might just be comparing him to Paul Bunyan, because he's got the flannel lumber sexual thing down in spades. Rather than a blue ox, this guy is Tobin, his straight-out-of-corporate-looking sidekick. Tobin seems younger than Dad by a good 10 years or so, maybe early 50s, with salt and pepper hair, oval glasses, and frown lines that have only deepened since the entire scene at the table started. I can't figure that out, but honestly, it's the least of my worries. Ridge, with crystal-clear blue eyes and dark brown hair, has a permagrin plastered on his face that's barely faded since he'd first stormed up to our table and laid down the law. I still can't believe he frog-marched Clay Grendel's goon out into the snow like a bag of trash. I still can't believe he stepped in, offering to help a couple total strangers. I definitely still can't believe he implied we're dating, a heartbeat from being flipping engaged. The size of my disbelief could have its own zip code. Granted, the Purple Bobcat was almost deserted, but if it's anything like most small towns, word travels fast. Who knows how he plans to live that rumor down? Even now, the whole event feels like a blur. I still have no idea how Ridge forced Jackknife Pete off me with nothing more than one hand. I've never seen anything like that Vulcan death grip he used, either. Up until tonight, I'd only heard of Jackknife Pete, but had never met him. Those GPS trackers Ridge mentioned, the ones he must have destroyed in the back room, I'm assuming that was the hammering I'd heard, must be how Pete found us. He'd probably been following us all day. It's a small miracle he caught us here, where there was someone to help, and not back in Minnesota when we had to change that flat. I've made peace with the fact we're not going to Noelle's. She truly doesn't need this kind of trouble. Let's go, Ridge says to me as he shrugs on the brown leather coat he'd lifted off the bar stool. Dad and I fall into step beside him, heading for the door. Again, I wonder if this is actually a good idea, accepting an invite to stay with this strange man. But we don't have another option. Dad needs rest. Ditto for Rosie and Stern. So do I. Let me have the keys to your truck, Ridge says as Tobin opens the door. I hand them over. There's no use arguing. It's still snowing, heavy white slop that's only piled up higher and deeper ever since we entered the bar. There's a black SUV parked by the door with 4 flat tires and Pete inside, glaring at us. A harsh chill sweeps up my back that has nothing to do with the cold. Ridge slaps the hood of the SUV hard, pointing 2 fingers at his eyes, and then at Pete. He's wearing that grin for our benefit, but his eyes are ferocious. There's no mistaking their message. Don't you dare. God, my heart crawls up my throat just watching how he's toying with the thug. I truly don't know if this guy's drunk, high, or just plain crazy. Don't know if I want to know either, because he's our only ticket to a little sanity tonight, as insane as that is to think. Ridge opens the passenger door of a big silver truck with dual back tires. He holds it open for Dad to climb in. I can smell new leather, new car scent, as I stand nearby, watching my father use the running board to ease up and then buckle his seatbelt. We'll see you at the house, Ridge says as he shuts the door. Then he tells Tobin, find him something to help with that cough and some soup. I know we've got something in the pantry. Certainly, Tobin says as he climbs in the driver's seat, sounding more like an employee of some sort, obeying his boss rather than a friend. Weird. While we're walking toward my rusted old two-tone tan Ford, he says, "Seller's pumpkins, huh? How's business?" Oh, right. Though the paint is faded on the wooden rack on the box of the truck, it's still legible. Amazing jackknife needed a tracking device at all. There's nothing like trying to disappear with your name plastered across the side of your getaway vehicle. Maybe we just hoped we had time before they'd notice we'd blown town. Maybe we hoped Clay and his merry band of monsters would chase after something more lucrative than our farm and the thing he's been after all along. The sick, gut-wrenching thing I still can't bring myself to admit. Wrong. The phone call to Noelle proved it, even before the goons showed up. That was our farm, our old business back in Wisconsin, I say. We raised pumpkins. Under normal circumstances, it would have been a good gig, even if it was seasonal. Not one that would have made us rich, but it had provided a living, and my parents enjoyed it. Ridge gives me a firm, quiet look. I can't tell if he's amused or laughing at my lame pumpkin-growing past. We had a huge pick-your-own field. I nodded the horse trailer. Rosie and Stern pulled a big hay wagon around, giving customers rides. It was kind of a big deal in the fall. Gift shop, corn maze, hot cider and treats, bonfires at night. Everything except the zombie costumes. Sounds fun. I pull open the passenger door. It was for a while. No lie. I don't even want to think about how much I'm missing it right now. Grabbing the snow brush off the floor, I shut the door and start wiping the snow off the windshield. He walks around to the driver's side and starts the truck, then circles around and grabs hold of the brush. Let me take care of it. But, darlin', you deaf? Go check your horses before you freeze to death out here. Okay, so apparently he's got that large and in charge bluntness down pat. I take off to check on Rosie and Stern. They're a matching team of American standardbreds, both brown with white blazes on their foreheads, white socks and black tails and manes. They're hard to tell apart, except to Dad and me. Rosie, sweetness incarnate, loves her attention. Stern prefers to just be fed and left alone, besides a good brushing and a carrot every so often. He practically falls asleep during grooming. They both give me a friendly snort. I'll let you out soon, guys, I tell them. I promise. Rosie and Stern? Which one's which? I whirl around, surprised he remembers their names. This is Rosie on this side, and Stern's over there. Hope they like roosters. Loud-ass roosters with lungs like bagpipes. Come again? You'll see. He nods and gestures at the truck. Let's go. My buzz is worn off, no thanks to cue ball and his fun, so I'll drive if you're cool. It isn't far. I look him over, seizing him up, and then nod. Once we're in the truck, I have to ask, "So you have chickens?" "No." He puts the machine in drive. "I have a chicken. Cornelius Pecker. I was going to call him Peckerhead, but Tobin insisted on something more elegant," he says, pulling the truck forward, making a wide turn, and then driving onto the highway. "Sometimes I just call him Corny Pecker. That's enough innuendo, right?" I hide my smile, unsure whether to laugh or cry for the poor rooster. "Fair warning, he's had the barn all to himself, so he might be grumpy when we get there." He grins and winks at me. "Guess I should be warning Rosie and Stern instead." I shake my head, somewhat dumbfounded. "Why do you only have one rooster again?" "Because he was the only chicken left at the feed store. Someone dropped him off with a whole bunch. Didn't want him. The rest sold out. They were going to make him into a casserole, so I brought him home. Let me tell you, he was all sorts of pissed when I opened the back of my truck and set him loose. He's calmed down some since then, about 4 months ago. I'll get him some friends later this spring. Eventually." I shake my head. I'm not sure if hauling home an angry rooster makes him nice or, again, a total nutjob. Which makes me think of our current dilemma. "Why are you doing this? Helping us, I mean." "The truth?" He side-eyes me. "Please." "Because I've literally been snowed in ever since I found out what winters are like in North Dakota. I'm bored out of my fucking skull and desperate for company. Not the good Samaritan stump speech you were looking for, I'm guessing, but..." For the first time in a long while, a smile automatically appears on my face. I don't have to work hard to fake it, to pretend like I've had to do with Dad for months. It actually doesn't fade off either, so I call him out. "Nice, but try again," Ridge snorts. What, you don't believe me? Nope. Nobody gets in a bar fight with an armed creep and brings two strangers to their house because they're just bored. I bite my tongue, wondering if I should be worried at his real motive, whatever it might be. The sound of his laugh fills the cab. It's a deep, booming, infectious chuckle that sets me oddly at ease, and makes it even harder to keep that dumb smile of mine suppressed. Shit, lady, you've never been to Dallas, North Dakota before, have you? No, but I've lived in Wisconsin my entire life. I shake my head. It's not that different. Lots of space between towns, farms, nosy townsfolk. I wasn't born yesterday. You got a name to go with that mouth? He asks, words that might sound rude coming from anyone else. But with the light tone, surprisingly, I don't mind. Grace. Grace Sellers. Well, Grace Sellers, what I said is the whole truth and nothing but. You're welcome to believe me or think I'm about to chain you up in my pumpkin farm out back. Honestly, I've never lived in a place this barren in my life. I was raised a city boy all my life until coming out here. Huh. I don't get the big city vibe from him, but maybe that explains Tobin. He must have come from Bismarck, Minneapolis, maybe Chicago. Why'd you move out here if you hate it so much? Early retirement, he tells me. Retirement? I give him a puzzled look. How old are you? You look way too young. 33. You? I rake him up and down slowly with another slow, suspicious look. It just keeps getting weirder. How can some farm boy retire in his early 30s? 25, I say quietly. Sweet age for a lot of things, he muses, smirking to himself. Ugh, I feel like I'd have an easier time with ancient Greek than deciphering this dude. While we're playing 20 questions, how about you tell me what you're doing in the middle of North Dakota, pulling Rosie and Stern through a blizzard, with a charmer like Dickless Pete on your heels? I try not to burst out giggling at his nickname for Pete. That's kinda a long story. We've got the time. In case you hadn't noticed, we're barely moving 5 miles an hour in this mess. I nod slowly. Maybe so. But my stomach practically eats itself at the thought of confessing our whole dilemma to a total stranger. Well, I would, but it's not my story to tell. Your father's? Right. I hold in a breath, not really wanting to direct him at Dad either, especially in his weary state. Ridge's gaze remains fixed on the road, staring through the billowing snow that's coming down at a faster clip now than it was before. Fair enough. You're lucky he's still around, he says. My old man died when I was 8. Not that I'd seen him a whole lot before then. Busy man, big company. Maybe you know how it is. Then my mother died a few years back. So did mine. I bite my lip. I hadn't meant to say that out loud. What can I say? There's just something about riding through a dark, wintry night with a handsome stranger who just saved your bacon that brings out awkward confessions. All the more reason why I need to remember to keep my mouth shut. I'm sorry, he grinds out. Never an easy thing losing family. I swallow the anxious boulder in my throat. I'm sorry, too. Heartbreak hurts us all. He turns off the highway, wheeling the old truck onto a narrow road. Hold on, this could get a little rough, even though we're moving like a snail, he says. This road likes to drift over. I can faintly make out a set of glowing red taillights a short distance ahead. I'm grateful the dual tires of that huge truck with Dad and Tobin inside are breaking a neat path for us. Well, neat-ish. The old Ford wouldn't manage in this without the duality in front of us. Who else lives at your ranch? Just 3 of us, darlin'. Me, Tobin, and old Corny himself. Cornelius, I say, mainly so that I won't laugh out loud. You'll see which name fits when you meet him, he tells me. Shaking aside another laugh, I ask, how can you call it a ranch if you only have a single rooster? I can, and I do. It's a work in progress. He chuckles, again with that deep, rich, masculine vibration. I always planned on buying more critters or livestock, or whatever the fuck. Maybe hire on a few ranch hands to help with the upkeep. Tobin and I are learning as we go. We're still pretty close to ground zero. Why'd you buy a ranch, then, if it's such a hassle? I want the hassle, lady, he shrugs, flicking his eyes briefly over to me. Something to do. When I decided to move out to the sticks, I knew I'd need to keep the mind and body busy. Even with a place like mine, the winters out here are maddening enough. Think I'd wind up such a dull boy I'd be hallucinating ghosts by now if I didn't have spring to look forward to soon. Allegedly. I smile at the obvious nod to The Shining. It's hardly out of place considering the creepy introduction we've had with Dickless. Okay, I'm stealing his crude nickname, Steamy. While everybody on this side of North Dakota has their status set to snowed in. The odd tone in his voice says there's something more to his move, too. I wonder what, but I'm not in any headspace to fire off questions that might risk upsetting the guy who's promised us a place to crash for the night. Then we pull up to the ranch and my jaw hits my lap. I can't even breathe. Ginormous would be a sad lie for this place. It's more like someone imported a team of architects to build a palace in nowhere, North Dakota, which somehow still has all the outer charm of a real ranch. Frosted with snow, it's like I'm looking at a scene from a Christmas card come to life. Everything glows cozy orange, lit up with huge yard lights perched on top of several poles like small moons. The house itself is an immense wooden structure with a sprawling front porch. Seems like it's borrowed inspiration from the rustic lodges you can find on postcards. Behind it, the red barn is 2 stories tall, with a green metal roof and a big rooster-shaped weather vane twirling slowly around a square cupola. My eyes flit across several other buildings, storage sheds, I think, plus a smaller cabin tucked back behind the house, near a row of pine trees glazed white. That cabin turns out to be the guest house Tobin escorts Dad to as soon as they park near it. Then it's our turn, stopping next to the barn. Ridge gives me a wicked look as he shuts off the engine. Shit, right, the house. I guess I should have warned you, but I keep a low profile. I don't even know what to say, or what he's even hinting at. Sure, a little notice that he's apparently a gazillionaire would have been nice, but now that it's obvious and it breeds questions like rabbits, I don't know if I could even dream of scolding him, much less poking at his secrets after he said low profile. We're fine, I say weakly, pushing my door open. Let me help you with Rosie and Stern. Cornelius Pecker isn't nearly the shrieking grump he let on. Ridge insists the red-crowned beast is just subdued tonight, thanks to the storm, but I can't see the fuss. The big white leghorn rooster seems happy enough to have company, scratching at his pile of hay and peering around curiously. Rosie and Stern are certainly pleased to be inside the heated barn. Of course, the barn interior is just as magnificent as its exterior. I've only seen pictures, but I can't help comparing it to the one the Budweiser Clydesdales live in. It's almost too neat, all polished wood and soft orange light, hangers for miscellaneous equipment, and silver water hookups positioned neatly throughout. Once we get the horses settled, Ridge helps me carry our luggage into the cabin. No surprise, he carries several overstuffed travel bags like they're nothing. Then, as he says goodnight, he mentions pulling the Ford into one of the sheds to keep it out of the snow, if I need to grab anything else from it. I thank him, shut the door, and huff out a breath. Relief floods my brain, though I'm not sure it should. The cabin is really a mid-sized house, and only looks modest next to the mansion. It has a couple bedrooms with full baths, a kitchen, living room, and loft area. All very stylish modern country, decorated with log furniture and lots of red and black plaid, pillows, curtains, and tablecloths. Like something straight out of a log and hearth magazine. Dad slouches on a sofa in front of the gas fireplace that's crackling away, blowing a comfortable heat into the room. "You know who Ridge reminds me of?" he says, hands out in front of him to catch the warmth. I blink, grateful his words snap me out of the trance I've been in ever since we showed up here. There's an armchair near one corner of the sofa, and a rocking chair on the other. No, who? Walking over, I lean against the side of the armchair. That actor who used to show up in all the big films when you were a kid. Barnett. I think he did a couple really bad westerns a while back. Dane Barnett? I ask, though I'm sure that's who he means. Oof. It hits me like a snowball to the face. There's little denying Ridge looks a lot like him, and Dad knows his westerns. He's always loved them. But that can't possibly be it, right? It's too implausible, even if our mysterious benefactor for tonight is clearly loaded to the gills. I don't know, Dad. Just a weird coincidence, I bet. We've had plenty of those tonight, I say with a meager smile. I don't have the heart to tell him Dane Barnett wouldn't be caught dead living on a ranch in small-town North Dakota. What kind of celeb model straight from Hollywood royalty would? I'm telling you, it's him. Dad takes another loud sip off the hot tea Tobin prepared before he headed back to the big house with Ridge. I can smell the spices. He'd already eaten a bowl of chicken soup that Tobin also made him. There's an insulated carafe holding more of the tea on the coffee table, plus a bottle of cough syrup and a bottle of pain relievers. Everybody has a twin, I say, stepping in front of the chair. I sit, not wanting to tell him, yet knowing I have to deliver the bad news. So, Noel called, Dad. He gives me a sharp look, and for a second we lock eyes. Aw, hell. He hangs his head, rubbing a hand over the side of his face near one ear. We can't go there, can we? My stomach sinks all over again. I hate how he has this weird sixth sense for bad news sometimes. Not anymore. She told me somebody called and left a nasty message on their voicemail at the gift shop. They have their kids. It's frustrating as hell, but it wouldn't be right. His chest rattles as he sighs. It seems like the warmth the fire breathed back into his skin goes out of him, leaving this small, pale, fragile man next to me. I'm sorry, Gracie. You're right. And as much as I hate to do it, we'll have to deal with that bastard again. I'll sell the horses, the truck, empty out what's left in the accounts. If Clay could be convinced to take my pension— No way! You're not giving more to that horrid man, I snap, the anguish bleeding out of me. It won't fix this. Rosie and Stern are old, and every penny we have won't cut it. Grace, it won't be enough, Dad, I say, softening my tone. If there's anything we should know by now, it's that. Nothing's ever enough for him. I'll give it up and go to the police then, the FBI. Tell them everything. If I come clean, maybe there's a chance they'll— He breaks into a fresh new coughing fit. Seriously, I can't take this. So I lean in next to him, gingerly rubbing his back until it eases. Dad, no. We know it can't end well. We've been through this 100 times. If anything, I'm understating how many times we've discussed a confession. We've literally played out every scenario, every what-if, every apparent escape thousands of times over the last couple years. We both know involving the law means Clay gets to him eventually. If not before he's in jail, then certainly after he's imprisoned. It's inevitable. A crime boss with contacts as deep and aggressive as thistle roots won't take anyone who wants to squeal on him lying down. And whatever sentence they'd dole out to Dad would be for life. It doesn't matter how many years it's been since he quit the game. He'll serve time for the years he served them. No lawyer on earth could sweet-talk a judge out of imposing some kind of punishment. And in Dad's state, any punishment means he'll never breathe the air as a free man again. We'll figure something else out, I whisper, glancing at the fire. We got lucky tonight, even with Noel falling through. I'm not squandering this chance. Like what, Gracie? He takes a long pull off the tea and sets down his cup. We can't stay here. Can't dare drag anyone else into our troubles. He coughs a couple of times into his shirt sleeve. I really thought the farm would be payment enough. But hell, I was wrong. Wrong again. I stand, taking hold of his arm. No sense in worrying about it now. You need to get some rest. It's a miracle he doesn't fight me. I've seen him like this too often in the rare idle moments we have, where he'll just stay up all night brooding and stressing out. Once he's settled in one of the bedrooms, I walk into the kitchen and ladle myself a bowl of soup from the sealed pot still on the stove and bring it to the table. I can't help remembering the first time I saw Clay Grendel. I was 15 when he carried a black duffel bag full of money into the kitchen of our apartment in the Milwaukee burbs and hand-delivered it to Dad. I'd stood next to my mother, who'd frowned disapprovingly as my father opened that bag. I hadn't understood what was going on, who the guy with the dark hair wearing a black leather jacket and smelling like he'd been doused in cigarette smoke even was. It's all there, old man. My gift to you and your people for a job well done, he'd said, this deceptive warmth shining in his dark eyes. It's high time you enjoyed the good life. Is this the missus? Dad watched nervously as he plodded across the room, grabbed Mom's hand and laid a kiss on the back. Mom just looked like she was about to throw up. Charmed, Clay grunted, flicking a feral tongue over his lips before looking at Dad again. You'll always have a place with the boys if you ever need it again. Let me know if country living gets boring, Nelson. Then came the moment I wish I could forget. He turned, stared, and winked at me. Those bear-like brown eyes, so dark, so hard to decipher. No, I didn't know what was going on. But Mom's sick, strained expression told me all I needed. It also warned me to keep my mouth shut. So I did. keeping one hand on my hip, softly pinching the skin under my jeans until it bruised. The same spot aches now, remembering that day. We'd moved to the farm the same week. Though the place was worn down and needed a lot of money and time to fix it up, it was ours. We built Seller's Pumpkin Patch into a profitable business. Things were good, very good, until my last year at college, when Mom was diagnosed with cancer. Her health insurance soon maxed out, and Dad wound up making a call to Clay Grendel for help. Dad would do anything for her, and he swore to drive her to the Mayo Clinic one state over for the best treatment available, even if it cost a fortune. I'd been there again when Clay showed up, this time at the farm, sporting another fat bag bursting with cash. He'd acted sincere, concerned for my mom. Dad was relieved, and the money made her final days fairly peaceful. That's why I'd never said a word about how Clay looked at me, this lecherous gleam in his eye. How he ran a hand down my arm when my parents were out of the room. Every last bit of me cringed, knowing what this wolf wanted. I still haven't said a word about it or the other things that happened. The bad luck started after Mom died. Little things at first. Petty vandalism, someone driving through the pumpkin fields, and then the corn maze right before Halloween, our peak season. The next year, it was worse. The barn and gift shop caught on fire. Since it was ruled arson, insurance wouldn't pay. They wouldn't cover the cost of all the items that were stolen either. By fall, we couldn't even buy a new insurance policy. Not that it mattered. There wasn't much left to insure. And Dad was in no state to rebuild anything himself. I knew it was Clay. Dad insisted it wasn't. It couldn't be. He'd never. Oh, but he would. And he did. Dad's eyes were opened when the demon visited us one night, asking for his payment, flashing this violent sneer as he mentioned our run of hard times. Ugh, so much for my appetite. Tobin's chicken soup tastes divine, but I can't bring myself to eat another bite. I dump out the remnants in the bowl and go to bed, hoping I'll be able to sleep and come up with a plan in the morning. Dad's right about one thing. We can't drag anyone else into our problems, even if we're broke, desperate, and for now, effectively homeless. I also know Dad needs a doctor. His cough keeps getting worse, and he's getting smaller and grayer by the day. It's times like this, back when I was little, that Mom would bring me a candle and a soft, angelic smile. She'd stroke my head and speak her catchphrase. If you've got a light, you've still got a wish. But what do you do when the only light you've got is borrowed from a generous stranger, and you stopped believing in wishes years ago? What do you do when there's no fight left in a battle that was always lost?
4. No easy way out. Ridge. Tobin finishes filling a steaming cup of coffee on the table just as I walk into the kitchen. A little white bottle of pain reliever sits next to it, waiting for me. I don't need those, I say with a snort. Didn't get that plastered last night. Oh, not even for your morning after headache? He folds his arm, a smirk barely hidden on his face. I'm still amazed he hadn't seen through my acting last night. I pick up the coffee and take an angry slurp, eyeballing him the entire time. He huffs out a breath and shakes his head. Honestly, I shouldn't be amazed. It's what he expected, I'm sure, considering the date. Why, I was itching to get the hell out of here yesterday, go into town to stock up before the storm hit full force, and stop off at the Purple Bobcat. Yesterday was the 3-year anniversary of Mom's death, and I'd wanted to forget. Still do. What, dude? You're looking at me like I went on a wild bender and crashed the truck into a snowbank. I could still drive, Tobin. I wasn't stone drunk. Then how, pray tell, did we wind up with the guess? Guess who came with plenty of trouble, I might add. You do remember last night, right? He cocks his head, giving me the old accusatory principal look. Well, at least there's one part of Mom still living on. Hell, I haven't forgotten anything. In fact, a pair of soft baby blue eyes kept me up far past my bedtime last night, and I rolled out of bed with them still glued to my mind. Grace Sellers, pumpkin farmer, sugar sweet smile, sweeter ass. Not so sweet backstory. Here's what I'd really like to know. Who chases a freaking pumpkin farmer across 3 states for a shakedown over a debt? And why? Those are the things that have me seeing double this morning. What was I supposed to do? Leave them? I snap. Just let them get marched off to fuck knows where with that bulldog latched on? With the storm, you know Sheriff Wallace and his boys would have been too busy to do anything timely. I swear, this town needs more cops for the amount of trouble around here. And you would be wise not to volunteer to take on their excess trouble, Ridge, Tobin says firmly, laying strips of bacon into a pan on the stove. Talk about the pot calling the kettle black. He gives me a dirty look and curls his lip. But with the usual Tobin O'Hare self-control, he keeps his genteel lips glued shut before anything rude flies out. Perish the fucking thought. Still grumbling to myself, I carry my coffee to the window and look out across the expanse of white snow glistening around the guest house. She'd been scared out of her wits last night by that jackknife idiot, but other than her eyes, she hadn't shown the shock I'd expected. I've lived through trauma many times. I know the way a person reacts when they've been mugged, or they pick up the phone and hear someone close has died out of the blue, or fate decides to drive an unlucky bullet into their spine on a hot Afghan day. It's different for every person and every situation, sure. For her, it just wasn't there. Grace didn't react with any of the monotone looks or shaking or panic crying I'd expected. Almost like she's used to run-ins with scoundrels like bald fuck. That bothers me, thinking that a girl like her could get used to being scared. A little company won't be the end of the world. Might even do us both a solid. I tell Tobin, still gazing out the window. We've been snowed in here since November. Couldn't even make it over to the Larkins' place for Christmas. The roads will be clear enough to the airport in Dixon in a few days. We could take a trip, if it's socializing you're after. The Florida Keys, Lanai, Bali. No. He looks up from making breakfast, that mask he wears revealing nothing. Miss Silk left a message. Perhaps if you'd agreed to meet with her in person, I don't care. I growl. My agent, Bebe Silk, cares more about the money I'd make her if I ever return to the silver screen than anything that has to do with my well-being. Let her find another golden boy for Hollywood's spider trap. Tobin sighs. You're going to have to go out in public again eventually, Ridge. You can't keep yourself exiled indefinitely, and I know Dallas isn't big enough to satisfy your needs forever. Needs satisfied? We went out yesterday. We had a grand old time with Grady and our new friends. I stare out the window, wondering if I just saw someone walk past a window in the guest house. Probably not, unless I have eagle eyes. I believe you know what I'm suggesting. Time out, culture and conversation, away from somewhere other than an establishment with Bobcat in the name. Tobin says dryly. It's not too late to meet someone who appeals to you romantically either. You're still a young man. I whip around from the window as a solid bout of anger rises. You done? Forgive me, he says softly, then turns his eyes back to the sizzling bacon and eggs. I know exactly what he's trying to do, and it pisses me off. My non-existent love life is none of his goddamn business. But I know he means well. I know he cares. I know he's the only person on the planet who might even love me, like family, for being Ridge Barnett instead of Dane. I didn't mean to snap. Sorry. But I like the purple bobcat, Tobin. I don't like fucking dating, especially not anyone who'd laugh in my face at the idea of settling down in this town. We'll still take trips when I'm good and ready. I give you plenty of vacation time. You must have like 6 months stockpiled since you've never taken a day off in 10 years. You're welcome to go wherever you'd like if this place is driving you stir-crazy. I'll be fine here alone for a few weeks. I do whatever the hell I want." "That was perfectly evident last night," Tobin mutters. "What if that man decides to press charges?" I step over to the counter and refill my coffee cup. "That dickhead, you mean? He's not going to the cops. For Christ's sake, his name was Jackknife. You don't get a name like that by being Mr. Rogers." "All the more reason for you not to get mixed up with him," Tobin says with his head stuck in the fridge. I've had it with his lecture. It's in his nature, always looking out for me and my interests, often against my own judgment. Sometimes it helps. Usually it's nothing but mad annoying. I don't have a single regret about what I did last night, though, and won't let him make me think I should. "That's not enough bacon," I say, nodding toward the pan. He closes the fridge and straightens to his full height. "How hungry are you?" "We have guests. Make more." I set my cup on the counter. "Please." He doesn't respond, just like I'm expecting. Still, I also know there'll be plenty of food for Grace and her father when I come back downstairs after my shower. He doesn't need to be told twice. Tobin may not always like my decisions, but he's loyal to a fault. That's exactly how it happens after I clean up and head downstairs. The table is set, full of food, and Grace and Nelson are sitting there with Tobin at the table within half an hour of when I'd left the kitchen. Nelson doesn't look any better this morning than he did last night. In fact, he looks a shade paler if it isn't just the light. There's hardly any color to his skin. He resembles someone wearing the first layer of the special effects zombie makeup I used to see when I starred in a horror flick. A frown pulls at my lips. This guy should see a doctor. "We, really appreciate your hospitality, Ridge," Grace says, as the food gets passed around the table. "Last night and this morning." I'm glad, because hospitality is the last thing on my mind. Now that I can see her in the clear light of day, I wonder how a bona fide angel made it to this table. My eyes keep drifting over to her heart-shaped lips as she brings a tall glass of orange juice up to her mouth. The dark blue of her shirt is reflected in her eyes, just a shade lighter, and her cheeks flush soft pink. A stormy contrast that puts lava in my blood. Fuck. She may look like heaven, but my thoughts are in a lower, darker, dirtier place. I rip my gaze off her finally, not wanting to be the guy who adds to her woes by leering like a sex-starved dog. "It's no problem," I say. "We like having company, especially this time of year." How? How the hell can she be 100 times prettier this morning than last night? "Were you out in the barn already?" I ask her, after everyone has had a good chance to sample their breakfast. Nodding, she swallows before saying, "I was. I fed the horses, bright and early like they're used to. Oh, and Cornelius. I took care of him, too." "He didn't peck your eyes out?" "Nope, sure didn't." She grins. "He crowed a few times. You weren't kidding about the set of lungs on that guy." I nod, fighting back a smile. That sounds a lot more like the literal cock I know. That's what he does. Never misses a chance to announce his presence to the world. I think maybe they haven't heard him down in Sydney yet. She flashes me a smile fit to kill at my idiot joke. Mayday. "We'll be heading out shortly," Nelson says, taking another bite of scrambled eggs and chewing loudly. That's about all he's eaten, a few bites of eggs, and his breathing sounds labored again. "Not today," I reply, setting my fork and knife down. It takes 48 hours or more for the plows to make it out here sometimes. Your truck will never make it to the highway through these drifts, even without a horse trailer. I'd had a hell of a time keeping it moving through the pathway the Dooley opened ahead of us last night. The snow quit falling sometime early this morning, but those drifts must be 4 to 6 feet high in all the usual tide overflow spots along the driveway. I could see them from the windows upstairs. "Don't you have a plow?" Grace asks, setting down her fork. "Or even a tractor with a bucket? I could help you clear this place out." Tobin smiles like he's switched on one of his damn operas. "No, unfortunately," I say, shooting a glare at him. "They warned me, but hearing it and living through your first winter here is something else. Especially when my friend here thought a plow would be excessive." Tobin winks at me from across the table. Leave it to a man who's spent his entire life in balmy Southern California to underestimate General Winter. Tobin practically laughed at me when I suggested buying a plow back in October. He wasn't on board with this whole ranch idea from the beginning, and he'd suggested we wait until after winter to decide on more equipment, just in case we decided not to stick it out here. I hire a guy to plow right now, but he has other places on his route and his first duties to the city of Dallas. He won't be here until tomorrow, probably. We never need to go anywhere fast. I flashed Tobin a look again, grateful I'd ignored him on one thing last year. At least I'd bought the 4-wheel drive dually so we could still push through for emergencies. "Well then, we'll pay you if we're well and truly stuck here," Nelson says. "For lodging and—" "Forget it," I tell him. "I don't need your money. The good company's payment enough." Cash is the last thing I need. Between my royalties and a sizable inheritance from Dad's old company, now absorbed into a major airline, I'll have a hard time spending a fraction of $1 billion before I die, even if I live to be 200 years old. "How about flowers? Could you use a few of those?" Nelson asks, lifting his brows. "Dad!" Grace shoots her father a scowl. I hear her foot scuff the floor, no doubt from giving him a kick under the table. I fight back the urge to smile. "Flowers, huh? Enlighten me," I say. "That's what she does." Nelson coughs into his sleeve. "The girl's a natural. Puts them together in the prettiest arrangements you've ever laid eyes on. Does them up nice and fresh, too. Better than the ones you've got sitting on that little stand where we walked in. No offense." The amusement in Tobin's eyes dies. He sits up straighter in his chair, reaching for the food in the center of the table. "Would anyone care for more bacon?" he asks, holding up the platter still heaped with crisp fried strips. It's no secret what he's doing. The flowers Nelson mentioned are the yellow silk roses under my mother's portrait in the entryway. I'd had it installed right before the house was move-in ready. Mom loved yellow roses till the end. Our house was full of them growing up. Somehow, her dressing rooms at the studios and most of the hotels she'd ever stayed in had at least 1 or 2 bunches of them hanging around too. Wherever that woman went, she left a trail of beautiful, delicate gold in her wake. Like she couldn't resist making this world just a little bit brighter. If only it repaid her in kind. When she died, we made sure her casket was draped in a cloud of airy yellow bouquets. Tobin knows a touchy subject that might set me off like a stick of dynamite when he hears it. At least, that's how it's been before. Strangely enough today, I don't feel the usual anger surging hot in my veins. I hadn't last night either, when I told Grace my parents were dead. I didn't even realize it until now. Who the hell knows what that means? "You're a florist?" I ask her. "I thought you raised pumpkins." She nods shyly. "Dad did most of the pumpkin farming. I helped when I lived at home, but then I went to college." She glances at her father. "I'm an interior designer. Floral design is just part of it. The main thing that caught my interest." I look at Tobin. "We could use some decorating around here, don't you think? The boys who finished this place left it so neat and tidy it's almost like a mausoleum. Never got around yet to putting our own spin on it." He lays his napkin on the table, undoubtedly holding in a sigh. "Perhaps," he says, careful not to look at me. He's not impressed with how I'm handling this, extending an invitation to keep Grace and her old man around. I get it. His tone is placating. Hell, he's the closest thing to a father I've ever had since my real dad shuffled off his mortal coil. But he's not family. He's an employee. Always has been. I tend to forget that far more often than he does. Ignoring Tobin, I look at Grace. Whether he likes it or not, they can't leave until that snow gets cleared, and I'm not lying about wanting company. Anything catch your eye with this place? Give me your suggestions. I fold my hands, keeping my eyes trained on her. She looks at her father wide-eyed, as if to say, "See what you did?" I smile at that. So does Nelson, who gives me a lopsided half-grin. Well, I need to take a look around and ask you both some questions. What styles you like, favorite colors, what areas are mostly used for what, discover your color palette, all the usual stuff. She says cautiously. Easy, I say. I like blue, love being comfortable, and we mainly cook and eat in this area. Right now, I'm feeling anything that isn't plain white, considering what's outside. I lift a hand, waving toward the window. She rolls her eyes and tries not to smile, but ends up grinning anyway. God damn, I like how she grins. I have a feeling she doesn't do it often. In all honesty, I say slowly, this place is pretty much exactly how it was when I bought it. It came furnished right down to our specifications, plus some creative input from the firm that handled everything. We haven't done a whole lot except move our stuff in. Even that picture of the actress? Nelson asks. Shit. Tobin doesn't offer more bacon this time. He just freezes, staring at me like an animal with its leg trapped. I can read his mind. He's wondering if I'm ready for this, and ready for the other 100 questions that are sure to follow. I can't say I am, but it's not like I have much of a choice in the matter. Maybe it's time. If I can't handle an old guy sniffing around in the privacy of my own home, how will I ever handle it when everybody in Dallas finds out who I am? So far, very few people know my true identity, but that won't last in a town this small, where gossip is practically a sport. It's my picture, I tell them. I've had it for years. I saw a lot of her movies, Nelson says. Did you know Judy Barnett? Work with her or something? I can feel Tobin's gaze. His concern glows almost hot, sincere and growing. I nod at Nelson. I knew her well. She was my mother. Your mother? Nelson seems surprised, caught off guard, and breaks into another 30-second cough he smothers with a slurp of coffee. Damn, you are him, aren't you? The Barnett kid. I never made the connection between her and... He frowns. So what's your real name? Dane or Ridge? Dane's my middle name, I tell him. Mom insisted on Dane when I started acting, so I'd still have a sliver of personal identity outside the glaring camera lens. So much for that. I've seen your westerns. A big grin spreads over Nelson's face, deepening his wrinkles. Can't say I really cared for that last one, though. The gun battle at the end didn't come with any surprises. Nothing I haven't heard from the critics, I say, appreciating his honesty. My acting career's behind me these days. I look at Grace. Tell me more about your thoughts on the house. What type of changes you'd make. It's already very lovely. Nicely decorated, contemporary, new, she says, avoiding my gaze. I grin. As in nothing, I guess. She flicks her hair back nervously, a soft gold wave catching the light. I just mean it's a really good starting point. You'd have to mess up big time to make this place ugly. What's the first thing you'd change? Nothing's ever perfect. I help her along since she's trying to be polite. I'd add more color, I think. It's just a little drab from what I've seen, though obviously I haven't been through your whole house yet, she says instantly, then claps her lips tight as her cheeks turn red. Color? She nods. Not a ton, but there's a lot of gray in the house. This floor, anyway. It doesn't really, well, connect with the exterior. This place must be beautiful without the snow. I can only imagine it greened up and sunny outside. I think I'd try to connect the outside with what's in here, so the transition isn't such a shock. I like the sound of that. She has a point. The kitchen cupboards are contemporary slate gray. So are the walls, and the tile floor matches. Now tell me you can do it without changing up the paint. I'm not into using a paintbrush or roller, or living through the process. Been there, done that. Just because I'm rich doesn't mean I'm above getting my hands dirty sometimes. The little shrug she gives off is cute, but it's the way her eyes light up that interests me. Little things can go a long way, she says. Vases of natural flowers, for instance. They'll bring the outside world in. A picture or two, whether it's a nicely framed black and white landscape or something painted, a little rustic. A tablecloth like the one in the guest house. Bowls of fruit or pine cones, pillows, rugs, candles. The good news is, you're almost a blank slate. Any decorator would be thrilled to roll up their sleeves and work with that. I can almost visualize her ideas as she's looking around the room. Yeah, I think I've made up my mind. Listen, I'm going to let you knock yourself out, lady. Tobin can order whatever you need, but it won't arrive overnight, of course. That's not an option here. I mean, I know this is sudden, but if you're willing to spare the time and energy, I'm game. Then, because I'm starting to feel claustrophobic, I set my napkin down. If you'll excuse me, I have a few chores to do. I don't have any real chores. I just need to escape. Get away before the memories hit. They're bound to, even if they only smack me over the head on a delay. All the shit I don't like thinking about, remembering, regretting. What Grace described as what I call a woman's touch. I'm not sure I should have that around me at all, even if it's only temporary. Maybe Tobin's right, and I hate like hell to admit it. I also need to think about the Sellers and that thug last night. What sort of shit I might have invited in by charging to her rescue and hauling them home, then floating the idea of them staying here. It's not in my nature to second guess, but I don't make all of my decisions on the fly. Seclusion, privacy, and a fresh start were all good reasons why I chose Dallas for a new beginning. Yet right now, they're the very things driving me crazy. That shouldn't mean I throw open the door to a sick man and a woman who's far too pretty to be around me for long. Not to mention the fact that they're both being chased by a wolf with some reason to show his fangs. Maybe more than one. I throw on my coat and head outside, grabbing the shovel off the front porch. A little heavy lifting never hurt a man. I start working my way through the deep snow around the house, hoping the physical release of energy helps me think clearer, and maybe find a way out of this shit show.
5. No place like home. Grace. I don't know what it is about Ridge, but now there's no denying the obvious. There's far more to this guy than he's letting on. A rich and famous actor? Here? In the middle of flipping nowhere? It's like he's gone into hiding. I can't say exactly why I believe that, but I do. I guess we've got something in common, though, even if we're a universe apart in other ways. But Ridge isn't hiding in the same way Dad and I need to disappear. And I doubt Ridge would have been gullible or desperate enough to take Clay at his word. Dad was convinced the farm would settle his debt for good, and I'd wanted to believe him. Out of sheer desperation, I'd made myself believe there was a chance, even though I know firsthand just how far Clay Grendel goes to get what he wants. I just wanted to believe this nightmare could end, peacefully, forever. Stupid me. Refusing to dig in my heels and tell Dad it was a dumb idea only made things worse, no question. Now I wonder if I'm being dangerously naive again, making things worse by agreeing to decorate Ridge's castle. Sweet baby Jesus, I'm not even close to qualified for this. He's a famous actor. I'm a nobody decorator with a dusty degree. Sure, I went to school for it, but I don't have the experience, the talent, the eye for a gig like this. I feel like a kid who was just asked to touch up Michelangelo's work in the Sistine Chapel. And I think Tobin agrees, even if he's too polite to say it. I still can't figure him out. He's like the love child of Jeeves and Marie Kondo, with his emotionless mask and a seek-and-destroy routine for anything the least bit out of place. He hasn't come out and said, "Lady, you suck," like rudeness is even in his DNA. But it's in his eyes, on his face, in his stance. It's written boldly in the cold way he'd answered my questions while showing me around the house, which took the better part of an hour, to cover what felt like 15, maybe 20,000 square feet of ultra-luxe country living. Obviously, he's cooperating because Ridge is his boss and nothing more. I get the reluctance and his loyalty. I also get why Dad offered my services, despite almost short-circuiting the second he did. Pushing the air out of my lungs, I sigh until my shoulders sag, looking down at the clipboard in my hand. Yes, I'm aware we have these things called smartphones and tablets now, but my brain works better when I plot my ideas in good old-fashioned pen and ink. I have a few thoughts that could brighten this house, but at the same time, is it really the house that needs brightening? It's the mood, the vibe, the energy in this place. There's something dark and heavy inside Ridge Barnett, and I think that's what truly worries Tobin and keeps him iced over. I'm not sure how I know it, but I do. After answering my questions on the layout, Tobin left me to wander the place on my own. And I have all 3 floors of white walls and gray floors and rooms laid out for every purpose under the sun, except they're all eerily empty. As beautiful as it appears from the outside, the house is void of any true soul inside. It's an empty vessel begging for life. That alone should have me excited about this job, particularly since the budget is basically unlimited in this case. In theory, it's an easy fix and won't cost much in time or money, but it just makes me wonder more and more about its illustrious owner. I wonder about the chores he'd mentioned, too. Doesn't Tobin do most of that? What does he even have outside? One chicken, a rooster, who I already fed, doesn't really merit chore territory. If I want to figure out how to glam up this house right, I think it starts with unraveling its owner. So I head back downstairs, pausing for a moment while putting on my coat to stare at the picture of Ridge's mother. The whole scene is like this sad miniature shrine, even if it commands a deep respect. Judy Barnett was a beautiful woman, and the longer I stare at her sunshine smile painted red, wild blue eyes, and dark wavy hair pressed perfectly into place, the more I see the connection, the resemblance with her son. It's the eyes, mainly. Their color and shape. They're keen, bright, and alive in the portrait. Judging by Ridge, I bet hers had the same flash of mischief and good humor sometimes. I'm not sure why, but it makes me smile. Growing up with someone so famous couldn't have been easy. Judy starred in so many classic pictures throughout the 70s and 80s, traveled the whole world. She must have been gone a lot when Ridge was little. If his father died when he'd been 8, who took care of him while she was away? 1,000 other questions nip at my brain as I zip up my coat and pull my hat and gloves on. I walk to the cabin and check in on Dad, quietly, because as soon as I open the front door, I see him sleeping on the couch by the fireplace. Thank God. He'd coughed half the night, and I'm glad he's resting now. I set my clipboard on the table near the door and pull it shut again. I'll let him sleep as long as he wants and use the time to check on Rosie and Stern. They could use some affection. Until recently, I never thought that old yarn about animals soaking in bad juju was true. But even before we left Wisconsin, they were restless as hell. Awake at odd hours, eating sluggishly, letting out loud snorts of disapproval whenever I'd get them settled for the night and start heading back to the house. If there is any animal that has a nose for trouble, it's probably a horse. I'm sure Dad and I reeked of it. And I'm sure they're more confused than ever since we landed here. Though the barn is gorgeous, they're probably wondering what we're doing in a place so nice it still smells more like a new car than a farm with stables seasoned by years of use. I'm not expecting to see anyone in the barn, so I'm startled when I open the door and see a tall, dark silhouette brushing stern. Ridge. I should have known this is where he'd gone after clearing a pathway through the snow to the door. Then again, paths were also shoveled to all of the outbuildings, including the guest cabin. Now you've gone and done it. You'll be his best friend for life, I say, closing the door behind me. Stern loves being brushed. Yeah, I figured, Ridge says quietly, a smile curling his lips. I frown slightly. He turns and his smile breaks into a grin. I think he's almost asleep. A laugh rumbles in my throat. Yeah, probably, I whisper, stepping closer. He's been known to do that. Just drifts off with a nice shiny coat. The stall should hold him up if he falls over, Ridge says, still whispering and running the brush over Stern's back. I just hope he tilts away from me. Something about his easy smile and the way he's keeping his voice low for the sleepy horse makes my heart tingle. So he's a weirdo, maybe, but he's a nice weirdo. I don't think I'm fawning over the former A-lister the entire world knows. Of course he's good-looking, but it's his attitude, his kind-heartedness, that's turning my crank just now. He won't fall. I pat Rosie's rump on my way to where there are several shiny new curry combs and brushes filling a shelf. I know, he says. Even when they're sleeping like the dead, they never totally let go. These guys don't get groggy or hungover like people do. You know your way around horses, don't you? I say, selecting a soft bristle brush for Rosie. No choice. His voice sounds slightly off, and his eyes stay glued to the horse, bringing the brush away from Stern so he can pat the beast's neck. Did you have horses growing up? I ask. I starred in several westerns, big damn commercial flops full of bad writing, but I had fun with the cast, including the ones on 4 legs. And before that, yeah, I grew up riding a bit. I nod, totally blanking on his recent, more subdued acting history. He just doesn't seem like a famous actor right now, out here in the barn. He's more like a normal guy tending his ranch. An average guy with amazing looks who loves to butt in on situations he shouldn't. Technically, nothing about that screams average. The fact that he's a famous somebody just makes it weirder. A rich and famous actor, Hollywood royalty, who rescued us from only God knows what if Jackknife Pete had his way. These guys are getting up there in age, aren't they? He asks as I start brushing Rosie. A little bit, I answer. But don't tell them that. I think they'd both hate to be put out to pasture totally, even if we save them from the heavier work these days. That why you're taking them to Montana? No. I tilt my head, studying him, unsure where he's going with this sudden round of questioning. Still won't spill your secrets, huh? He barely throws his gaze over, and we lock eyes. For a second, I lose myself in that weary, knowing smirk of his. I told you, it's not my place. Changing the subject before it gets heated, I ask. Last night you said you planned on buying livestock. Does that mean horses too? Probably. I had the place stocked with everything I'd need. Told the boys who furnished this place to set me up for a little of everything. Don't know if I can handle hogs, though. Have you smelled some of the pig farms around here? Yeah. Animals of all kinds are kind of like poop factories. What goes in comes out a lot. Like, a lot. Ridge grins and then breaks into a chuckle. Oh my. I might just keep the dumb, sarcastic statements coming if I could listen to that laugh all day. He rests an elbow on Stern's back and looks at me over the stall walls. Are these 2 for sale? Is that why you're asking what kind of furry crap machines I'm so eager to buy? My smile fades. I hold in a sigh. These 2 aren't worth much, I'm afraid. They can't do heavy labor like horses in their prime. So they're priceless, you mean? Gotcha. I frown, unsure I follow him. He rakes a vivid blue side eye over me and shrugs. You can't put a $sign on pets or family, and I'd say these 2 are both. They're in good shape for their age, shows they've been well taken care of, and they like plenty of attention. I nod. That's true. They're basically pets now. It wasn't like that when we first got them. They came with the farm my father bought outside of Milwaukee. They'd been neglected by the previous owner. They were both so thin you could see their ribs. Fuck. Ridge bites back a hot, angry look. I hate that shit. People who don't look after their animals properly ought to get the same treatment. Call me old-fashioned. My heart skips a beat. Ridiculous or not, there's something extra sexy about the way he tenses up and scowls when he goes all Captain America. It's one of the mysteries of the universe. Why do some guys look so hot when they're pissed? Exactly. Rosie came around rather quickly, but Stern, well, besides being brushed, he doesn't like tons of attention. He just... A noise like a bellowing trumpet makes me jump out of my skin. Told ya, Ridge says. Set of lungs on that boy could wake the damn dead. Shaking off the adrenaline rush, I laugh as I look up. Cornelius flaps his wings overhead, perched on an open crossbeam, looking down at us with his beady black eyes. He doesn't have an internal clock. He just belts out a wake-up call whether it's 8 a.m. or noon or 2 in the morning. Ridge gazes up at Cornelius with an icy scowl as the rooster struts along the beam. He doesn't care much where he shits either, so watch out. Oh, so you've taken a direct hit? I lift a hand, trying to push the giggle back into my mouth. A few too many, Ridge grunts. I swear he just does it for amusement, too, the cheeky bastard. That's the worst part. Just my luck that I wound up with one disturbed, nasty-ass bird. How do you even get up there? Seems awfully high. I glance around the barn and don't see a direct route the rooster might have taken to get on the beam. I know they can't just get that high straight off the ground. Who knows, Ridge says, stepping gracefully out of Cornelius's range. He's had the run of the barn for months now, and he's been in every nook and cranny. He's probably got a secret passage or something. My curiosity keeps growing by the minute. So you retired and wanted a little peace and quiet. I wave the brush. Why North Dakota? He pats Stern on the rump one more time before stepping out of the stall, dusting himself off. Got a good deal on the land. With the kind of agents who deal in high-end real estate back in L.A., it's not a question of if you'll land what you want, but when. He pauses to set the brush he'd used back on the shelf. Dallas is a nice little town. It already had its fair share of drama over the local oil company and the chick who inherited it a couple years back, so I knew moving here wouldn't raise many eyebrows. I push away the brush I'd used on Rosie. Raise eyebrows? Being famous will do that. People will mob you for selfies or go through a gauntlet just for a handshake and a smile, he tells me. Mom raised me to appreciate the fans, and I do, but I'm no saint. It gets old real fast having to chart out your whole day's routine just to make sure you're not drowning in legions of screaming people or assholes with their cameras when all you want is a beer and a burger. Oh, right. Sorry, dumb question. Again, I'd forgotten just how famous he is. No need to apologize. He shrugs and steps away, heading for a large stack of hay bales where he plucks out a long straw and sticks it in the corner of his mouth to chew on. Holy hell. Forget pissed off Ridge. I think cowboy straw in his mouth Ridge might be my new favorite. Which, I guess, makes me no better than the admirers who can make his life miserable in the space of a heartbeat. Frankly, I'm not sorry. Not for retiring or moving out here. Glancing around and still chewing on the straw, he waves me closer. Gestures to have me sit on a smaller square bale next to him. Well, looks like you're set up for the long haul. How'd you even find a lot with this much land? I ask, careful not to let myself gawk at him too long, especially when a sunbeam falls across his face, turning him into an image straight out of a Western flick. The people I bought this place from only owned it a little over a year. A new field manager over at the North Earhart oil fields who'd bitten off more than he could chew with an acreage this size. Nothing else my crew had to do except tear down the old structures and get to work building. I told them to give me everything plus the kitchen sink. Tobin warned me not to go crazy. Surprise, I didn't listen. I bite back a grin. Guess that explains why there's plenty of hay for Rosie and Stern and why the house seems so sterile. No one's ever made it a home. People think that's a cliché, but in design and home decor, it's the endgame. There's a huge difference between a house and a home. Ridge needs to make his place truly his. Standing, I lean against an empty stall, scanning the barn again. There are 10 nice wide ones, plus 2 larger stalls that I assume are for birthing, and a good-sized indoor exercise area for the bitterest winter days. Have you made any headway on the master plan for this place? I'm thinking classic cattle ranch. He sits down on a bale, chewing that straw between his teeth. I have the acreage for a real operation, but I'd also love to keep a herd small and organic. There's a hell of a market for that right now. Grass-fed beef is the gold standard. His legs shift apart, bowing out at the knees, turning him into the perfect picture of the rugged North Dakota rancher. Oh my God. Whatever else he needs help with, the Western McHottie vibe comes naturally. He's got the closed-down pat, the sculpted body of a god, and eyes that could make blue nights seethe with jealousy. True, I admit, hating how flushed the rosy heat of my cheeks must be making me. I'll rustle up more chickens, too. Maybe a few to help teach Corny some manners. The brat could use them. He looks at me then and grins. Hell, maybe someday I'll even carve out a whole field of pumpkins. Always liked Halloween. I burst out laughing at the absurdity of a big, messy pumpkin patch next to his fields. He'll probably run the sort of place that looks immaculate and shows up in magazines and travel shows, tidy crops and a lawn so green it sears the vision. They're more work than you think, I point out, lifting a finger. And if you don't have people lined up to grab them, the compost job alone, darlin', when I go all in. Never thought about a field full of jack-o'-lanterns before you showed up, but I bet it was fun. Having people coming out, picking them, taking hayrides and having bonfires. This would be a good place for that. People would have to drive a while to get here, if I ever get more than Dallas townies, so I'd better have things for them to do. He shrugs. Besides gawk at my famous, easily annoyed ass, I mean. Good luck. Say goodbye to your low profile if you ever did any of that, I warn him, raising a brow. His firm, easygoing smile disappears. I shake my head, sensing he's disappointed over reality setting in. It's probably not the end of the world, I say. You didn't exactly keep a low profile last night either. Stepping in the way you did. That was different, he rumbles, his voice low like thunder. I had to. Why? Isn't it obvious? Because I can't fucking stand pricks like... He pinches his lips together, glancing around before finishing. Guys who pick on women. He didn't do it for the fun of it. Not that it matters, I guess. I say glumly, feeling I owe him some explanation. I look up, meeting those piercing blue eyes. He was hired to follow us. Yeah, I figured that much. Why? What the hell does your dad owe these jackoffs? I shake my head, wishing I hadn't brought it up. I know it's your father's story, yada yada yada. Still, it involves you, so it's also yours, Grace. Ouch. I can't really argue with that. I huff out a breath. Dad just got mixed up with the wrong crowd years ago for reasons I won't go into. It was stupid, and he realized his mistake and left that world while he still could. Trouble is, no matter how hard he tries, it won't leave him. And someone in that crowd wants you, Ridge says slowly, tightening his jaw on the straw. It crunches between his teeth. My stomach clenches at how easily he figures it out. Right on cue, my pulse doubles, bad memories coming in a hot, sickly flash of images. He wants everything. My throat burns as I admit it. Sounds like he's already taken most of what you had. He holds my hands while his right hand forms a fist, knuckles pressing deep into his thigh. What else is left? This man isn't all savior. He's too smart, too intuitive, too much trouble. There is no sense in lying, so I nod, barely. You're safe here. I give you my word. Anyone trying to get to you has to go through me. He thumps his chest with the same fist, a rebel glint in those lightning blue eyes. From anyone else, it'd be almost comical how exaggerated it seems. This man talking like we're part of an action script. But the severe dark tone in his voice leaves no doubt how serious he is, or what lengths he'd go to live up to his word. Crap, I can't let him do this. I shake my head. He stepped in a viper's nest and he doesn't even know it. His celebrity status won't stop a freak like Clay. In fact, it might put worse ideas in that maniac's head. Ridge, I can't find the words. It's too late, woman, he says, reading my mind. I'm part of your story now, too. In case you forgot, I told that jacked-up shit at the bar we're a thing. I'm sure he reported back to the powers that be, told them we just haven't set the date yet for our wedding. He winks at me like it's nothing. Oh, crud. I'd almost forgotten he said something so totally outrageous and incriminating last night. With everything that went down, I hoped maybe I'd just dreamed that part. We're moving on as soon as the roads get plowed. Bull. He plucks the straw out of his mouth and tosses it aside. I was thinking about that and some other issues right when you walked into the barn. Give me some credit. Pushing up the sleeve of his coat and shirt, he shows me an American flag tattoo with some sort of symbols beneath it. I freeze, staring, trying to decipher it. I'm a little better than some pampered schlub born with a silver spoon in his mouth, he growls. Besides being an actor, I was in the Army for 4 years. An elite force where I formed a lot of friendships still at my disposal few others know about. Not even Tobin. The Army part surprises me, but his statement about Tobin is a total shocker. Is anything about this guy what it seems? I'm officially worried my head might just spin off. Tobin seems loyal, very dedicated to you, I whisper. He's a good man. My mother made him my valet, aka babysitter, when I was still a kid. He'd die for me, no doubt about it, he sighs, which I'd never let him do, but he'll still follow every order I give him to the letter of the law, including when it comes to you. I'm not your responsibility, Ridge. I didn't ask for any of this. I'm breathing so hard it hurts, so riled up it's a miracle I can speak. No, you're not, but you are my concern. What would I be if I watched you hit the road in that rickety old truck with no way out of this? You expect me to live with that shit on my shoulders, Grace? My mouth opens, but nothing comes out. He's incredibly good at inserting himself into other people's stories, apparently, and making it feel like a complete atrocity if he doesn't get a chance to rewrite them. I'm not the kind of girl who just folds and listens to strange men. Trouble is, I can't debunk anything he just said. Thought you'd get me. Hopeless, dickless Pete heeds my warning, but if he doesn't, he shrugs, rolling those mountainous shoulders. Let's just say, he'll wish he had. My insides churn, hot and frantic, desperate to avert another disaster. Ridge, you don't get it. You don't know. No, I don't know your whole story. And when you're ready to tell me, I'm here to listen. Even if you don't open up, I'll still be here. The few people clued in about who I am know better than to leak my whereabouts to the media. As far as Hollywood knows, I'm on an infinite hiatus. I fucked off out of California and gave the press the idea I'd fled to Maui, where I still own a place. Besides, having you around, having people think we might be a couple, won't hurt anything. In fact, it might just keep the gossip hounds more confused and throw them off longer. I shake my head. Seriously, he can't be suggesting what it sounds like. I'm so not pretending we're a couple. It's absolutely ludicrous, and I seriously doubt real fake engagements end nearly as well as they always do in those fun, guilty pleasure romance books I devour every so often. Ridge stiffens, looking at me as I lift my head and force myself to meet his gaze. No, nope, and hell no. My heart leaps at the way he smiles and nods. So this is what it's like when a barn mouse looks up and sees a hawk. I swallow the rock in my throat, but still can't talk. Still can't tell him there's no way I'm going along with the scheme to pretend we're engaged. After years under Clay's thumb, I know what hot messes look like, and I'm not interested in turning my life into a bigger freaking dumpster fire. Not even for a bossy, lethally handsome hero I never asked for, who apparently has a few screws loose in his drop-dead gorgeous head. You know, I think I'm going to walk these two around a little bit, give them some exercise. I bolt and start heading for the stalls. Right behind you, he says, 3 mundane words that shouldn't make steam shoot out of anyone's ears. Oh, but right now, I don't want his help. I don't want him risking his famous butt for me. Not with Rosie and Stern or mobsters who've made our lives a living hell. I'm about to boil over.
6. No change of plans. Ridge. Well? I stare down Tobin with my arms folded, wondering how big a heap of shit I'm in for. She wandered the entire house taking notes, Tobin says, following me into the kitchen. Good. Hopefully she's found plenty to change in every room. I open a cupboard door and take out a glass, although my mind is still back in the barn, stuck on how we'd walk the horses around the inside arena and talked. I tell him again. This place could use some sprucing up. I offered to. So you're a certified decorator now? I ask, interrupting him. Interesting. Mom never mentioned that talent. His lips smooth into a thin, frustrated line. I didn't think so. I fill the cup with coffee. Guess who is? I'm very aware. What baffles me is why you're so intent on keeping them here, Tobin says, barely keeping his voice level. This isn't like you, Ridge. You've never been overly friendly with strangers, particularly the last few years. You came here for the quiet, the anonymity, the reclusiveness. Having people living in the guest cabin now is the exact opposite of that. I shrug, partly because I'm not totally sure myself why I decided to dive into this insanity. But I damn sure want Grace and her father kept safe. It's been over 6 months living with the best Dallas has to offer. Maybe I've decided it was boring. I'm ready for some excitement. Tobin straightens the oval wire-framed glasses of his, then clasps his hands neatly in front of him. There's a difference between excitement and danger. I trust you know the distinction. I suck in a breath of air. You think I don't? I snarl. Of course I do. I'd thought that very thing while shuffling. Thought about it a lot. No, Tobin replies, stone-faced as ever. I'm just worried about the type of excitement you've gotten yourself mixed up in the past few days. Perhaps you should reconsider your career trajectory. A blaze of anger whips through me. Damn it. I know what he's suggesting, and it ain't happening. Forget it. I'm not going back to Tinseltown. I've told you 100 times I'm done with that fuckery. After Mom, after that pig, I bite my jaw together so hard it almost snaps. We both know who I mean. And we have a silent agreement never to say his name again. The career I had is over and done. Just like the Army. A bullet in the leg cut my service time short on a botched raid against a Taliban compound. So did the guilt I had over Mom spiraling downward. I'd accepted that easily enough. I'd returned to acting as an adult rather than a child, giving it a second go. But when I found out what happened to my mother... Yeah. Tobin would need a whole division of elite troops to drag me back to that shit. Forgive me, he says, his expression lightening. I certainly didn't mean to dredge up old ghosts. You know what happened and you know why. I say, needlessly reminding him that he'd been the one to point out what was going on. Tobin's little tip got me in a brawl that could only end one way. He tried to stop me, tried to be the voice of reason, but he would have had better luck talking sense to a hurricane. Not that it matters. None of that shit matters a damn anymore. I'm done, and also done. Tobin clears his throat, shifting his weight. As far as Miss Sellers, she's asked for a budget and access to a supplier to place orders for the materials we've agreed on. Give her my Centurion card and that extra laptop. Let her go wild. I growl. Very well. And how much have you decided for? He's silenced by the look I give him. She could max out several credit cards, and it wouldn't faze my bank account. He knows it. I also know Grace won't burn $1 more than she really needs to get things done. You heard me, Tobin. I said wild. He nods. Do you have any requests for lunchtime? No. Whatever you want to cook today will be fine. I set my coffee cup in the sink. For all of us, I'm sure. He'll come around, sooner or later, and understand that I have to help Grace and her father. It just takes him time to make peace with new situations that seem threatening. For once, this one actually is, but I know it's nothing we can't handle. I head downstairs to the gym and change into a pair of shorts and a t-shirt to finish the workout I'd skipped this morning. The couple hours I spent shoveling snow were a good release of energy, and plenty of exercise, but I still need something else. I've never liked sitting around and twiddling my thumbs. Having horses like Rosie and Stern already makes being buried under a mountain of snow feel tolerable, something that'll keep me busy. Maybe I'll look up some horse auctions online this afternoon, see what's out there. Believe it or not, I wasn't just bullshitting her about the pumpkin farming idea. If this chick and her old man made a living off it, then surely I can manage. Plus, Something feels mighty rewarding about watching a big old mess of pumpkins come alive on their vines all season, only to hand them out to local kids, itching to carve them up into pretty ghouls and superhero heads. One thing that doesn't bore me one bit about Dallas is how it still appreciates the little things. Folks here don't need a new candy-colored Tesla or an extended stay in the Maldives to be happy. They relish the simple pleasures, the joy of the seasons, the laughter and fun of families living a small-town autumn to its fullest. I can't even say I miss that shit. I've never had it. Maybe I'm still wrestling with the extreme quiet that comes from living in a place like this. But I know, deep down, there's something here for me, and I'm willing to work like hell to find it. After a good hour of breaking sweat, I take a shower in the downstairs bathroom. I'm surprised to see Grace examining the exercise room when I step out. After drying my hair with a towel, I drape it around my shoulders and button my jeans before stepping up behind her. "Boo," I whisper, holding in a chuckle as she jumps. "Oh, I didn't mean to interrupt you if you were getting cleaned up." Her cheeks glow cherry red, the same way they did back in the barn. I wonder if she likes what she sees. "Just showered, that's all. I'll find my shirt in a minute. What brings you down here?" I ask, smirking at how her eyes flee from my body. She can't be that big a prude, can she? "Looking for my muse. Everything we talked about a little while ago." Keeping her eyes averted, she asks, "Do you use all of this equipment?" Fair question. There's a lot of it here. Some of it, the bike, treadmill, and weight bench, were here when I arrived, set up by the crew who finished this house. I'd ordered the punching bag and the cross trainer later. Old habit. I like to switch things up, and when it's nice, I just go for a run. I drop the towel in the basket on the floor and grab a clean t-shirt off the shelf that Tobin keeps full. "Is this room what you're planning on redecorating first?" "Do you want it to be?" She finally looks at me now that I'm shirt-clad again, an airy pink still painted on her cheeks. I shrug. "You're the expert. You tell me how this usually works." "Hardly. I mean, I've interned, but I've never had a chance to do a real job." "Yeah? Too busy growing pumpkins or what?" I lift a brow, my temper already rising if it has anything to do with the bastards ruining her life. "It's just, my mother was diagnosed with cancer during my last year of college. As soon as I graduated, I went straight home to take care of her and help Dad with the farm. So I've never really put my education to good use. Besides creating things to sell at the gift shop, I mean. I did plenty of that. Just basic kitschy stuff with horses, apples, pumpkins, and other farm themes." "I see," I say, mainly because I'm not sure what else to tell her. I know what it's like to be held back, to have life fling you off course and into something else. Not for the same reasons as her, no, but the disappointments must be roughly the same. "If you've had a chance to soak it in, I think lunch is almost ready by now. Tobin rarely takes more than a good hour or so to whip something up." I wave at the door leading to the hall. She nods her thanks and steps ahead of me. Then I follow her out of the room to the stairs. "You have my permission to knock yourself out redecorating. Let's get that out of the way right now. Take before and after pictures, order your supplies, do whatever you want to put this job in your portfolio." She throws a look back over her shoulder, beaming like the sun. "Oh, thanks. That's very kind of you." "I'm looking forward to seeing your ideas. Make this place feel less like a fancy hotel." "I have my sketch pad. I can show you something soon. It's all rough drafts right now and fully open to changes," she says, twirling a finger through her hair. That little pout makes her bottom lip stick out like a ripe strawberry. God damn, do I resist the urge to sink my teeth in. "I'll take a look after lunch," I promise. Tobin kept it simple. He's a skilled chef, and the kind of lunch he's assembled probably could have been put together in his sleep. Doesn't mean it's any less tasty. We tuck into butternut squash soup and sandwiches piled high with ham, salami, several different cheeses, greens, and a sweet citrusy sauce I can't pronounce. It doesn't take us long to eat, and then I invite Grace to join me in my office so we can go over the sketches she's created. Tobin already knows to bring an extra meal out to the cabin for Nelson whenever he wakes up. At first, I'm impressed by her ability to draw. At second glance, I'm more awed by what she's suggesting. The additions and notes she's included in her drawings are minimal, subtle. But if the real thing looks anything like her drawings, this house is going to pop with color. She's taken the flower theme and run with it. It's thoughtful, vibrant, warm, and makes me think it'll do a lot to chase away next winter's blues if she can pull it off. I like what I'm seeing, I tell her. How long will this take? Well, it's really just a matter of placing a couple of orders online and waiting for it to all arrive. I know a few vendors that have top-shelf products at reasonable prices, and they even ship to the boonies. They get it right to your door, and then it's just a matter of putting things where they belong. If the damn snow melts so we can get deliveries, I grind out, still flipping through the sketches she's made of each room. Her additions are natural, rustic. Not all silky flowers in the less trafficked rooms, but decorative vases of twigs and straw, bowls of pine cones, things to bring the outside in just like she's suggested. Keeping fresh flowers alive is a feat for most people. For me, it's simple when Tobin won't let a single ant invade the house, but I appreciate the fact that she kept her plan relatively low maintenance. I like it a hell of a lot. Supposedly, spring's right around the corner, she reminds me. I snort. Tell it to my buddy Falk. He warned me winters in these parts linger sometimes until damn near early May. It's about as bad as Alaska. It's warmer today. I heard something dripping out there earlier. Seems like the sun is already doing a good job on the snow. Maybe we'll have a thaw after all. She's right. I'd noticed the melt earlier, falling off the roofs and widening the areas I shoveled. Which brings us to the next issue, I say. Mud. Her oval face scrunches in. That's the downfall of spring, she says. Somehow she still sounds cheerful about freaking mud, which makes me want to laugh. What's that smile for? The earth needs the water. Mother Nature has her way of balancing things out. You like nature, don't you? I ask, fully aware of the smirk I'm wearing. It's evident in all these drawings. Her cheeks flush slightly. Yes, I do. I prefer to decorate with organic things. Bringing the outside in, I say, recalling how she'd said that earlier while we were walking the horses and knocking around ideas. That's right. I'm glad you were listening, she says, returning my smile. I've never really had that. LA is full of manufactured things in all aspects, right down to the manicured palm trees and picture-perfect lawns. Even the organic trends end in plants on leashes. They don't call Southern California La La Land for nothing when you find a scene out of a too-perfect dream just by turning your head. Flipping to another page, I see faint lines where she's erased some sketches. She's across the desk from me, so I spin the book around and push it at her. What'd you erase here, in the front entryway? She doesn't look at the page, but flicks her eyes away from me. I considered adding a few antiques to that area, an old mirror or clock, but I changed my mind. I was afraid it might take away from... I see her throat moving as she swallows. You can say it. My mother's picture. The memorial. My fingers wrap the desk softly. I see her nod, slowly and carefully. The painting is huge, rather imposing with the marble half-table and a huge vase of yellow roses. It probably does look like some sort of freaky shrine, a mini funeral parlor. I'd meant to honor her memory, not relive her internment every damn day. Now I'm wondering if that's necessary. That little setup isn't making me remember things any differently. It's not preserving happier times, when she'd pull me onto her sets and laugh with the camera crews, while they pretended to film me as a boy, chasing other actors around. Nor is it paying homage to her, as I hoped it might. My mother was more than a world-famous actress and a perfect pair of bright blue eyes preserved in a camera flash and artist's eye. She was the living, beating heart of my life. I lose myself in the mental tug-of-war for a minute, idly thumbing at a couple more pages. Grace remains silent, and oddly, it's not awkward. Not even if I flip back to the image of the front entryway, pursing my lips. I stare at it, noting she really isn't changing much there except for a rug and a few antiques. She's not touching the portrait itself, and honestly, I wish she had. Maybe then it'd be easier to decide what the hell to do. You know, out there in the building where I parked your truck, there's a large storage area. I've never really explored it much, but they left some old antiques behind. Stuff from the original farm that the previous owners saved and said I could keep. Wow. Really?
We invite you to slow down, listen closely to the melody, and allow yourself to recharge during this short break. This is a free audiobook experience for all.
Her long lashes flutter, excitement flickering in her eyes. I grin at the way they shine. You're welcome to explore. See if there's something you want to use while sprucing up this space. I close the sketchbook. Just make it more lively, less sterile. I never said it was sterile. No, but you thought it, and your instincts are right. I just said it for you. I've known it since moving in, but never really thought about making changes so soon. Hell, maybe I've felt sterile since moving out here. Leaving LA behind was a definite relief, and I enjoyed the first season here before the snow. But outside that, I know how it's been. Barren, unproductive, timeless, and not necessarily in a good way. I thought that's what I wanted, an escape devoid of the constant bustle back home and its stress. But I think I'm moving beyond that now. I think I'm ready to live again. Actually, I know I'm ready. Screw it, I'll come with. Let's get our coats on and go see what's out there, I tell her, pushing away from the desk. Her face lights up as she jumps to her feet, fully animated. Only gonna warn you once, I say, holding up a finger. You pelt me with a snowball. There'll be hell to pay. We spend the entire afternoon out there, digging through old cardboard boxes and wooden crates of old junk. My junk, technically. Her reaction? It's like every damn box has a pirate's forgotten treasure hidden inside. There's a large pile of things she's sure she can use, that I have to skirt around when I hear Jake Lewis's snowplow trundling up my long driveway from the road. I can't even hide my grin as she bolts up after me and follows. Don't think I'll ever get tired of seeing that man make short work of the crap blocking access to civilization. I exit the building and spend a few minutes talking with Jake about the weather and road conditions, which are both improving by the hour, and then walk back inside while he continues clearing away the snow I missed between the buildings. It's getting late, I tell Grace. Almost dark now. Geez, it doesn't feel like we've been out here that long, she says, her head stuck in yet another box. I can't believe all the amazing finds. You're lucky they left it. I can't believe all the shit out here to clean up one day. Hey, one man's trash is another man's treasure, she says, looking back with her blonde hair sweeping over her face and laughing. For this woman, I think it's a little bit of paradise. I pause, throwing back her grin. Nice to see her worries fade, even for a little while, and I watch Grace Sellers in a relaxed, natural state. No surprise, she's prettier than ever. Even less surprising, I take every opportunity I can to catch an eyeful of that lush ass of hers, working every time she's bent over. I said I'm no saint, remember? Her save pile grew during the time I was outside, gabbing with the plow guy. You're going to use all of this stuff? I ask, picking up an arm lantern. She sits back, knees stretched in front of her, and flicks her hair away from her face. No, that's just my maybe pile. I'll know what I want to use once I get everything cleaned up. I set the lantern down, keeping my gaze on the pile of miscellaneous junk, mainly because she'll notice me eyeballing her sooner if I don't switch the perv vision off. No easy task. Not when she's a blonde, bright-eyed pixie, an all-American piece of Wisconsin's finest I shouldn't be having these thoughts about. Looks like a lot of cleaning to me, I tell her. Oh, I'll whittle the pile down before I start polishing stuff up. She stands up and brushes her hands on the jeans covering her thighs. This was just round 1, buddy. Round 2 will put a lot of that back in the boxes. Seems like a waste of time to me, but I'm no decorator. If it wasn't for Tobin's input, I'm not sure I'd have thought to ask the furnishing people about fixing a spot for Mom's memorial. Say, do you have any saddle soap? Anything oil-based? She asks. I blink. No clue. You'll have to ask Tobin. He's on top of the cleaning supplies. Why? She points at her safe pile. I found some old leather tack I'd like to clean up, and some small wooden barrels. Shit, does she ever switch off? I'm impressed her white coat is still white at all after the hours we've spent digging through more dusty crates than I can count. Want me to carry them inside for you? I ask, mock flexing. I'm good for one thing. We'll leave them here for now, Hercules. She smiles, pointing to 2 boxes. Those are the things I'll take back to the cabin and wash tonight. I pick one up. It's full of old canning jars, earthen crocks, a big wooden spoon, and other odds and ends that look like they belonged to an old-timey kitchen once. I'll grab the other. She's already picking up the box. I've got it. There's an old washboard sticking out of the top of her box. She has to hold her chin up to see over the top of it. I'll follow you. I lead the way to the door, open it, and stand aside as she walks out to the freshly plowed property. I follow and shut the door. We take the boxes to the guest house, and the entire time I'm following, my eyes won't leave her. What can I say? She's trim, fit, and as cute in the back as she is in the front. It's not just the fact that I've been cooped up all winter. It's her. Every soft inch of Grace Sellers that makes her a dose of sexy blonde medicine. That was on my mind the entire time we'd been digging through the boxes. How attractive she is, and how I could use that to my benefit right now. I'd received several texts from Bebe's Silk since Tobin mentioned her, my never-ending pain in the ass. I haven't heard from her since leaving California, which makes me wonder what's changed to send her after me. A pretend girlfriend would give me the excuse I need for Bebe to buzz off. I know how maddeningly persistent this woman is, and if I don't give her a reason soon, she'll show up at my door. Getting rid of her again will be as hard as the first time. She's like a wood tick that sinks in and doesn't let go as long as there's still blood. You can just leave that box out here, please, Grace says, nodding to the floor of the porch next to the cabin door. I'll carry it in when I'm ready to wash the stuff. I set the box down, opening the cabin door for her. I'm sure Tobin has dinner almost ready. Bring your dad, assuming he's feeling up to it. All right. I'll wash up and then we'll be over, she says, glancing toward the couch where the old man slouches half asleep. I closed the door without saying another word and walked to the house with an odd weight in my gut, almost like I didn't want to leave her. I'm not a man who brings in strays for good karma, especially strangers. Yet that glimmer of sadness, of hopelessness in her soft blue eyes, pulls me down like an anchor. Tobin has supper ready like I knew he would. A steaming pot of beef stew with red wine, garlic, and plenty of rosemary. We've got greens, bread, and homemade mashed potatoes to go with it. I figured it'd be a stew day after the big storm. There are times when the man's predictability feels like a godsend. Grace and Nelson arrive a few minutes after I do, and as we eat, I can't help wondering more about their past. I save the hard questions, especially when the old man looks like he needs every bite he can get, and ask them about life on the farm instead, their favorite places in Milwaukee, all the little things that make Wisconsin worth a trip. When the meal is over, I head into my office and fire up the computer, where I find a defunct website and social media for Sellers pumpkins. I'm still scrolling through old posts when there's a knock on the door. "Come in," I say, expecting it to be Tobin but wanting it to be Grace. It's neither. Nelson sticks his head around the edge of the door. "Got a minute?" "Sure." I minimize the page on my screen, waving a hand for him to sit down in one of the chairs. I hope like hell he hadn't seen me peeping at his old business. He stooped forward again, as if it hurts to breathe while walking, and gradually makes his way across the room. I resist the urge to jump up and help him. I almost regret salvaging his pride, because he's nearly gasping by the time he plants himself in the empty chair. "Have you seen a doctor recently?" I can't hide my concern. Yeah. He nods, covering that damnable cough with his elbow. "Gracie took me to the emergency room one night not long before we left home." I stare, hating how his entire body trembles. He takes a wheezy breath. "They gave me some pills, but damn things sure haven't helped much." "Maybe it's time for a follow-up," I suggest. "Can't." His shoulders rise as he struggles to pull in air. Lungs rasping, he sits back in the chair. "It's too expensive, and really, that's what I want to talk to you about, Ridge." Taking another struggling breath, he gestures to me. "I noticed your tattoo over dinner. Your man Tobin confirmed you were in the Army. So was I. Quite a few years ago, but I did my time in West Berlin, nose to nose with the Reds." My respect for him increases. The armed services can be a tough road for anyone, but those who served years ago saw some shit many have forgotten. Nothing like enlisting during the height of the Cold War to make a man's balls drop. Staring in the face of very real conflict with another superpower, even the chance of nuclear annihilation. Brave times for braver men, I say. I'm aware things were different back then. He gives a slight nod. "Not as different as you'd think. But that's not what I wanted to talk about. And as a fellow serviceman, I want to give it to you straight." "Okay, Nelson. Shoot." "We've had a change of plans. Gracie won't be able to finish decorating your place, I'm sorry to say." He pauses, coughing a few more times and wiping one eye. "But I'll give you Rosie and Stern for your trouble, leaving a job before she's barely started. I know how disappointing that can be. Consider it payment for letting us stay. We'll be out of your hair tomorrow." Shit. Tomorrow? In his state? Obviously, I won't take the offer, but I have to humor him to find out what's really going on. "Oh?" I ask. "Don't you think sticking around for a few more days until you feel less like death warmed over would be a better idea?" He gives me a friendly chuckle. "Maybe so, but frankly, we can't." "Where's the fire?" I fold my hands, looking him square in the eye. "Montana's calling that bad, huh?" Nelson flinches back, struggling to contain yet another cough. Listen, you're a smart guy. You know we're nothing but trouble. You saw what went down with Jackknife. We're plenty grateful, but we have to keep moving, Ridge. Gotta be on our merry way before dragging you in any deeper. What sort of trouble are you in, Nelson? I tilt my head. I'll be damned if I won't find out, whether I pull it out of him tonight or dig it up myself. I have my ways and friends in the right places. The kind that's got legs and follows, Nelson says with a shake of his head. I saw the driveway's been plowed today, so we'll head out in the morning. You've been real good to us, and I don't feel right putting you out a minute longer. You're a busy man, I'm sure. How does Grace feel about the new plan? I ask. She'll listen, Nelson whispers, breaking off to hack into his arm again. God damn. So he hasn't even talked to her yet. At least that means there's a good chance he won't get far. Grace is hardly a do-as-I-say woman. But the old man doesn't need to hear it, because I don't think he sees his daughter that way either. He's flat-out desperate, grasping at straws, lost in fight-or-flight mode. I think he knows he's in over his head. Another thought hits me that raises more alarm. My gut tells me that Tobin, in his subtle yet always out-for-my-best-interests way, got to Nelson. Maybe he even put the bug in his ear to blow Dallas while the weather's clear. If he was anyone but Tobin, I'd be pissed. But I know him. Hell, I expected something like this after our conversation this morning. The man doesn't do confrontation. But behind the scenes, he could turn a pack of pirate ninjas into total pacifists. Fuck. I'll talk to Tobin later. For now, I tell Nelson, you and Grace are welcome to stay here for as long as you need, without any sort of rent, including your horses. Oh, I believe you, Nelson says with a nod. But we have to leave, and to be honest, not pulling a horse trailer would be easier on the old truck. There's no denying the logic. Not having their name on the side of their truck would be beneficial too. However, despite what Nelson thinks, I believe Grace will make the real decision. Somehow, I don't think she'll be cool leaving with her father so sick. If you'd like, Rosie and Stern can stay here. I'll take good care of them, and they'll be ready whenever you'd like to pick them up. Whenever that may be. Damn it, Thank you. Thank you, Red. You're one hell of a guy. I knew you'd understand. He stands up, holding out a shaky hand. We'll be heading out bright and early, so I'll say my goodbyes now if you don't mind. I stand and give his hand a firm pump, knowing full well I'll be seeing him in the morning. Then I release him and watch as he walks toward the door. When you're ready for help loading, I'm here. Come to me. Tobin shouldn't be doing all the lifting at his age. He stomps at the door, coughs, and with watery eyes looks at me again. I wish like hell I could take you up on that. I truly do. As soon as he closes the door, I pull out my phone. Finding the number I need in the contacts, I punch it and wait for the ring. It only takes one. I'd be surprised if it was any different. Barnett, hell of a big storm, wasn't it? You okay, man? The familiar Oklahoma twang over the line makes me grin. I'm not surprised Quint Faulkner is just as buried as I've been. He lives on a smaller farm 10 or so miles away. His grandpa's old place where he used to spend his summers. Yeah, it's me. Should I kick your ass now or later for ever mentioning the words Dallas, North Dakota without telling me about the winters? Oh, shucks. You'd have never moved here to keep me company if I scared you off. His deep laughter echoes in the phone. Tell me what's really got you pissed. Finally decided you need a real man in one of your movies? I'm ready. I'd call Andrews if that was the case, Falk. I say jokingly. The three of us were in more than one mission together that went sideways during our years in the service, and Joel Andrews never quit boasting about how good he'd look on the big screen. Faulkner chuckles again. Good luck with that, bro. He's in South America, living it up in Panama or something on a budget. I heard, I tell him. Well, maybe Grady deserves his 15 minutes of fame. Any dude raising 2 little munchkins alone is more man than I'll ever be. After a short pause, he says, Seriously, Ridge, what's going on? I've been thinking about you lately. Haven't met up since we had a beer shortly after New Year's. Better question, how are you? You know me. I'm always good every day I'm working for myself. Spying on cheating husbands and dropping trackers on guys with minor warrants beats getting shot at any day. I laugh. Faulkner has always been full of himself, and since leaving the service, he's made a name for himself as a private eye after serving several years in the FBI. I haven't needed to use him until now. Enlisting his services for anything seemed far-fetched until recently. Listen, I'm calling to ask a favor. Can I trust you with a secret? The laughter stops. I hear him take a sharp breath, realizing how serious I am. Sure, what's up? He asks. I need intel on a man. ASAP. You got it. Give me a name and I'll dig up everything right down to his birth certificate. Nelson Sellers. Lived in Wisconsin, Milwaukee first, and then moved somewhere outside of it. Owned a pumpkin farm. Pumpkins? Shit. Do I even want to know? Is this some weird movie star thing? Falk, just trust me on this. I'll explain the rest later. I'm sure he expected me to be asking about a big-time star or politician. Someone far more high-profile than a random pumpkin farmer from bumfuck Wisconsin. Okay. Give me an hour or two and I'll send something back. I've got you covered, Barnett. The line goes dead. I click off and stand up, ready to have a few words with Tobin.
7. No surrender. Grace. What's so interesting? You haven't even looked up once, Gracie. I finally glance up at Dad's voice, startled that I hadn't heard him walk in the cabin. Oof. I've been deep in the weeds, scouring every Wikipedia tidbit and gossip rag I can find for info on Ridge Barnett. I flip my phone down against the plaid cushion of the sofa before Dad sees. He's no stranger to gossip, but I'm not sure he'd approve of me snooping on our host. Oh, just browsing decorating sites and Pinterest boards, I tell him, flashing a smile that hurts my face. It's not a complete lie. That's what I'd started out doing. But of course, curiosity got its hooks in, and I wound up creeping on Ridge instead. Can you blame me? It hasn't even been a full 48 hours since my whole world was turned upside down for the second time by this gorgeous Bruce Wayne who decided to play real-life Batman. Dad shakes off his coat and drapes it over the back of an overstuffed chair before he sits down and lets out a sigh. And that leads to another cough. God, he's still getting worse. Soon there'll be no choice. I'm going to have to convince him to see a doctor. No easy task when he comes armed with 1,000 excuses. The first time, it took me 2 days of arguing, and even then, the only reason he finally caved is because I said we couldn't leave for Montana until he got checked out. I wish like hell we'd had time for that follow-up in Milwaukee with the cardiologist. The specialists there are no doubt a lot more common and skilled than whatever's out here in these podunk North Dakota towns. But Clay and his goons made sure time was a luxury we didn't have. It just hurts. Even when you know you made the right decision, fleeing practically overnight, it's no real relief when you're watching your own father fall apart in front of you. Everything okay? You seem kind of anxious, I say, forcing myself to look him in the eyes. It's harder than it sounds when I don't want to focus on that bleary redness around his pupils. I told Ridge we'll be leaving tomorrow, Dad says once his latest coughing subsides. Boom. A nice searing slap across the face. I mean, it's not like it's a total surprise. I figured that's why he'd stuck around at the house after supper. And I also know darn well we won't be leaving tomorrow. Not with the way he's coughing and rubbing at his eyes. I'll humor him, though, for now. I've learned to do that over the years, throw him a carrot to keep his spirits up, and let him down easy later. Hard part is, I've never learned to like it. I suppose maybe we've overstayed our welcome. We'd better keep moving, after all. With the drubbing Ridge gave Jackknife, I bet he'll be back next time with friends. I stand up. Yeah, that was really something. Damn nice it went our way for once. Dad gives me a tepid smile and melts back into his chair. Probably relieved that I'm not putting up the fight he expected. You need my help tying up your odds and ends? I'm good. I'll go pack up the things I found in his shed today, once I'm finished. It's the least I can do for our host. Patting Dad's shoulder as I walk past, I add, Hey, they're clean now. They can use them if they want to. Aw, Grace, I'm sorry about that, getting you roped into things here. Don't know what I was thinking. Dad looks down, staring at his work-worn hands folded neatly in his lap. Dummy me. I shouldn't have said nothing to Ridge about your decorating. It's fine. This way we can give back for them taking us in. We trade a knowing smile. Even in his weakened state, my dad's a proud man to the end. He's independent to his core and stubborn as a bull when it comes to taking help. I walk into the kitchen area that opens to the living room. I'd carried in the other box from the porch after supper, washing everything carefully, before I'd picked up my phone to research some ideas and started snooping everything Ridge Barnett instead. He'd had an interesting life, to put it mildly. Sure, the tabloids embellished the mundane and create entire scandals every time someone famous burps without covering their mouth. But behind every piece of clickbait, there's often a grain of truth, however tiny. I can't let myself replay that now, though. I think he appreciates you, Grace, Dad says, his voice crackling like a fire across the room. The man's a hard nut to crack. Wouldn't take my money or the other stuff I offered to trade him for having us. You're good at what you do. When this is all over, you can tell everybody you worked on a movie star's house. Imagine the business that'll bring in. You'll be rolling in it, Dad says, sounding excited for my sake, but also very sad. I'm sad too, but hold true and don't push the issue. That can wait until morning. If it's anything like yesterday, he'll stay up longer than he should with that merciless cough and sleep through his alarms. We found a lot of antiques today, even an old harness that'll be quite handsome once it's cleaned up with some saddle soap, I tell him. Gracie, there's something I ought to come clean about. I tried to give him Rosie and Stern for letting us stay here. I stop mid-stride, my face heating. I know, I should have talked to you first, but Dad pauses. He wouldn't take them anyway. Not permanently. So don't worry about that. He did offer to keep them happy here until we're in a position to pick them up again. I got to thinking, that's not such a bad idea when we're going to be on the road for God knows how long. We'd all be better off with them settled, out of harm's way. But it's only right I get your blessing. They're your horses, too. I have to bite my lip to keep from responding. Yes, I'm miffed that he went behind my back, offering our freaking horses to a perfect stranger. A stranger who could probably buy the finest steeds ever bred with a rounding error in his bank account. Jesus, for a second I wonder if whatever's wrong with him is affecting his brain, too. But it doesn't take brain damage to explain Dad's behavior. Fear and desperation are motivation enough. Honestly, he isn't wrong. Letting them stay here temporarily. And once again, it's Ridge to the rescue with exactly what we need, offering to let Rosie and Stern crash in his empty stables. It isn't fair. We've only been here a day, but Ridge has this freaky perception. He knows Dad is in no condition to hit the road. Dad knows it too, but he's too pig-headed to admit it. At least he realizes traveling without the horses will be easier, faster, safer. It certainly would be, only we still don't have anywhere to go, with or without the horses. Gracie, did you hear me? He asks, raspy as ever. I said I'm sorry. Loud and clear, I answer, continuing to put the items I'd washed back into the boxes that I'd used to carry them to the house. Placating him is the best strategy for now, even if part of me is closer to spitting mad. Ridge has a setup that'd make most farmers jealous. Rosie and Stern could be very comfortable in the barn. I guess they won't mind staying for a bit. That barn does look awfully nice, Dad says, scratching his arm. My ears are so sensitive it's almost like chalkboard. Hell, I wish I felt good enough to walk out there and see it. Is it as state-of-the-art as it looks? I let out the breath I'd been holding in, keeping my hands busy. It's impossible to stay mad at him for long. Dad loves barns, classic cars, equipment of all sorts, whether it's sitting in a museum or rolling off a shiny new assembly line. For him to admit he doesn't feel well enough to walk out there and see it, that says a lot. A whole lot of nothing good about his condition. It's remarkable. You don't see a place like that every day with brand new everything. You'll check it out tomorrow when you say goodbye to Rosie and Stern. I say that only to give him something to think about. He won't leave those horses without saying goodbye. Dad loves them just as much as I do. I'll be ready. I think I'm gonna go lay down for a while, he says, slowly standing up. Glad we could see eye to eye, Gracie. We've got a long road ahead. I nod, hoping my eyes hide the mess of feels this conversation stirred up. My heart does go out to him. I even want to help him into bed, but I know that'll irritate him like nothing else. Honestly, I think it's wishing that keeps him going. Wishing he felt good enough to keep running, as long as it takes. Wishing we didn't have to depend on anyone, whether it's Ridge or Noelle, or the next person who's ludicrous enough to help us out. Wishing he could take his hell to the grave without sucking me in. I wish he'd never gotten mixed up with any of the demons still haunting him. But I've also learned a lot about wishes since Mom died, when she took what little faith I ever had in fake optimism away. Wishes suck at slaying demons. They never make a dent in a bad situation. Oh, and they're too good at stirring up false hope instead of confronting cold, hard reality. Do you want me to turn on the TV in there for you? I ask, watching as he shuffles toward the hall. No, I'm beat tonight, and we've got an early morning. Stooped over, he heads straight for the bedroom on the lower floor. Good night, Grace. Night, Dad. Hope you feel better in the morning. I mean it, but I'll tell you what I won't do. Make more wishes. The ER doctor hadn't given us much to go on. A light prescription for a lung infection, a diuretic, and a few suggested dietary changes. But none of that's helped his shortness of breath. It feels so hopeless. I'm sure I will, Dad throws back before entering the room and closing the door. Frustration bears down on me like a boulder. There's so little I can do for him. Not just making him feel better, but finding a way for us to get out of the mess we're in. It's true that we have nowhere to go ever since the Miles City plan fell through. Yet, like Dad, I know we can't stay here. We can't drag Ridge into a living nightmare. I'm just grateful we're here for now, a refuge where Dad can rest for a few days in relative safety and comfort while I search for our next hiding place. I tuck the last of the antiques in the box, finishing with a shiny set of silver spoons that look just as good as new now that they're polished up. I leave them on the counter and go back to the couch. Picking up my phone, I scroll through my contacts one more time, hoping a new idea hits. Someplace we can go or someone I can call. But the list of names might as well be total strangers. They're all friends and college roommates I haven't spoken to in years. My thumb idly brings up a tab I'd minimized. I pause when the website I'd been reading earlier pops up. It's a link from a clickbait article about Ridge, one from last year. I curl into the corner of the sofa and start reading again, my brows knit together. A little more snooping can't hurt, just for a little while. Then I'll plot a course out of North Dakota. Maybe we can go farther than Miles City, wind up in Billings or Bozeman, bigger cities with real hotels. Or maybe we'll get lucky and find somewhere off the beaten path where Dad can rest for a few days. For now, I turn back to my screen, and the deeper I get, the more my heart tries to stop mid-beat. The headline almost hurts to read. Dane Barnett ghosts starstruck charity bash. Tragedy still haunts America's favorite boy actor. According to the article, Ridge's disappearance from the Hollywood scene happened after his mom's death several years ago. Judy Barnett's demise was labeled a probable suicide by investigators. I vaguely remember hearing about it, but forgot until now. She'd fallen off a balcony at this luxury ski resort. The piece goes on to discuss an earlier disappearance from the industry, a time when he'd abruptly left his childhood acting career to join the Army. That disappearance they attributed to a child actor meltdown. Yeah, I think I've got a nose for crap, and the breakdown they're implying doesn't jibe at all with the man I know. Well, Sorta maybe no for all of one action-packed day. Overall, the article is negative, which irritates me, but also fills me with more questions. And not just about how little I can believe. I wonder what really brought Ridge to the desolate hills of North Dakota. He doesn't seem like the kind of guy to go into hiding because his mom committed suicide, which is what the article seems to be pressing readers to believe. Too intrigued to stop now, I continue searching, reading, scouring for everything I can find about Ridge Barnett since the day he was born. I keep an open mind. We won't be staying here long, but however lengthy our stay, I'd love to find out more about our mysterious, generous host and what makes him tick. Everything I'd read last night lingers in the back of my mind come morning. It's Dad in the front and center. Another rough night. Even from my room, I'd heard him coughing so hard he was literally gasping sometimes. He finally fell into an exhausted slumber after midnight. I pray he'll stay asleep until I return. There's a drugstore in Dallas, and that's where I'm heading. Before I deal with anything else today, I have to throw something at that nasty cough. I'll see what the pharmacist suggests. Whatever it takes to make him feel better. It's my only hope. I already know I could talk until I'm blue in the face, but Dad won't see another doctor while we're stuck here. Back at it this soon, or just an early riser? I'm almost to the truck when I hear a deep, booming voice. I turn toward the house. Ridge shrugs on his coat as he walks down the front steps. No, not exactly, I answer, knowing he's referring to the crates in the shed where my old Ford is also parked. I'm heading into town. What for? He asks, zipping his leather coat while catching up to me. I'm not sure yet. I reach for the handle on the shed door. Anything the pharmacist suggests. Shit, Nelson's doing that bad? A deflated sigh hisses out of me. There's no use in sugarcoating the obvious. He had a really rough night. He's sleeping now, so I need to hurry. I'll drive you. We'll get there and back faster with my ride. I'll go tell Tobin to keep an eye on Nelson until we get back. No, that's sweet, but not necessary, I say. But if you could check on Dad, that'd be good. He folds his arms and rakes a look up my body. All sinful, demanding, blue-eyed beast man today, apparently. Driving you is necessary, he says, already turning back to the house. The roads are less than pristine around here until they've had a few good passes. Yesterday was just the start of the cleanup. Last thing you want to do is risk getting stuck while you're on a medicine run. I hate how he's right. The thought occurred to me, but now I don't have a choice. Dad needs some relief, and I have to find it. Letting Ridge give me a lift would be the smartest choice. I just hate becoming even more indebted to this man, who's wrestling with his own demons aplenty if anything in those articles is true. A few seconds later, one of the 4 garage doors on the house opens, making the decision for me. I hear the familiar growl of his truck. When life gives you lemons, sometimes you just drink that damn lemonade with the biggest forced smile. Minutes later, we're in the truck and heading into town. Despite the plows out yesterday, more snow drifted over in places with the overnight winds, just like Ridge suggested. Instead of pointing it out, he asks about Dad, how long he's been sick, and assures me that Tobin will be with him the whole time we're gone. I explain that it came on suddenly around December. We both thought it was a cold at first, and it'd go away in a week or 2, but it lingered several months until the cough became almost crippling. I mentioned the recent ER trip where he was diagnosed with a viral infection they couldn't give him much for, not without a follow-up, and the suspected congestive heart failure. I tell him what I want to talk to the pharmacist about, what might really help Dad. The best over-the-counter medication money can buy. While you're doing that, I'll hit the grocery store, Ridge says, his hands tightening on the wheel. Tobin made some suggestions. He needs more stuff for another round of chicken soup. Everything we grabbed the other day wasn't enough to keep it coming. My heart sinks. Again, his kindness crushes my soul. But we really, really can't be staying here much longer. Thank you, I say, fully meaning it. I sincerely appreciate what he's doing for us. Even though Dad is first and foremost on my mind, I can't help but think about all the things I'd read about Ridge last night. Troubled child actor who's had multiple meltdowns over the years seems so flipping hard to believe. That's not who's in the driver's seat right now, eyes fixed sternly on the road, treating this supply run like it's some kind of life or death mission. Really, the man driving me into town doesn't seem like an award-winning actor at all. Just a normal guy in his truck. A nice guy with searing good looks and shredded abs that were definitely too nice on the scale of ooh to ah when I saw him with his shirt off. Okay, so I'm probably talking out of my butt. I've never known any actors. I've never done interviews. I've never so much as performed in a high school musical. But Ridge Barnett seems shockingly down to earth. Too genuine to ever walk out on a huge charity event for no good reason like that last article suggested. Certainly not the kind of man who'd snap over his mom's death. More crass speculation by whoever threw together that hack piece. I also wonder what actually happened to Judy Barnett. There wasn't a chance to dive deep into the suicide case. I just know, more often than not, real investigative journalism is a dying art. Now things get posted online more for eyes and ad revenue than truth. So this is Dallas? I wonder out loud, scanning over the cute little rows of storefronts as the truck enters what looks like the main drag. Everything looks like Christmas card perfect out here when it's dusted in snow. It's almost idyllic, small-town Americana, stamped into everything from the candy cane-striped sign at the barber's shop to the little wooden airplane cutouts attached to the street lamps with the town's name painted on every single one. Wait, airplanes? What's up with that? I point out the windshield. Huh? Ridge needs a second to get what I'm gesturing at. Oh, those. Yeah, that's part of the local lore. This town wouldn't exist without North Earhart Oil employing half the folks here. There was some drama a couple years back when Old Man Reed died and turned the company over to his daughter. But they've been established here for years. Business took off during the boom about 10 years ago. Earhart, like Amelia Earhart? So they say. The old man who started the company swore she was a distant relative. But you want to start a shouting match at the Bobcat? Just walk in some night and ask. He looks over, flashing me a grin that should come with a wildfire warning. The townies love to fight over it all the time, especially when there's booze involved. Hell, if you're here long enough... Oh, thanks, but I doubt we'll have the time. My face heats. Looks like Dad isn't the only man I need to let down easy. Eventually, we'll have to leave. The sooner the better. That doesn't leave time for fumbling around town. We've arrived. The pharmacy's here, and Fillmore's grocery store is just around the corner. I'll grab the goods and meet you back here shortly. You dig? Ridge asks as he pulls up next to the curb near the drugstore. I dig, apparently. Confession. I don't know the first thing about how to dig, much less get used to Ridge Barnett's weird vernacular. He lets out a friendly snort, shaking his head. What? I whip my face toward him, trying not to let his smile infect me. You, darlin', lighten up. I know you've got a lot of shit on your plate, but now's not the time to worry yourself sick. Long as you're under my roof of this big fat truck included, you're good. His eyes shift over. I can't shake the sense that I'm very good. And I appreciate it. You kind of have this 80s action hero thing going on. Hey, I'm not that friggin' ancient, he growls, face going mock stern and steely-eyed. I'll take it as a compliment. You ever see the ladies still pining away over gunslingers and ass-kickers and kilts from those days? I've heard about it from the actors. They keep sticks around to fight off the mobs. Fucking chick magnets. If he's trying to make me laugh like an idiot, mission accomplished. Whatever else happens, something tells me I'll need a good long while to get over this man. When my sides stop aching, I reach for the door. All right, chick magnet, I say, unclasping my seatbelt. Thanks for the town history lesson and the laugh. And, for not having a mullet. I fly out onto the snowy pavement before he has a chance to give me a tongue lashing. The store isn't far. Pushing open the glass doors, I feel like bad 80s jokes aren't the only reason I've stepped back in time. The drugstore could be right at home in a nostalgic magazine with its worn hardwood floors and slowly rotating ceiling fans overhead. I walk through aisles of greeting cards and cutesy souvenirs, trying to get my bearings. Eventually, the shelves turn whiter and blander, filled up with Band-Aids, pain relievers, and various medical supplies that stretch to the back of the store. The pharmacist is a young woman with short brown hair. Dr. Millie is just as pleasant and attentive as her smile, while I explain Dad's history, symptoms, and that hideous rattling cough that follows him everywhere. She goes over a few of their offerings, warning me the over-the-counter stuff will only go so far. Big surprise. With concern on her face, she says, I highly recommend he sees a doctor ASAP. His infection could have been misdiagnosed, or you might be dealing with pneumonia now, considering the time that's passed. That could be very serious. Crap. My blood runs warmer, and I wipe the sudden sweat building on my brow. The fluorescent lights overhead feel like twin suns, though I know it's just my imagination. Is there any way to know for sure? X-rays and a full exam, except no substitutes, she says, ringing up my purchases. Our clinic is small, but it's good, and so are the doctors. I can put you in touch with Dr. Elroy or Dr. Abrams later today if you'd like. I'd like that a lot, but besides the impossible task of talking Dad into it, the sanest thing to do is keep a low profile while we're here. I'm already taking a small risk coming into town like this. What if Jackknife didn't blow town? Thanks, it's just... I pull out my credit card, shaking my head. My father's so stubborn. You know how older guys are. Oh, yes. Her brown eyes glow with understanding. Mine's the same way. I don't know why some men let their egos get in the way of their health. It's easier with dogs. There are times when I wish I could just put my dad in a kennel and call the vet. It'd make a lot of things easier. Despite my anxiety over Dad, I laugh. Millie smiles back. Right? I've threatened it with my father and my husband both. But fortunately, I haven't had to follow through. These lunks call up the vet every time one of their cows sneezes. But for themselves, they think peroxide, gauze pads, and duct tape work miracles. So true, I say, shaking my head again. That's my dad, and I wish it wasn't. Well, don't give up, she says, handing me back my credit card and the receipt. Call the number on the receipt if he gets worse. Maybe I can convince him to go in. I'm very good at putting on my doctor's voice and scaring a little sense into the folks who aren't used to it. She winks. I appreciate it, I say, putting the card and receipt in my purse. No problem. She hands me the bag of over-the-counter meds. Oh, and don't forget the chicken noodle soup. There is more research coming out every day that it's more than an old wives' tale. I take the bag and smile. I have a friend working on that right this instant. She nods, then points to a door past a display of reading glasses. Use that exit. It leads into the alley between us and the grocery store. There's a walkway between Fillmore's and the hardware store that we keep shoveled out so we can run over to the deli on our lunch break. I twist enough to see over the aisle shelves and out the front windows. The space where Ridge dropped me off is empty, so he's probably still at the grocery store. Thanks. I hold up the bag. And thanks again for all your help. Good luck, the pharmacist chirps, giving me one more friendly wave. I hook the bag over my arm and walk to the door. It's heavy metal, and I'm half expecting an alarm to start blaring as I twist the knob. Luckily, that doesn't happen. I step outside into Jack Frost's den. The alley is cleared out like she promised. Piles of snow are pushed up against the buildings on both sides. I see the shoveled walkway on the other side, just a short distance up the alley, and follow the path. Surely $50 worth of cough and cold medicines will give Dad some relief. Pneumonia scares me. Seriously freaks me out. If we get to a point where he needs to be hospitalized, I'm not sure what we'll do. God, for all I know, he's already there. But every day we're not moving, putting a little more distance between us and the monsters in Milwaukee, is another day we might be found, and this time with no escape. I have to get him to a doctor, I decide. Who knows how I'll pay for it, but that's the least of our problems right now. This shtick is getting old. We can't be sick, broke, and on the run forever. My spine ices up as that thought crosses my mind. Then I glance up and have a better reason for my insides to freeze. A black SUV is pulled into the alley, and it's rolling to a stop. Two men jump out with black stocking caps. Even without his bald head shining, I recognize one of them by the mean, stocky build and chaotic tattoo running up one side of his face. Holy Jackknife Pete! For a split second, everything just stops. I'm momentarily tense, then the fight-or-flight adrenaline kicks in, and I make a mad dash for the shoveled walkway. I'm fast, but they're no sloths. The heavy thud-thud-thud of thick boots closes in at an alarming speed. I question if I should have made a run for the drugstore door instead, glancing behind me. Too bad it's not any closer. Crap. They're going to catch me, take me, drag me away someplace where I'll never be able to help Dad again. Move, I tell myself, throwing everything I've got into my knees, my hips, my ankles. For the longest 10 seconds of my life, it works. I'm actually breaking ahead of them, leaping over scattered smears of snow, almost to the semi-safety of the streets, when a thick hand clasps over my mouth. I fight, I kick, I try to get away. Swinging my arms, my feet, my head, I bite down on a meaty part of the hand against my mouth, but it's not helping. The thug has a glove on that a rabid dog couldn't chew through. The surprise weakens his grip at first, though, but as soon as I break one hold, the other guy catches up, grabbing at my belly with both arms. Jesus, I can't fight both of them. I'm losing ground fast. They're dragging my body like a rag doll, flinging me around, shoving me toward the yawning hell of that SUV. My entire world comes apart in a blurred mess, fueled by every sour emotion in the known universe. Panic, fear, tears. So freaking many tears. My heart echoes in my ears like the sinister drum, pounding so hard I swear I'm about to pass out. I don't know what to do. I just keep thinking it can't end like this. It can't. Their thick-gloved hands cover my screams, pushing them back down my throat. Jackknife shoves me forward, harder, even as I'm fighting, kicking, twisting, trying to break their grip. It's not working, but I'm not going with them. If they want me so bad, it's going to be with blood and bruises, and hopefully a few ruptured testicles. Calling up my last reserve of strength, I throw myself backward in a messy, off-balance cannonball, breaking their holds. Turns out, a lucky patch of ice helps, sending the other man spinning off his feet. He hits the pavement and yells, struggling to get up. Holy hell. Now for the bad news. He isn't the only one whirling out of control. I hit the ground so hard it rattles my bones. A fierce stinging sensation darts at my tailbone. I'm in the snow, lungs heaving, piled up against the building in a hot mess of raw, confused adrenaline. Running didn't work, so I scoot backward up against the wall and bury my butt in the snow. I fold at my knees, wrapping my arms around my shins and tuck my head down, curling into the tightest ball humanly possible, so they don't have anything to grab. Oh, but they try. Muffled curses spill out behind their masks. 4 angry hands yank at my coat, my hood, my hair. They try forcing their hands under my arms to lift me up, grabbing at my ankles and forearms. My muscles burn as I fight to keep my arms locked around my knees, head down, hoping something gives. They're digging their hands under me, trying to pick me up. I wriggle my butt deeper in the snow, hurting my back, desperately wishing for a lucky break. Wishing, yeah, I said it. That should tell me how desperate I am. But a second later, there's more to worry about as everything just stops. Their hands quit trying to grab me. It sounds like they're moving away. There's a dull roar in my ears past my pounding heart. I shout, footsteps slapping the ground so hard it echoes. I'm officially scared to hope that someone heard me or saw the commotion. I can't bring myself to open my eyes. It could just be a trick, or the savages running back to their truck for something to knock me out for good. All the Cannonball Girl's skills in the world can't beat a gun, a knife, or the rag soaked with chloroform that shows up in every bad suspense movie. I'm not falling for it. I won't be taken. Dad needs me too much, and so do Rosie and Stern. An engine revs again, louder than before. Crud, I can't stay blinded like this, so, keeping my arms locked around my knees and my head down, I open my eyes and crane my face up. Dirty gray snow uncovered from the plowing is all I can see at first, even when I look out the corners of my eyes. But I hear a vehicle moving, its tires rolling, engine rumbling like summer thunder. Someone grabs my arm. I scream, stuffing myself back into a ball so hard I think I sprained something in my belly. Make that several somethings. Ow. Hey, it's me. Snap out of it, Grace. It's Ridge. Let me help you up. Ridge? Oh my God. Ridge? I belt out his name, launching myself at him. The one and only. Can you walk, or do you need me to carry you? I don't even know. I try to get up, holding onto his arm, but he doesn't waste more than a second before those huge arms of his envelop me. Then I'm just gliding on air, my hands locked tight around his strong neck. He lifts me off the ground and carries me like I'm lighter than a goose feather. I've never been so relieved or wanted to cry so badly in my life. Holding back the tears, I relax in his arms and let him carry me to the sidewalk where his truck waits. It's extra reassuring when I breathe in deep, cold breaths mingled with his scent. If Ridge had his smell bottled up, I think they'd call it glory. The only word that captures his rough, manly perfection, the faint overtone of cinnamon and citrus melded into something more primal. If only I had time to enjoy it. Muscles I didn't know I had scream from being so tense and awkwardly bent. My legs are trembling. Heck, I'm trembling all over, like a deer that just skittered away from a cougar's jaws. When he sets me down on even ground, and I finally turn toward him, I can't stop my arms from wrapping around him tighter, just holding on. "It's okay," he whispers. "Those fucks shook you up, but they're gone now. I already called Sheriff Wallace to go looking for them." "Huh? When did that happen?" "I think I zoned out, Ridge," I say in a weak voice that's just as shaky as my body. My senses are returning, thoughts coming back through the haze of panic that hadn't let me think beyond not letting them take me. It was Jackknife. I don't know why I bother stating the obvious. Maybe because my heart keeps pounding so hard I'm gasping for air, and I need something to ground me again. "I know. There's no mistaking a shit stack that high," he grumbles, giving me a solid hug and then running those long, languid fingers down my back. "Don't worry. They're not going to hurt you. You're not leaving my sight." He holds me while the soft breeze blusters around us. Thankfully, it's almost as warm as yesterday. It's the touch of spring I need to pull myself together again. At least I can finally breathe, pushing out a few solid breaths before nodding, releasing my hold on him. Ridge isn't ready to let go. His hands run up my arms, gently testing me with a cautious touch every few inches. "You hurt anywhere?" He cups my face, blue-eyed worry bleeding into mine. It's so raw, so real. I almost burst out crying. "Grace," he says my name again when I don't answer. "I'm fine, I think. I just hurt everywhere. But I'm not really injured. I'll survive if you've got an ice pack or heated blanket or something." "All that, darling." He wraps an arm around my shoulder. "Come on, let's go." I take a step, then remember why I'm here. Oh crap, I need my purse, the bag of medicine for Dad. "It's up here. Already fetched it while you were catching your breath." God, I don't remember that either. It's amazing how a nasty shock can just totally fry the system. Seeing my purse and the bag on the ground a few steps away, as well as his pickup, I let out a long, harsh hiss of relief. I didn't see them. They were just there all of a sudden. Thanks, Ridge. The pharmacist Millie told me I could walk to the grocery store, that the path back here was shoveled, and I bite my lips together to stop my rambling. "I'm sorry, Ridge. I never in a million years expected them to—" "I didn't either," he rumbles, stopping to pick up my purse and the bag of cold meds. "But I really fucking should have. No excuses." He carries my stuff to the passenger side of his truck and helps me climb in, then passes it over before closing the door. My heart sinks. He can't really think it's his fault. In any sane world, Jackknife and his men should have been long gone. Yet he'd stuck around, watching, waiting. Something I wanted to believe wasn't a real worry since Ridge humiliated him and took the trackers off our truck. When Ridge climbs in his side, he's on his phone. Yep, please do. Already told Wallace. That's right, Ridge, Dane, Barnett. Do what you have to. No, I don't give a fuck about making it official. I read you loud and clear, Drake. Thanks. I can't hear anything besides his clipped but calm and clear answers. My stomach churns, knowing he's called the police. Thanks again, man. I owe you. He clicks off his phone and sets it on the console. Flashing me a grin that doesn't quite match the storm in his eyes, he says, "Still doing okay? Do you need a doctor?" No, I'm fine. Dad's the one who should see somebody. I tighten my hold on the bag from the drugstore. And I need to get this to Dad, pronto. On it. He puts the truck in drive and slowly guides us to the end of the alley, where the black SUV had been. There, he stops, checks for traffic, and then pulls out onto the street. "So you called the police?" I can't hold my silence any longer, rubbing my head, where I find a new bruise waiting to bloom. "I called in their plate number ASAP. He huffs out a false laugh. "The sheriff and my buddy Drake both have it out to the whole police force several towns over. That's the silver lining about dicking around in Hollywood as long as I did. Years of memorizing scripts helps a man remember everything." Finally, some good news. As soon as the ambush ended, I expected aches and pains and a whole lot of nightmares. One thing I never expected, to smile again this soon.
8. No kept secrets. Ridge. I hit the end call button on my phone and stare at the screen, hardly surprised by the news. Stolen plates. Of course they were. Right off a Ford registered to a dead gal in Michigan. Motherfuckers. No reports of a black SUV by any patrol officers either. Considering Dallas has a minuscule roster of cops, it's a miracle old Rodney Wallace can even spare my neighbor, Drake Larkin, to go looking for Dickless Pete and his minions. Thankfully, Drake's a veteran soldier when it comes to trouble in this town. He took down an evil company muscling into town and a serial killer, no less. If there's anyone in Dallas truly qualified to hunt down mobsters, it's him. And if Drake corners that sneering bore of a man with the ugly ink etched on his face, what I did that night at the Bobcat will look like a nice sunny day at the zoo. Shit. Yanking open a desk drawer, I scrounge around for the notepad where I jotted down the intel that Faulkner reported last night. There wasn't much. What else is new? Mundane crap about Sellers Pumpkins, a 9-year-old business with a still active listing in the state of Wisconsin. One owner, Nelson Sellers. Former occupation, retired railroad worker, yard supervisor. A daughter, Grace Imogene Sellers. Wife's cause of death, cancer. A perfectly boring record without a hint of a troubled man with hardened thugs on his tail. Fox said he hadn't heard back from a few sources yet, and he'd email a full report once his old FBI hounds checked in. Fine. I hope to Hades they turn up something. My computer is on, email open. Nothing shows up in my inbox, other than an email asking me to rate my latest purchase. A history book on the Boer War I'd ordered for Tobin's birthday last month. I'll never know how he has the time or energy to devour as many books as he does. The man lives, breathes, eats, sleeps, and shits books of all genres. I think he could go toe-to-toe with most PhDs. Glancing at my phone again, I drop it on the desk with a sigh. There's no use in bothering Falk again. Not this soon. He'll call when he's got something worth my attention. He's a bloodhound when it comes to these cases, unearthing every bone. Honestly, I think he's happy to go hunting, too. He's been bored ever since some trouble made him leave the feds and go private. I just wish I had his ice-cold patience. Standing up, I rub my forehead. All the disappointments from earlier come racing back. Grace was almost fucking kidnapped. I don't even know what made me look down that alley when I did. I'd been planning to pull up and wait for her at the main entrance after grabbing our groceries. First, I noticed the SUV. Too new, too shiny, and too damn familiar after the run-in at the Purple Bobcat. I'd stared in disbelief, hoping it belonged to someone else, gobsmacked at the notion a guy named Jackknife could get 4 shredded tires swapped out in roughly 24 hours. In one of the biggest winter storms of the year, no less. I'd underestimated how prepared they were for trouble, and that almost cost me dearly. At first, I'd thought those 2 idiots were there to clear snow when they came stomping out of their vehicle. Then I caught sight of the fur on the hood of her white coat. Thinking she'd fallen, gotten hurt, I'd backed up and shot into the alley. That's when I realized what was going down. Those wolves were the reason she was ass-planted in the snow while they tried to rip her arm off. I'm grateful Cinderella decided to turn herself into a human pumpkin. They couldn't pick her up in time, couldn't get a good hold on her because she damn near buried herself in the snow up against the wall. They scattered like a couple flippant crows as soon as they heard me coming. My hands ball into fists as the anger hits in a hot, needling rush. Fuck them. I'd wanted to get my hands around their throats real bad. Bury them alive in that discolored, muddy snow. Remembering how she was shivering in the truck makes me sick. I'd crank the heat up as high as it could go on the way home. even though I knew full well it wasn't just her wet jeans leaving her chilled to the bone. She'd been scared for her life, shell-shocked. Her face was as bone-white as her coat when she'd climbed out of the truck at the house, trembling so hard she'd barely been able to stand. She asked me to stay with her until she could calm down enough to face her old man, without piling more worries on his brittle shoulders. Of course I did. I gathered her up in my arms, pushed my chin to her forehead, and held the fuck on. It's in a man's makeup to protect a woman who's been savaged. I don't just mean bodily harm, but a little soul mending too. Everything I never got the chance to do with Mom. With Grace, I'll flip her demon-run world upside down if it means holding her heart together when it's trying so hard to shatter. I'll hold her, just like I did this morning, chasing her pain away with my embrace and wordless soft breaths that I'll have to do for medicine. Because I'd be a reckless fool to kiss her for real. What the hell is going on? I mutter to myself, downright flustered. What could those freaks possibly want from an old man selling pumpkins that'd be worth this trouble? Money, perhaps. Don't they say it's the root of all evil? I whip around in my chair, forgetting I'd left my office open. Tobin stands there in the doorway, a human statue bathed in shadows with soft winter light reflecting off his glasses. How many times have I said I'm going to put a bell on you one of these days? I growl, wondering how long he's been there. Please order from Dublin, should you decide to go ahead. There's this lovely little abbey there that makes these handsome brass bells. They're lightweight and elegant, and won't detract from my work, he says, taking several steps into my office and pausing. When were you in Dublin? 1980? I haven't seen you take a real vacation for at least a decade. He raises a brow. You, sir, would be surprised. What do you want anyway? I grunt. Are Grace and Nelson around? Haven't seen hide nor hair of them since you returned, escorting Miss Sellers to the guest cabin. I believe that's how you wanted it. Damn this android of a man. He's too perceptive for his own good sometimes. Yeah, well, since you were eavesdropping, tending to your well-being, he says matter-of-factly, adjusting his spectacles. Exactly what you pay me to do. Whatever. You probably know I reached out to Falk for more on the Sellers, right? He stares quietly, admitting to nothing. Come on, there's no need to play dumb. Tobin, I need you on board with this. Everybody on the same page, if we're going to help them. I reach up, pushing a hand through my hair, waiting for him to crack and show me some goddamn sign he's a human being under there. Have I ever let you down, Ridge? He asks cautiously. We both know what he's referring to. I can still see the horror in his eyes when he told me the truth and sent me on the warpath that ended my career. Just like I can see him pleading, begging me not to go, to control my need for revenge before something horrible happened. Newsflash. Something horrible did happen. I should count myself lucky I never had to pay the price for what I did to Lioness Hammond, even if the sick, conniving fuck deserved every last bit of it. Never, I grind out. Quit playing coy. If you're worried about another situation, no, this isn't like that, he says sharply. I simply have one request. Yeah? I'm forever at your service, Ridge. You know that. And you'd make this particular situation easier to manage if you'd keep me appraised of the latest developments, he says, his eyes mellow green pinpricks of light and shadow behind his glasses. I've earned that much, haven't I? You have, I say, giving a firm nod. Of course, Tobin. Then since I'm feeling failed at arguing the wisdom of sharing your home with two complete strangers in questionable legal territory, I deeply appreciate not having to guess at the details. Biting my tongue, I motion to the chair across from my desk. Sit your ass down then, I say. Please. I'm sorry I didn't keep you posted. There's been a new development this morning. Hell, several developments. I know you're not fond of this, but you've always had my back. Let me clue you in on everything. We talk for almost an hour. It's a relief to get some of this shit off my chest with a guy I can trust, even if it makes me want to rip my hair out sometimes. By the time we're finished, I grab my phone off the desk and leave the office with Tobin several paces ahead of me. Back in the kitchen, I pluck my coat off the hook we installed for the times when I can't be bothered to head for the medroom. I fling the back door open. It's been a few hours since we got home. Plenty of time for her to tell Nelson about everything. If she hasn't, I will. Talking with Tobin made me realize that keeping the latest run-in from the old man isn't in anybody's interest. The sooner he gets that he's safer here with me, the sooner both of them do, the better. Maybe then he'll open up, tell me what the hell's really going on with his past, and why these vampires want blood. Grace opens the cabin door on my second knock. I instantly notice she's wearing different clothes, and her hair looks freshly washed, pretty spun gold tucked behind her ears. You're looking a lot better, I tell her. Can I come in? With a nod, she offers a meek smile and waves a hand for me to enter. How are you feeling? I ask, studying her expression. Fine for now, she answers quietly, glancing at the sofa where Nelson slumps against several pillows, but very awake. I catch the tension in the air instantly, which tells me she's filled him in. Unzipping my coat, I walk to the sofa. How about you, Nelson? Any of that stuff from the drugstore helping? I'm better than I was yesterday, he says, trying to hold in a cough, but it has to come out. I'm hoping the stuff that's supposed to break up the mucus works, she says, as she walks around the sofa and leans against the back of the matching armchair. An array of over-the-counter meds sit on the coffee table, along with a half-drunk mug of coffee, a bottle of water, and a barely touched orange juice. I'd loaded up a cart full of soups, juices, and anything else I could think of for a sick person. She's working her sweet little ass off for him, and that affects me deeply. A kid loves their folks, even when those kids grow up. Then it's the child's turn to protect dear old mom and dad from the shit this world flings. I know. I tried. I couldn't. Sitting down in the rocking chair that makes up the U-shaped furniture around the coffee table in front of the fireplace, I push my feet gently against the floor, letting the chair bob as my thoughts race around like it's in Daytona instead of Dallas. I talk to the police, I tell them, my hands gripping the wooden armrests. Nelson's face tightens as he shoots a look at Grace. An unhappy one. Her shoulders stiffen as she closes her eyes for a moment. And what did they say? She finally asks. The plate number I gave them was reported stolen off a vehicle in Michigan over a year ago. The owner's deceased. Oh, God. She turns white, the hope draining from her eyes. Recently deceased? I shake my head. Her relief shows as she leans against the back of the chair. They have police patrols out now looking for the SUV. Well, patrol, I should say. My man Drake. I asked them to touch base with the state troopers, too, but no guarantees. I rock back a little harder than I mean to and have to catch myself. The highway patrol in this area of North Dakota is the same kind of skeleton crew as the official Dallas police. Speeders, drunk drivers, cows in the road, deer accidents. Those are the types of issues they deal with regularly. Not chasing down hardened criminals. An attempted kidnapping might raise the alarm, but not enough to call in a full posse from over 100 miles away to hunt down Jackknife and his boys. Listen, I want to say thanks for looking out for Grace today, Nelson says quietly, taking a ragged breath. Once I'm on my feet, we'll be heading out, leaving the horses in your excellent care, of course. Seriously? He's still stuck on this half-baked plan. The dude looks like hot death and must feel like a rotten egg. I cast a slow glance at Grace, raising a brow. She pushes off the chair, stands straight, and tugs the hem of her green t-shirt down. That's right. I was just packing our bags. Had to use the washer and dryer downstairs. Her answer stuns me, but it shouldn't. She's trying to placate Nelson. I hope. She knows as well as I do that they don't stand a chance in hell against those maniacs out on the open road. Hell, they wouldn't make it more than a few miles before disappearing into the ether. And then, who knows? I sure don't, and it pisses me off. She's lucky to be here now. Nelson knows it in his bones, I'm sure, but he's desperate and trying to save face. I don't know why. Maybe it's the fear or his condition. I just know Grace is scared out of her wits. What a life. Her nerves must be totally shot. Not just from today, but from everything. The goons, Nelson's health, the horses, the ambush. Whatever it is, they're still hiding. Like, why in God's name these brutes pursuing them sent an entire pack of coyotes? That's unusual, no question. I heard enough stories in Hollywood to know no crime syndicate sends a team, if these bumblefucks can be called that, into the sticks, hundreds of miles from home without an insanely good reason. I like her, though. Her stamina goes a long way. Let's not get into that saucy burn she puts in my blood, especially when it winds its way down to a lower part of my anatomy, aching to rebel against common sense. Well, I say, letting the word hang in the air while I stand up. I've already given you my thoughts on your departure. Let me reiterate. You both be goddamn crazy to hit the road while he's sick, and you've got no defense for human scum. They both look at me, surprised. Yeah, I'm overdoing it. But even the thought of Grace and Nelson on the road, helpless, sends a shock current straight up my spine. Look, I've got no doubt Grace is a skilled driver. She's smart, scrappy, capable of handling issues as they come up. Still, I'd be lying if I said I wasn't concerned. I'd be a fool not to speak up while I still can, and tell you it's not just a bad idea. It's a death sentence, guys. I turned to her father. What happens if a tire blows Nelson? She'd be out there on the road, changing it all by herself. You're too sick to help. And when you're relying on a truck I think they brought over on the Mayflower, anything could happen at any time. Nelson's lips twitch, but he says nothing, just peels his gaze off both of us. Let him digest what I said. It won't go down easy. Too bad. I'm not done. If you want, I'll take a look at it. Make sure the air pressure is up in the tires, check the fluids, the filters. Hell, I can't think of anything else off the top of my head. I've had roadside assistance forever, and I certainly wasn't a mechanic in the Army. But I went through the flashy muscle car phase most kids do at 16, and I was rich enough to own a couple. I learned to take good care of them. And I'll need a bill of sale on the horses if you're hell-bent on taking off. In case they need a vet visit or something happens. I'll need proof they're mine. We can do that, Grace says tightly, looking at her father. He'll grab Stern and Rosie's papers. They're still in the glove box, aren't they? Nelson nods slowly. In just the short time I've been here, it's like his eyes droop, turning a shade paler than they were 10 minutes ago. I pat the arm of the sofa. Why don't you take a quick nap? I know from experience some of those medications could knock an elephant out. Grace can get me their papers, and I'll type up a bill of sale for her to bring back to you to sign. Nice and neat. Then I'll take a look at your truck. I think there's a hint of reluctant appreciation in his eyes as Nelson looks at me. There's oil in the back of the truck, and washer fluid. The below zero stuff. He pulls the blanket around his shoulders, slowly cocooning himself. Make sure the jack is easy to get to, would you? Although I can't stand his eerie insistence on leaving, I empathize with his condition. He's a sick, desperate, broken man. And sick, desperate, broken people who still have a fighting spirit don't listen to their bodies or good sense. Sure. You rest easy now. Thanks, Ridge. He rubs one eye and settles back on the sofa cushions. We'll sort this out later, when I'm feeling better, I'm sure. I'd pat his shoulder if I was close enough, but I'm not. So instead I pat the arm of the sofa. Certainly. Glancing at Grace, I lift a brow. You coming? I'll be along shortly, she says, a barely detectable edge in her voice. I just want to get another dose of cough medicine in him before he's out. Okay. I zip up my coat and exit the cabin, waiting on the porch where she can see me through the window. I watch my breath curling out in small smoky puffs in the cool air, wondering if spring will ever come. Also wonder if I just pissed her off by trying to play Mr. Tough Guy and lay down the law. If so, I'm not sorry. She needed to hear it, and that goes double for Nelson. You can't be Mr. Nice Guy when you're trying to save someone's life, especially a couple of folks with their backbone and relentless appetite for rotten luck. Grace finally steps outside a few minutes later, blonde curls bobbing on her shoulders. She's all sugar, good enough to eat, except for those eyes that tell me I might get chewed up if I tried. Really? You had to do that? She asks, scowling me into a hole in the ground. I'm about to protest when I see it's not all venom in her eyes. There's a teasing glimmer, too. Grinning, I wave for her to step down next to me. We're on the same page, trying to get your dad to see the light. Like it or not, he has to realize he's in a fight he can't win. Not alone and sick, anyway. So what, you're Batman? And you don't trust me to handle it? She's dead serious again, keeping even with my face. I played a couple superheroes in my time. It goes with the territory, I tell her, remembering what a mess that last film, Hannibal the Incredible, was. Elephants get awfully pissed when they have to spend 5 hours under a makeup artist trying to make them look like woolly mammoths. And I trust you just fine. Didn't mean to step on any toes. Figured you could use the help. Next time, wait for me to ask, she says as she walks side by side. But I guess I hadn't thought about mentioning a flat tire or a bill of sale. That was good thinking. Her coat smells freshly washed, same for her hair. It's soft, clean, subtly flowery, a scent that rubs my nose and all the less than pure things I'd love to do to her. Fuck, she smells good. You tried everything else, right? Unfortunately. Sighing, she shakes her head. He's so stubborn. Must run in the family. I bite off, holding back a smile. Thanks, Pod. I'm Kettle. Looks like we're both black. What else is new? I chuckle, enjoying how the banter lightens the mood. I look good in black. Did you ever see Vampires of New York? I was 17 and my producer had to get a restraining order against 6 crazy chicks trying to break in and kidnap me. They never would have taken me alive. But still, I think I did the whole creature of the night vibe well, thank you very much. She laughs a light, carefree giggle that floats on the air. Whatever, Batboy. Do you even know how to check the air pressure in tires? I've had grease on these hands a few times, believe it or not. The way she looks up at me is half humor, half doubt. I shrug, resisting the urge to show her what else these hands can do. We left in a rush, so the back of the truck's kind of a mess. But I'll show you where the jack is. I loaded it myself. I don't doubt that for a moment. Trouble is, when she mentions rush, all I can think about is the gaping hole in their story. Everything I still don't know about what we're truly up against. God damn. I need her to throw me the bone her father won't. On second thought, it'd be dumb to get our hands messy before we handle that paperwork. Come on. I veer back toward the house, watching for her to follow. We'll go to my office first, type up some sort of fake bill of sale. I can get their papers from the glove box. We kept them handy in case we got pulled over. You typically need to have their records in order to bring horses across state lines. We won't need any papers for Nelson, just something realistic enough to fake him out. I open the door, hold it for her to enter, and then escort her through the kitchen, through the living room, and down into my office. Closing the door, even though Tobin is the only other person in the house, I take off my jacket and toss it on the leather couch against the wall. Although I hate to ruin the lightheartedness that there was while we've been walking to the house, it's time to get serious. Now that you're here and we can talk in private, I've got a few questions I want answered first. What's really going on? Bottom line, with the hyenas looking to eat you alive? I ask. Her hands pause as she's removing her coat. She glances up, a blue-eyed mess of surprise. I'm not stupid, Grace. I know scum when I see it. The men in that alley wanted to take you, kicking and screaming if they had to. That's a pretty fucking brazen thing to do in broad daylight. Whatever it is they want, they must want it bad. I lean against the edge of my desk. I'm hoping you'll tell me what they're after and where they wanted to take you. She finishes removing her coat, drapes it over the back of a chair and lifts her chin, looking at me with fresh fortitude. You think I don't know that? I knew they'd get me in their vehicle any way they could. But I don't know where they would have taken me. Probably back to Milwaukee, or wherever hole in the wall that creep hides in. I never knew, and Dad never told me. Define that creep. Something tells me you don't mean jackknife, darling. I level a dense stare at her, waiting for more. She glares right back, without backing down. Damn. Knowing she's part wildcat just makes this harder. Despite it all, I like her backbone. Respect it. I also know a way around it. I'm not here to badger your father. He's old, he's tired, he's sick. That's why I'm coming to you, asking for something more I can go on to help, besides just screwing around with a truck that won't get you anywhere but trouble USA. She looks away, blinks, pinching her lips together until they turn white. Grace, I'm not asking for the moon. Don't I deserve a few answers? No argument about that, she says, lifting her chin again as if that gives her potency. But the thing is, I don't have them. Bull. I can't believe that. The creep you're talking about is some kind of head honcho back home, isn't he? My fingers stretch, pushing against my desk. Her eyes are full of hopelessness as she shakes her head, shrugs and looks away again. She's already admitted that her father had gotten mixed up with the wrong crowd, and I know for damn sure that someone in that crowd wants her. Today was more proof. Anger roils my stomach. The worst part is, it's hard to stay mad when she looks as innocent as she does. This fiery slip of a woman breathing up a storm as she glares at me, defiant as ever, making my dick ache to take her over my knee. And yeah, I'm conscious of how fucked up that is to think when I'm busy trying to save her life. Sighing, I push off the desk and walk around it, then tap the mouse to wake up the computer screen and see if Fox sent anything new. Something I can use to ease the truth out of her. No new messages. It only increases my frustration. Damn it, Grace, what is it? What do they want? Drugs? Guns? Money? Diamonds? Fuck, I don't know. I'm grasping at straws. Are you hauling shit for them? Playing mule? Her head snaps up at the word mule, and genuine fear whips across her face. No, she snaps. We're just trying to get away. I study her flashing blue eyes, sense that she's telling me the truth through her hot anger, which just makes this more baffling than ever. Who are you running from? Give me a name. She bows her head, the spark in her eyes fading as she presses a hand over her mouth. Now I've done it. The tiny strangled sob she chokes out makes me feel like absolute shit. Sure, I want my answers, but not by grinding her down to a pulp for them. She's had enough of that. It's been obvious from the beginning. I cross the room, rubbing my hands softly up her arms. Hey, I'm sorry. I went too far. I'm just trying to figure out what we're up against. How I can make it fuck off and leave you alone. Those idiots aren't going away. Today proved it. I know, she whispers. She sniffs, trying to hide the fact that she's crying. That I made her cry. Fuck. Apparently I'm no good at this hero shit in real life. All the boy wonder superhero roles ever written can't prepare you for the grim reality of trying to clean up a mess like this without making a girl's heart collateral damage. Or maybe I've just always been a bit of a moose in a furniture store when it comes to handling emotions. That's why I was an actor. Let a script dictate what I'm supposed to think, feel, or do next. What I say, how I act, how the story ends. Sounds a hell of a lot easier than trying to come up with a solution on my own and accidentally pushing her down a dark hole in the process. I rub her shoulder and then pull her closer, giving her a hug, fitting her head neatly under my chin. It feels good, having her in my arms, the warmth of her body, the clean, fresh, flowery scent of her hair. And I don't deserve a single damn bit of it. Sorry, I whisper. I promise you, I want to help. I can't stand seeing you suffer. Grace, if I could find out... No, she stiffens. No one can help us. No one ever could. We need to go, pull our things together, and get out of... You need to stay here. I rumble firmly, holding her tighter. Go on. Hate me if you want. Just don't put yourself in danger again. Nilsson's sick. You barely got away after being roughed up and... I pause, amazed I'm able to bring myself to say the next words. And part of me still likes the thought of you sprucing up this dreary castle. Give me something to look at besides an urn that doubles as a vase for yellow roses. She pushes against my chest like I've slapped her across the face, breaking the hold I'd had around her shoulders. I don't understand. Urn? She spits out. Head cocked, I nod. There's a different form of distress in her eyes, something I can't pin down. It's not that odd, is it? Plenty of people keep urns of loved ones around. Maybe the custom vase thing is a little out of most people's budgets. But hell, it's tasteful, and it gives Mom's ashes some kind of life until I can figure out what to do with them. I shrug, plenty confused now. I wasn't sure what to do with my mom. It was sudden, and so were the arrangements. Tobin did most of the stuff with the funeral director. If I recall, I was too fucked up at the time. We wound up having her ashes sealed up in the core of that vase. The flower chamber, they crafted separately, so the two would never mingle. Never cared to understand the process, but she loved yellow roses. In my mind's eye, I can still see her beaming after she came home from this big promo shoot for this film, where she played a florist in love. She got to lay down in the flowers, laughing, and she brought big bundles of yellow roses home. I swear, Tobin smelled like perfume for the next week after unloading them and struggling to find enough vases to hold them all. It's the best I could do to honor her. All I could bring myself to do, not counting the night I lost my mind. Half of Hollywood wouldn't leave me the fuck alone after her suicide. Then I tried taking justice into my own hands, and that botched attempt made me a recluse. What? I snap, more harshly than I intend. Why are you looking at me like I'm some kind of freak? I'm not clinging to her forever like some mama's boy. Hell, I'm planning to inter her when I can find the right time, the right place, and... Rich, No, it's not that. I'm sorry. We all grieve in our own ways, and I just... She spins around, plucking her coat off the chair like it's about to burn. I have to go check on Dad. I'm frozen, watching as she bolts out of the room. What the hell just happened? I think about stopping her because she just left the cabin 20 minutes ago, but I can tell she's in flight mode, freaked out over the ashes for some bizarre reason. I'm fucking stumped. She's so down to earth, I wouldn't think keeping ashes around respectfully would bother her. I walk to the mirror, staring at my grave reflection. Am I that ruined without even knowing it? Some kind of morbid vampire in the flesh? Have I isolated myself for too long, eaten up by acid guilt, to the point where I scare people like her? My head flops against the glass, banging it with a thud. I can't believe I'm that far gone. Tobin isn't exactly winning awards for charisma and socializing, but he'd tell me if he thought I was mental. If it was that bad, he'd probably drug me and drive me to a shrink. What's the deal? I dragged her here like a barking idiot looking for answers. Instead, all I've got from Grace Sellers is a hard-on for more questions. The way she reacted sticks with me all afternoon while I check out her truck and the horse trailer. It feels good to put my hands to work since I can't shut my brain off. I go over their vehicle with a fine-toothed comb, checking everything. Not just the fluids, the oil, and tire pressure, but every nook and cranny, anywhere something might be hidden. I come up empty-handed, or close enough. Besides a pistol with ammunition in the glove box, I find the envelopes with old vet records on the horses and a worn dog-eared owner's manual for the truck. Neither she nor Nelson come to the house for dinner. Tobin brings them food anyway, without me suggesting it. And when he returns after delivering their dinner, he says Nelson slept most of the day. The news is a double-edged sword. I want Nelson to get better, of course. But if he does, it'll be that much harder keeping them here. A little while later, my phone pings. I see a new email from Falk. Here's what I have so far. More to follow. Damn. The first line of his email is already disappointing. I'd wanted everything by now. Red meat, solid intel. What's contained in the message is the same old shit. More questions than answers. Some financial records that don't quite add up. Past due bills for the deceased Mrs. Sellers. Massive ones. Then they're suddenly paid off in lump sums that I know didn't come from some railroad pension. The police records are worse. Disasters at the pumpkin farm, mysterious fires, crop destruction, thefts with no probable suspects or active investigations. There's also a medical record for Nelson from a few years back. A gunshot wound. I hold in her breath and let it out slowly. Swiping my email closed, I hit the contacts on my phone. I still need more info, but what I've read is enough to tell me I can't wait. Ready or not, Grace Sellers? It's showtime.
9. No rest for the weary. Grace. For the first time since the holidays, Dad slept almost all day, and then through the night. I'm not sure if it's the meds I've been shoving at him every time he opens his eyes helping, or if he's getting worse. A miserable part of me worries he'll just fall asleep one day and won't ever wake up. I push the thought out of my head, refusing to go there. It has to be the medications. He has to be getting better. No, I'm not turning into my mother, and I'm not daring to wish for anything. Taking a tall sip of the coffee I'm holding while standing in the doorway of the bedroom, I watch the steady rise and fall of Dad's chest. I fold one hand over the other, clasping the warm mug, trying not to let my fingers shake. I remember the last time I was this worried, like yesterday. My mind goes back in time to the farm, shortly after Mom died. 3 years ago. My first instinct was to scream. Who wouldn't when you come home from shopping and find your dad in the bathroom, trying to bandage himself with blood everywhere? What happened? I strain out about 2 seconds before I fly into the bathroom next to him, trying to decipher why he's streaked with rusty red smudges, thick as paint. Gracie, no, leave me be. I just need to sit for a little and he collapses on the toilet, holding his head. At first, I thought it was some kind of freak accident. The freshly cut smell of grass outside tells me maybe he'd cut himself with the mower. But he's not missing any fingers. Then I saw the raw, ugly hole in his shoulder. He's been shot. Oh my God. I can't guess how much blood he's lost to save my life, but I know we don't have much time. Not with that wound he can't even keep a stained towel against, still cradling his head in one hand like he's about to pass out. Dad, come on, this way. If you can walk. No, don't fight me. For once in his life, Dad listens. He leans against me, grunting and cursing up a blue streak under his breath as I guide him clumsily down the hall to his room. Somehow, I get him on the bed, race to the linen closet, and pull out half the towels to try to stop the bleeding. It helps slow it down, I guess. Thank God. But the thing that makes my blood run ice cold is the fact that I don't need a background in medicine to see this could have been so much worse. A few more inches, and it would have been right through his heart. He doesn't fight me as I reach for the phone, bawling so frantically to 911, I'm amazed they can get the gist of what I'm saying. Who did this? I ask, nostrils flaring, shaking with fury as we wait for the ambulance. I swear to God, if I find out, I'll... Gracie, no, he hisses weakly. You can't. I don't know why I bothered to ask. I know who did it the second he tried to shrug it off as nothing. Still do. The same asshole who'd always called him slick. The same brutish, barefaced man who leered at me with every smile, who handwrote "Give my best to Gracie" in a note fixed to the blood-red roses he'd sent for Mom's funeral. The monster. The man I wish, yes, wish, to utterly destroy. But I'll settle for having him gone. Present. Dad fought tooth and nail that day in the hospital room when I could see him again. He begged me to keep my mouth shut, don't say anything. Didn't I understand it'd be the end of us? The way he said it with tears in his dark eyes was scary persuasive. But I'd won that day, to a point. I did go along with his story that he'd been cleaning his gun and had accidentally discharged. The doctors doubted it, but eventually let it go, because I'd corroborated Dad's tale. I told the police where they could find Dad's .45, the same caliber as the bullet they dug out of him. Thank God they never followed up or asked to see the gun. It hadn't been recently fired. I knew that for sure. It was on my nightstand. I'd taken permit classes over the past year and kept it in my bedroom because I knew Clay was far from done. He still isn't. Never will be. It makes me sick. Angry sick at myself, mostly, as I spin around, leaving my cup in the kitchen. I grab my coat and throw the door open. The sun is out today in force. God, I wish I could enjoy the warmth. Relish an ounce of hope that I can end all of this some way. But Clay has men, loyal guns who will keep hunting us down for as long as he says. I head for the barn, despite the anger, the grief, the disgust living inside me. I have to grin at a shrieking crow that greets me. I'd like to think that's how Cornelius Pecker says hello. The rooster flaps his wings, sitting on the top rail of Stern's stall. He belts out another heavy metal cock-a-doodle-doo, just like he's not sure that I'd heard him the first time. Stern snorts and lays his ears back as he twists his long neck to shoot a dirty look at Cornelius. He's just saying good morning, I think, I tell Stern and then nod at the chicken. Good morning to you too, Cornelius. The rooster flaps his wings loudly and then struts along the rail. I've never seen a muscular chicken before, but this one looks like he could beat up every other bird in town. Stern snorts again, thoroughly done with his crap, and I laugh. This is Cornelius's roost, and apparently he's not going to let anyone forget it. He's got his pride. I have to give him that. I feed and water the horses and Cornelius, then open the wide doors leading into the corral. The snow has melted considerably. It's actually starting to feel like what must pass for spring heat in rural North Dakota. I walk out into the corral and around it, through the center, back and forth several times, looking for any icy patches that the horses might slip on. A broken leg would be a final straw right now. The ground feels firm, but not slick. So I walk back inside and let both Stern and Rosie out of their stalls. Their hooves clop the ground softly as they follow the fresh air blowing in. As I'm following them into the corral, I look at Cornelius. What about you, my man? Want to get a little sun? As if he knows exactly what I said, he flutters down off the stall and walks to the door with us, his long white tail feathers waving with each step. Out in the bright sunshine again, I can't help but appreciate the beauty. Not just the sunny day, but the place itself. It's a gorgeous ranch. Private, isolated, remote, and totally country, despite the multi-million-dollar estate. Anyone would feel safe out here, tucked in their own little luxury island, among the fields that must green up beautifully in the summer, and the rolling hills in the distance. North Dakota doesn't have the kind of sky-kissing mountains you find farther west, but it's pretty in its own way. A loud thud breaks my trance, staring off at the horizon. I spin around, recognize Ridge, and try to act like he hasn't just scared the bejesus out of me. He knows my cold, aloof statue thing is an act. At least he doesn't say it. The look in his eyes tells me without words. God, it'd be so easy to tell him what was truly going on when I freaked out on him in his office. Well, maybe not easy, but it might be nice to share the weight, the burden, if only it weren't my cross to bear. Mine and Dad's. Not a reclusive movie star's.
I see Corny sweet-talked you into letting him outside, Ridge says, arriving at the open doors leading into the corral. Hope your ears aren't bleeding too much.
I hope it's all right, I say, cracking a smile. The horses needed some exercise. I'll keep an eye on him.
No need. The rooster does what he wants, when he wants, and he's happy to shout it from the rafters. This is his kingdom.
Ridge waves a hand back at the barn.
He's got it made here, and he knows it. He's not leaving and abandoning all of this for cougar territory.
There's a soft breeze blowing. I hold my face up, letting it wash over me. I never imagined I'd want to be a chicken, a rooster specifically. But what Ridge said is true. Cornelius has it made. Anyone who lives here has their own lovely slice of peace and quiet. It hurts my heart how rare, how unreachable that seems.
How's Nelson doing this morning?
He slept well last night, I say. Then, because I'm so worried, I add, I'm not sure if it's the meds or if he's...
What?
He presses, those blue eyes shifting a shade darker, soft seas to midnight blue. I don't know. Getting worse. He slept almost all day yesterday and last night. That's not like him.
The Sandman's a hell of a healer, darling.
I know, I admit, huffing out of breath. I just can't get past what the pharmacist said about pneumonia. I'd searched the symptoms last night. Dad has them all. He also has what seems like congestive heart failure, just like the ER doc suggested, and a whole conglomerate of other illnesses that made me bite my lip with worry.
I've got a guy showing up here soon, Ridge says. No one to worry about. He's a neighbor and friend, part of the Dallas police. Drake Larkin.
Oh? I'm sure he wants me to know so I don't freak out, seeing a stranger around. That's thoughtful, but it also makes me feel like a complete nervous Nelly.
We talked. I didn't tell him everything, but he knows about those fucks in the SUV. He's bringing over some surveillance equipment to help reinforce this place.
My spine shivers. I glance his way, staring at his profile. He's incredible from every angle. The scattered light and darkness dancing across that corded, rock-hard body captures my attention, makes it way too hard to rip my eyes away. Holy Toledo. I chide myself for having thoughts like this in the middle of a situation that just keeps getting better by the day. I'm only human, though. Sex has been the furthest thing from my mind for so long it might as well belong to an alternate universe. Ridge is a man sculpted with a perfect hand that never touches most mortals. A rich, powerful, built, and yes, freakishly kind-hearted soul who makes me go to pieces because I can't stand it. Can't handle being the one who's hurting him, messing up his life. Yesterday, when he'd hugged me in his office, I swallow. Damn, it felt good, despite how pissed I was. So good, just being held like that, even when I went off on him like a crazy person for mentioning his mom's ashes. I owe him an explanation for lashing out like a crazy woman, but this isn't the time or place. He turns, catches me staring at him, and grins. Welp, here comes the blush. Cornelius's cherry-red comb isn't the brightest thing here anymore. I look away while I still can.
You okay? All this talk about security isn't too much, is it?
He asks softly. I shake my head fiercely. I'm totally not fine.
The house has a top-notch security system, he goes on. but I've decided to beef it up as a precaution. A familiar crushing weight returns to my shoulders. Because of us, I whisper, hanging my head. Because you're staying, he says, unabashed. Because I need to spot any brain-dead goons stupid enough to step foot on my property so I can kick their asses to Egypt and back. That's a long damn trip, Grace. I burst out laughing. He's so ridiculous, but I love that it makes this kind of talk less than the fear fest it'd be otherwise. Ridge, don't tell me it's not necessary, because it is, and my mind's made up. You and your old man are crashing here for as long as it takes. Whoa. He's all kinds of serious, judging by the hot glint in his eye. He takes my hand, squeezes it, flooding my system with a new deluge of mixed-up emotions. I do have one favor to ask, he says. Part of me wants to laugh. A favor? I owe him a hell of a lot more for everything he's already done for us, and I guess if he needs to know more about Clay, about his minions, then maybe it's time to put on my game face, get over the agony, and tell him. Sure, I say. What do you need? The items you found in the shed and washed. I know you don't have time to do everything you wanted to do with them, but would you mind giving them to Tobin? Tell him what you had in mind? Frowning, because I'm 90% sure he'd only gone along with the whole redecorating scheme to appease my father that first morning, I give him a puzzled look. I mean, sure. That's no big deal at all, I say hesitantly. But why? Tobin asked me about it this morning. I know he's a stiff, that's just Tobin, but he's also a shameless history buff. He saw everything in the cabin while checking up on you and Nelson, and was curious. When I told him those were some of the things you were going to use to decorate the house with, he swallows what seems like a laugh and shakes his head. Excited. I can't help smiling with relief. I don't know that I've ever seen Tobin genuinely excited before, he says with a chuckle. I eye him critically, trying to figure out if he's trying to appease me, so I don't freak out about the cop coming around. No, there's too much amusement dancing in his eyes. I like this look a lot. I'll do it tonight, I tell him. Seriously, he says. Haul a box of that stuff in the house and you'll see him telling the truth. Bet he rips it right out of your hands. All right, I agree, trying to imagine it. Tobin seems kind enough in his own way, but he's very standoffish. I can't see him getting excited over anything, let alone a few old jars, crocks, and tack from an old farm. Then again, I've been wrong about a lot of things. The longer I stare at Ridge Barnett and those sneaky smiles that are impossible not to beam back, the more I wonder. What if he's everything I need? It's late the next day before I fully realize Ridge, once again, was right. Tobin was excited about the items. He was even more excited about helping me carry in more of the things I'd set aside in the shed. During the evening that followed, and yet again today, the entire kitchen morphed into his own personal lab of sorts. With meticulous care, he washed, dried, and at times repaired items I couldn't get to or didn't know how to fix, while I worked on drafting the best spots to display them. We barely stopped for lunch between talking and consulting each other on displaying the antiques. Later, I make the latest of several trips to the cabin to check on Dad. He's finally awake. I'm not sure he even realizes he's been out for the better part of a whole day. Don't know why I'm so tired, he says, lying back down in the bed after taking another big dose of medicine. Because you're sick, your body's worn down, and you've been lacking sleep for months. The Sandman's a hell of a healer, I say, repeating Ridge's words from this morning. Come again? His face jerks up. Nothing. My face heats. Just a funny phrase I heard. Well, whatever they put in that stuff helped the coughing, and the pain in my chest, Dad tells me, rubbing at a drowsy eye before flopping back on the pillow with a heavy sigh. I'm glad something did. Words will never be enough to express how grateful I am. I'm still weak, but I bet by tomorrow, I'll be ready to pack up and hit the road. Let me know what you find on the Google Maps, will you? Oh no. Without answering, I lean down, kissing his forehead. It's nice of you to get more of that decorating done, too, he says drowsily. Maybe we'll see this place in a few months, whenever we come back for Rosie and Stern. I wait until he falls asleep again, and then tiptoe out of the cabin. Walking toward the house, I see Ridge now on the roof of the barn. I try to pull my eyes away, but can't. He's been working outside all day, putting up cameras and sensors with that other guy, Drake. He's been at it for hours, going through so much trouble for me. The nicest, most handsome, sexiest man alive. Hardly an exaggeration considering who he is, and I've got him working his butt off trying to save mine. I don't know how this ends, but by the time I turn around, flicking my eyes away from Ridge's silhouette on the barn, I'm determined. I'm so not letting him put that brutally gorgeous butt of his in harm's way. Not if I can stop it first.
10. No comfort. Ridge. A smug grin tugs at my lips. So far, I like what I'm seeing. Clicking through the software that shows the locations of the cameras I'd set up today and testing each one. The program matches the app on my phone, but there's something about testing everything behind a desk that makes me feel like a better watchdog. Still, no point in getting too cocky. Before totally accepting these damn I'm good accolades, I pick up my phone, open the app, and check to make sure every single camera works via phone too. Everything looks flawless. Thank fuck for Drake. It'd have taken me twice as long without his help, but I can't deny the sense of accomplishment that comes with climbing around on roofs all day, meticulously wiring everything in, all for that little blonde stray of mine. Nothing's going to hurt her here. I'll turn this place into a fortress of doom before I let Jackknife and the rest of his clowns catch me with my pants down, or snatch Grace and her old man from right under my nose. No need for a workout today either. I got plenty of that doing installation on the house, cabin, storage shed, and barn. The last one was dicey. The roof was still slippery from melting ice and steep angles unfit for a bird. My calves are still stinging with the satisfied burn. I'm damn glad Drake loaned me the climbing rope so I could tie myself off. It kept me from falling off the roof and snapping my neck. I'm thankful for everything he brought over, really. I noticed all the cameras at his place last fall, the first time he invited me over for a beer. Old habits, he said, and I knew exactly what that meant. He'd kept their whole place wired up ever since the trouble with Jupiter Oil, a rival pack of dirty backstabbing oilmen. Nothing dangerous has come to Drake and Bella's doorstep since then, but I'd be the last person to blame a man for being too careful. I'm grateful he kept them now for a whole new reason. The minute I called, asking him if he'd purchased them locally, he offered to bring the whole set over since they'd had a good run of peace. I'd happily accepted. Even with overnight shipping, I couldn't have gotten anything else up and running this quick. And after what happened to Grace in that alley, speed is of the essence. Those fucks could show up any time, right on my doorstep. Now, I'll know it before they get within a mile of the house. Several miles if they come down the main service road. My place is on higher ground, and I just gave it eyes. We're ready for them. "Dinner call," Tobin says, walking in through the open door. "I trust you won't delay after the day you've had. Must have worked up a fierce appetite." "No way, I'm starving," I say, just as my stomach growls like a bear. "Missing lunch will do that," he says, pedantic as ever. "Huh?" Scowling, I push away from the desk and stand, stretching my arms high over my head. "I ate the sandwich you left on the front porch." "That wasn't me. Miss Sellers' offering," Tobin says, stiff as ever. "She left it there without interrupting your work. Also, she agrees with me that you should have hired someone, rather than climbing up on those treacherous roofs by yourselves. Even with an officer assisting, you could have gotten injured." Tobin. You realize it would have taken a week to drag some poor contractor out here from town to rig up cameras, right? I laugh at him and secretly smile at the notion Grace made sure I had something to fill my gut. "Perhaps. But perhaps you also realize luck has its limits, Ridge," he says quietly. I study him for a minute, never quite sure what's going on behind this damn android man's glasses. Of course I'd seen Grace walking between the house and cabin today. Every time it made me feel good to know I was busting my hump for her. I haven't done anything like this since Afghanistan. Life hadn't allowed it. And the one time I put myself in real danger after my discharge, that was about me. Even while I was enlisted, I'd been serving my country. That was plenty rewarding, but this is different. This is all for her. A lovely young woman counting on me to keep her safe. A brilliant streak of sunshine who still won't admit she needs me. Somehow, that makes this insanity more intimate. Is she already here? I ask. When I'd come inside an hour ago, I'd gone straight to the bathroom downstairs after seeing Drake off, and then to my office to check the cameras. She's still at the cabin, I believe. Aren't they joining us for dinner? I do a double take and instantly regret it. I swear. I'm not fucking holding my breath over whether or not this lady wants to eat with us, but I'll be surprised if she doesn't. Tobin looks at me over his frames. Her father requested soup for supper again, and she said she'd have the same herself. I believe she planned to stay with him for the night. He turns, heading for the door. I already carried their food over with some bread, fresh fruit, and a pie, in case they'd rather have a fuller meal. I laugh to myself. He'll never admit what a softy he is. Fine. Did she mention any new ideas for all that old crap we found? The antiques, you mean? He stomps in the doorway and looks at me, adjusting his glasses on his nose. No, the mummy we unearthed in the field. Come on, man. You know what I mean. I groan, dragging a hand across my face. Their age commands a certain respect, he says. Suddenly the old-timey teacher rapping me across the knuckles for a dumb answer. It sounds like you didn't notice all the work she did today. Work? Where? You mean she's already getting it in place? You're a hopeless man, Ridge Barnett. He huffs out of breath. Follow me. I bite back a grin. Even Tobin has his limits with my shit sometimes. Been busy. I haven't had a chance to prowl around the house all day, I say, catching up to him. We head to the next floor. As soon as I enter the foyer, I stop, stare, and look around. I was so focused on my own work when I'd walked in, I hadn't noticed anything. And now I wonder how the hell I'd missed the obvious. The entire area is transformed. Mother's portrait, the vase with the yellow roses, it's all there, but... Damn, I whisper, glancing at Tobin. He nods, not even trying to hide a smile like usual, and then turns, heading for the living room. I walk to the center of the foyer, taking it all in. It's the little things that make it shine. An old horse harness hanging on the wall. An aged wooden barrel with the hooked end of an umbrella sticking out the top. 2 crocks on the base of the stairs, one full of pine cones. The other a few pine boughs that give my nose an instant punch of freshness. Then there's an antique. I'll use the proper word for Tobin's sake. Washboard with the word welcome painted on it in a girly script. Finally, an old scuffed-up gray board with a rope looped around it and several pictures attached, hanging on the wall near my mom's portrait. Walking closer, my heart swells as I realize they're candid photos of my mother throughout her career, carefully selected from several different movies. Talk about memories galore. Shit. The one where she's smiling, half toppled over, dusted with flour. I remember being on the set. I think I was 7 years old. The set crew even let me fling big fistfuls of flour around to help create the scene where Mom fell over in her own cake factory after trying to keep up with 100 delicious confections for a big Italian wedding with 800 people. It's one of those classic, funny, awkwardly organic rom-com scenes. Very I Love Lucy. I don't realize how much I'm smiling until I turn. Yeah. There's no question these pictures are better memories than that towering portrait with its thick gold frame. I step back, staring at the wall, the table below it holding the vase and its roses. There, too, she's made a subtle change. The vase has been moved just slightly, making room for an old oil lamp and 2 horseshoes, both linked together, lying between the lamp and the vase. Impressive. With barely a few tweaks, she's altered the entire feel of that wall. The in-your-face memorial is more subdued now, as if it's a natural part of my house, rather than a bitter piece of the past I'd agreed to on Tobin's whim. Slowly, I make my way into the living room. Again, no jaw-dropping changes, just little things. Old odds and ends, antiques, natural art. A few empty metal containers and crocks, probably waiting for the flowers we talked about. Each bit of decor more fitting than the last. Right down to the 3 blue canning jars on the coffee table. They're inside a flat wooden tray with stones and miniature candles. Her insight about bringing in nature to make the house feel less sterile was dead on. There's another old board attached to the wall. This one is wider and has silvery wire around it, and then more pictures. This time they're all me. I recognize several of my boy wonder superhero flicks. The angsty high school quarterback I'd played half a lifetime ago. A few scenes from more recent Western flops. Here come those memories again, and they come with a smile I just can't shake. There's also a handsome saddle blanket draped on the back of the sofa. It's old, subtly frayed, but freshly washed, and it adds a perfectly rustic touch to the room. So does the scarred wooden bowl with a small antler lying inside it on an end table. I feel like I'm teleported back to the Westerns without the stress or the market indigestion at the end. Just the good times. When I had this place built, I wanted balance. Country and classy paired up in equal measure. A whole team of architects and interior designers from California might have started it, but Grace Sellers gave it a soul. She turned old junk into unique, heartfelt warmth. She's given me a home, at least a few rooms worth, and suddenly it's not just her dilemma that makes me want to keep her around. God damn. This woman could be lethal to bachelorhood. If only claiming her wouldn't be the biggest dick move on the planet. I make my way into the kitchen and have to stop, taking a look at another board lined with pictures. For this one, she's used copper wiring. It has pictures of me I barely remember from my military days. An infectious grin eats at my face as an old Polaroid catches my eye. My younger self standing outside Kandahar with Falk and a few other guys. We'd finished up a dangerous recon that day and pitched our camp in this dangerous stretch of mountains. She made that one to hang in your office, but you were in there, Tobin says, sneaky as ever. I whip around, flashing him a dirty look. Dick move, buddy. That bell's coming one day, I swear. I shake my head, turning back to the pictures. She wanted to surprise you. I dug out the old albums and supplied her with photos that seemed suitable. The final product has a certain aesthetic, doesn't it? He muses softly. Sure. Did I ever tell you about the time in that picture? We reconned this insurgent compound tucked away in the mountains. Falk, he found this old tank on the way back half buried in mud. Must have been left over from the Russians. But the important thing is what we found inside. Tobin looks at me, slowly raising an eyebrow. Please tell me it's not X-rated. Nah, you wish. It was this ancient bottle of vodka in perfect condition, probably 20 or 30 years old. Knowing the Soviet shit was little better than moonshine sometimes, we drew straws on who'd be the first to try it. I stab a thumb at my chest. Lucky me. I lived to tell the tale, obviously. But I was so plastered off my ass an hour later the guys couldn't stop roaring. Charming. He's completely iced over with sarcasm. However, if you're satisfied with Miss Sellers' work, I suppose... Satisfied? Everything I've seen is the shit, Tobin. I clap him loudly on the shoulder. Thanks for getting her that stuff. He gives me a slight smile. I know Tobin, and as much as he appreciates etiquette that'd drive a royal crazy, he hates when people slobber all over him with praise, too. Still, I'm grateful he was a part of this. even if Grace was the miracle worker. I follow him into the dining room where dinner waits, noticing other new additions on the walls, floors, and counters. See? I tell Tobin as I sit down at the table. Perfection. Nothing overdone. It's all little things that seem to flow together. This place already feels brighter. His lips pull into a thin line as he serves us both these sinful steaks with asparagus and some citrus glaze, a chickpea mash with roasted garlic on the side. I have to agree, Tobin says. She's off to a running start. I helped her place an online order for some pillows, rugs, candles, and other miscellaneous items. The flowers should arrive next week. We also have another box of artifacts in the laundry room waiting to be cleaned. I'll take care of it tonight. When this project started and he showed a twitch of enthusiasm, I was surprised. Now I'm amazed at how enthralled he is. Grace has a rare creative hand, Tobin tells me, between perfectly paced bites of food. You should have seen her. She'd simply pick up an item, look at it, and then tell me what we could do and where we could find it a home. I was skeptical at first, but I tell you, Ridge, her vision is remarkable. She just crafts a scene in her head, sketches a few scenes, and then brings it to life. I can tell, I say. The place looks great. We spend, well, actually Tobin spends, most of the meal discussing other items he and Grace schemed up. I listen, but I don't hear everything because my mind is mainly on Grace herself. She's damn good at what she does. No denying it. She'll be able to do whatever she wants with home decor, once this crap is behind her. Hell, all I'd have to do is make a couple phone calls, and she'd be slammed with so many orders for those old boards with personalized photos that she'd need to hire a whole team. I smile between bites of steak. It's rare when something bridges my old life with the new so cleanly. Her work does that without any bitterness, regret, or flash of the hell that drove me out here. If I can look at her stuff for the rest of my life this easily, then maybe I can learn to let the fuck go too. After supper, I open the back door to walk over to the cabin and thank her in person, but I see her walking up the pathway from the barn first. Grace, I yell from a few paces away. She turns and spots me as I jog down the steps. I just brought the horses and Cornelius in for the night. They're fed and watered, she says, giving a saucy flip of her gold locks that says, accomplished. Shit, I'd half forgotten the animals with everything else going on today. Some rancher I'll make. Thanks, lady. You're a lifesaver. I just wanted to drop by and say thanks for the Midas touch. You just turned junk into gold. Her eyes ignite, twinkling pearl blue stars as she laughs. Better not use the J word around Tobin. Already screwed that up a few times. I'm a better looker than I am a talker when it comes to furnishings, I guess. I cock my head, mesmerized by her pretty face. I can't pull my eyes off her. She's more than just this sweet wisp of a woman. She's adorable, natural, curves in all the right places and a heart that never quits. The urge to kiss her, lay down the law on that strawberry-shaped mouth, hits me like a raging bull. Hell, it's not just her junk-fixing skills I'm thinking about. The thought of doing more than just kissing hits my junk hard. It's been a while, yeah, but I'm not so blue in the balls I've turned into an antique myself just yet. Thanks again. I'm really glad you like it. She breaks eye contact, glancing at the cabin. I have to get inside, Reg. Dad's in the bath, and I told him not to get out until I was inside, in case he's unstable. I don't want her to go. He felt good enough to take a bath? Yep, he insisted. Her chest plumps and then shallows again with obvious relief. Holy melons. The things I'd love to do to those lush, palm-sized, maddeningly perky... Hold up. I'll come with. See if he needs any help. It just flies out of me. I had to say something so I could get my fool brain unglued from her chest. She grasped my arm. No, he wouldn't want that. She's right. Seeing an old man in the buff isn't my idea of fun either, but I'm not ready to let her go. Grace? Night, Reg, she says, releasing my arm and quick-stepping her way back to the guest house. Let's talk more tomorrow about the designs. Damn it. It's like she can sense the heat ray shooting out of my pants. The fact that I can't remember the last time a girl walked away when I was this riled just makes me want her ass under me even more. But I can't chase after her. Not tonight. Not ever. Fuck. Chase her? What am I even thinking? I've never chased down a woman in my life. And I sure as hell don't plan to start with a girl who needs more complications in her life, like a hole through the head. Sighing, I spin around and walk back to the house where I spend one of the most miserable nights of my life, with balls bluer than Huckleberry Hound. I'd kill to be an animated dog, and not have to put up with a heart-on that's got a mind of its own, throbbing under the sheets, waking me several times with these fevered sex dreams involving a deserted island, me, and a blonde mermaid who used to farm sea pumpkins. Her name? Gracelyn. Fuck originality, right? She's a hot current in my brain when I wake up the next morning in a sweat, to the sound of my cell phone. One look at the number has me scowling. Letting the call go to voicemail, which I won't listen to, I shower, get dressed, and go downstairs, where Tobin already has fresh coffee waiting in a Chemex. He's watching me oddly. What? I ask, taking a slurp of coffee. Is my fly unzipped or something? Miss Silk called me this morning. Welcome to the club. Bebe called me too. I grumble. Must be pure desperation if she's blowing up both our phones. And? He reaches for the Chemex, refilling his own cup. And you already know the rest. I didn't answer. I don't care what she has to say or how bad she begs. They'll have to drag me back to LA in a body bag if they want me in a studio again. Expressionless as ever, Tobin looks at me. Don't you worry it will cause issues? It? My stomach sinks. Fuck. What the hell has Bebe done now? Miss Silk hasn't done anything this time, Reg. Tobin picks his phone up off of a counter, makes a couple of swipes on the screen and passes it to me. It seems, well, you did. What? I didn't even... I stop, coffee in midair, reading the words on his screen. A scandalous mag exclusive. The elusive, reclusive, once famous Dane Barnett has been reported living on a secluded ranch near Dallas, a tiny North Dakota oil boomtown. The tragically fallen star and brain behind several recent what-were-they-thinking westerns is living intimately with a pumpkin farmer from Wisconsin half his age. What the shit? I start scrolling past the endless pop-up ads and pictures of me, stopping when pictures of Grace pop up. Pictures of us from the day we went into town. Except they don't look right. These are fucking photoshopped, I snarl. Grace looks like she's about 18 in these pics. Grace, who's got every reason in the world to keep an even lower profile than I do. Unless... Tobin gives me this pained look I haven't seen since the night I walked out on him and took payback into my own hands, not long after Mom's funeral. Ridge, I suggest you have an urgent talk with Miss Sellers. If it's as it seems, then... I'm on my feet before he can even finish his sentence. Son of a bitch. Unless I've had my head so far up my ass I've gone blind. The moment I yank open the back door, I hear an engine running. Jogging around the corner of the house, I see exactly what I expect. An old Ford backing up to the horse trailer parked next to the barn.
As you listen, remember that rest is also part of the experience. Enjoy this break as a small gift for your mind, and thank you for choosing this free audiobook.
11. No lucky break. Grace. I see Ridge coming for the truck and have to breathe through the anger that's been boiling me alive for the past 2 hours. God, I was hoping to have the horses loaded and out of here before he woke up, but I couldn't push Dad that hard. Sure, he sprang up the second I mentioned the possibility of leaving, but he's been dragging ever since. He was doing so well last night, and now he's in the barn, gasping for air just from walking that far. I didn't tell him why we have to leave so suddenly, or why I've had an abrupt change of heart. He doesn't need the extra stress, and frankly, he never asked. "Did your job, so now you're leaving?" Ridge says, jerking open my door. I ignore him, keep backing up, using my rearview mirror, forcing him to walk or get smacked by the open door, until I hear the clink of the ball hitting the hitch on the horse trailer. That's my cue to throw the truck in park, turn it off, and glare. I can't believe I thought I could trust him, that he was truly out to help us, with nothing in this superhero act for him. For all I know, he threw those cameras up for show, just so he could wait for the perfect second to run outside and make a big stupid show for the paparazzi. "How much are they paying you?" he asks, his voice this animal growl. I've heard it before, the morning he chased those men off me in the alley. Only now the same dark storm in his voice is aimed at me. "Paying me? You're serious?" I shove at his chest, barely pushing him out of the way as I barrel out of the truck so I can attach the trailer. He rocks back as I slip past. I'm ready to bite him when he grabs me, but by some miracle, he keeps his paws to himself. "Grace, you're such a flipping idiot, Ridge Barnett. Are you trying to get yourself killed? Because that's what your little stunt will do." Shaking my head, I walk to the back of the truck. Little my ass. It's actually a ginormous, reckless stunt. I truly can't fathom what's running through his head. "My stunt? Excuse the fuck out of you, darlin'. I wasn't born yesterday. I see what you're up to. Pretending to be on the run, showing up at the almost deserted Bobcat in the middle of a blizzard. That bald asshole, your stuntman. You're a fine actress, Grace. Hats off to you and the rest of your crew. Shit, that scene in the alley in town was worth 10 Oscars. Oscars? What are you talking about? I don't... This, he roars, holding a phone in front of me. It's one of the many ugly articles I'd read this morning. I'd searched his name so many times the past few days that it auto-appeared in my Google interests. There wasn't even a need to go looking. As soon as I'd looked at my phone to check the weather report this morning, the page was full of breaking news about Ridge Dane Barnett, scandalously living with a pumpkin farmer nymph in Dallas, North Dakota. Nymph? That's what a few of those trash pieces called me, making it seem like I'm not even old enough to drink, much less date a famous movie star. "That's not even the best one," I mutter, swatting the phone away from my face. The one where my face is photoshopped on some lady's body in a bikini is a real doozy. I hope you aren't paying whoever you've got doing your dirty work too much. 2 of the pictures they lifted off my old social media page aren't even me. They were, in fact, ancient photos of my mom that I'd uploaded and posted after she died. Pictures from when she was young and alive. That was enough to trigger hot, angry tears before I'd even scanned through 3 of those twisted PR pieces. "Bastard," I added, tottering a step backward. "Me? Fuck. You think I'm the one who did this?" He blinks like he's straining to comprehend his own question. "Who else? Unless you're going to tell me Cornelius can pick up a phone and speak backstabber ease." I walk to the back of the truck and start cranking up the trailer hitch. "You've lost it. Why the hell would I broadcast where I'm staying to the entire world? Much less your business. The whole fucking point of moving here was to get away." I flash him a vicious look that tells him I'm past done with his lies. "I wish I knew," I huff out. "Because if you pulled this crap trying to save your career, congratulations. It's enough to get you and Tobin killed before you're ever cast in another film." His brows pull together into angry, thick thunderheads. "You can't even come up with a motive before you point your finger? Bullshit, Grace." "Is it? There must be 100 articles online calling you disgraced, desperate, saying you had some kind of breakdown and trashed your career." I take a deep breath, wondering who's saying these words. Oh, he's got me hotter than a pistol, but I know my words hit him straight in the balls. He gives back dagger eyes. I fold my arms, ready to stand my ground. It's too perfect. A hot little scandal you can control. A kept woman, maybe. Someone to smile and look pretty and make you marketable again. Maybe that's why you stepped up at that bar and implied we're engaged. Some of those articles, they say you're... I lose my nerve. "What?" he snaps. "Spit it out, woman. Let me fucking have it."
Deranged, disturbed, crazy. I can't force it out because I don't want to believe it. He moves a step closer, an image of walking stone. You know why I stepped in that night at the Bobcat? I saved you from that ogre fuck, and I hope it was real. Christ, I've seen crazy fans before and media traps, but you're delusional if you think I'd marry you for a story, a payoff, whatever the fuck you're after. Delusional. Marry you? You're the delusional one. Furious, I push my hair back out of my eyes after it had fallen in and ask, is your ego so huge that you think you're untouchable, Ridge? Newsflash, you're not. And you're a bigger fool if you think I've done anything underhanded. Gracie, I glance over at Dad standing in the barn door. World's worst timing. No, not standing. Holding himself up, barely. Oh no. Dad! I leap off the trailer hitch and run to him. Ridge reaches him first and catches his other arm just as Dad starts slipping to the ground. It's all right, Nelson, he says, the fury in his voice gone. We've got you. For a second, our eyes lock, and I hate that he can see my naked fear. We have to get him in the house, he tells me, looking over Dad's bobbing head. Ugh, he's right. I'll have to hold the urge to sink my teeth into his stupid, handsome face and find out if he tastes like a filthy liar. Ridge does most of the muscle work, carrying Dad more than supporting him into the house, straight to the posh couch in his living room. Hell, I'm sorry, Dad says, gasping loudly. I was feeling so much better, but... It's okay, Dad, I say, sitting beside him. Don't worry. Easier said than done. Guilt gnaws at my insides in huge, monstrous bites. I'd pushed him too hard this morning. This half-baked plan, this reflex to run away on a whim. What were you two yelling about? Dad asks, leaning his head against the back of the sofa and sucking in air. Nothing, Ridge says it without skipping a beat. I pat Dad's knee. He's right. We were just trying to get the horses ready. Don't lie to me, Gracie, Dad says, his face miserably pale. I heard you screaming about being killed. Crud. Busted. My concern doesn't override my anger at Ridge or my fear for him. If he thinks I faked him out to thieve a story for the press, he's going to get himself killed. Clay Grendel and his men are very real. And now I'm sure he's seen the headlines. He knows where we are and who's been helping us. We've had a leak. Someone blabbed to the media that you and Grace are staying here, Nelson, Ridge says with soldier precision, delivering the facts, none of the rage he'd shown earlier. The media? Dad echoes. Yes, leaked. I haven't told anyone. Ridge looks at me with disdain. I wouldn't have told anyone. Neither would I snap, glaring back. This isn't the time or place, but holy hell, I'm so not letting Mr. Snarly Pants actor tread all over me. Dad looks at me slowly. It's him. That's what he does. Gets to you by using the people you love, and anyone who dare help you. Pete and his minions know we're here. I knew he'd come back and find us. A chill rips up my spine at how he says, find us. I know he's right, though. That's exactly what Clay did to Noelle and her husband. Got to her so we couldn't go there. Now he's targeting Ridge, and since direct threats won't work with him, he's trying a different tactic, so we'll leave. Want to give him a name, Nelson? Ridge asks, shifting his gaze. Satan himself. Dad bows his head and shakes it hopelessly. If you're right, he'll have to do better than a few cheap tabloid tricks, Ridge says, undaunted. I have security, high-tech cameras, a direct line to the Dallas police. You're safe. No! Dad heaves in a breath, his eyes bulging out. And neither are you. Not if he knows who you are. He breaks into a new coughing fit. I'm more concerned than ever because he can't seem to stop. Here, Tobin says, appearing at my side with a glass of water. Dad stops long enough to take a sip, coughs again, then leans his head back, straining to fill his lungs. He's a statue of pain, suffocating in his own body. Dad, forget him for a minute, I whisper quietly. We need to get you to the doctor. No, he heaves out a rattling sigh. It's too dangerous, Gracie. I just need some more medicine you bought me, and then we'll... He looks at me with blank, confused eyes. My heart leaps into my throat. Tobin touches Dad's cheek, then his forehead. He's burning up. We have to get this man immediate medical attention. I press a hand to Dad's forehead and see how right he is. My hand feels like I just put it on a stove burner. Jesus, I whisper to myself. Where should we take him?
We'll call a doctor, Ridge says, giving Tobin a sharp look. Find one who'll drive out here. I don't care what it costs. Tell them I'll pay it. Right away. Tobin rushes out of the room, his immaculately polished shoes hitting the floor loudly. I'll go to the cabin and grab the medications you bought, Ridge tells me, rising to his feet. There has to be something to tide him over before we can get a pro out here. I nod while standing up. Here, Dad, just lie down. Don't move. From decorating, I know they keep pillows in the huge linen closet in the laundry room. I'll be right back. I'm going to get you a pillow and a nice cold washcloth. The way he flops into the cushions without argument, his delirious eyes pinched shut, proves just how sick he is. I haven't seen him so helpless since the day I found him shot and bleeding. God, things can't possibly get any worse, right? A heavy haze of fear, frustration, and dread shrouds me by the time I've gathered a couple of pillows and a washcloth that I run under cold water for Dad's forehead. I need to call an ambulance and take Dad to town, wherever the nearest hospital is. Tobin isn't going to find a doctor to drive out here for a house call. Both Ridge and Tobin are at Dad's side when I return, which surprises me, because I wasn't dilly-dallying. It also makes it that much harder to hate him when he's stooped over Dad's frail figure, concern blazing hot in those starry blue eyes. Why is it the guys who have souls also hulk out and transform into such screaming assholes? The doctor's on her way, Ridge tells me, glancing up. Should be 10 minutes or so. I'm stunned. Nodding, I lay the cool cloth on Dad's forehead. Rest easy. Everything's gonna be okay, I whisper, stroking his brow. I can't bear to look at Ridge because it hits me then. Whether I like it or not, he's the key to our lives ever being okay again. The numbing blur of fear lingers for the next few hours as the doctor, a middle-aged, no-nonsense woman, gives Dad a thorough exam. Finally, she delivers a diagnosis: pneumonia. At first, I'm so scared I can't breathe. But she assures us that hospitalization isn't our only option and recommends hiring a home health company to oversee his care for the next few days. In hours, I've signed a contract for a home health agency. Ridge insisted, telling me I shouldn't waste a second worrying about the cost. There'll be time for that later, I guess. But for now, I'll swallow my pride and put Dad's health first. The RN arrives later. We transfer Dad to the cabin, get him situated in bed with a portable oxygen condenser and an IV of saline solution and antibiotics. He's out, sleeping relatively peacefully in no time. Big relief. It's all been such a whirlwind that I'm dizzy, but also so thankful it hurts. Dr. Abrams is an amazing woman. She promises she'll be back to check on Dad the day after tomorrow, and we'll go from there. She has a small clinic in Dallas, but she only works a few days a week. Tobin had seen her last fall, more to scope her out as a suitable care option rather than for any real issue, I suspect, and put her on retainer as their private on-call doctor. It's easy to think of everything when you've got a full-time valet, apparently. Tobin knew they'd eventually need a doctor out here, though, and he was right. Now for the hard part. I owe Ridge so flipping much, including an apology for thinking he'd been behind those media lies, for thinking he'd ever be so ugly, so selfish, when he's proven otherwise today a dozen times. He's sleeping like a baby, Nurse Jackie Owen says, smiling as she steps out of the bedroom. She's an older woman with dark curly hair, bright green eyes, and so far hasn't taken one bit of crap from Dad the few times he worked up the energy to fuss. I give it a day. He's never liked being coddled. I can take him, easy, she assures me with a wink. I've knocked sense into country boys from around here missing fingers and toes, and still insisting all they need is a Band-Aid and a shot of Jack. I hope she's right. I'm glad she's been a nurse for 30 years and swears she's seen it all. Thank you. I truly don't know what more to say. It's all coming down on me like an avalanche right now. This day, this week, this year, this life. Why don't you get some shut-eye yourself, young lady? Sure looks like you could use it, Jackie says, patting my shoulder. He's in good hands. A burning ache scratches my throat. Sure, with her looking after him, Dad will be all right. But for how long? I pinch my lips together and nod. Needing a bit of air, I say, I need to go check on our horses. And I do. I haven't been to the barn since this morning, when Dad collapsed and Ridge nearly carried him into the house.
I put on my coat and head outside, into the darkening purple glow of evening. A somber day for the sky to look so beautiful. Zipping my coat, I head for the barn. "Hey," a gruff voice calls. The ache in my throat burns hotter as Ridge shuts the door to his house behind him, rapidly striding my way on those powerful legs. "Hey yourself," I answer. He's been back and forth between the house and the cabin all day, the same as Tobin. Tears burn my eyes, and I turn, starting for the barn again. Not now. I'm so not ready to face him again. "I was just going out to check the horses," I say, fighting hard to control my pitch. "I'll join you." Of course he will. Lovely. But I can't say no. In fact, I have a whole hecking lot I need to say to him. Starting with, I'm sorry. I'll wait until we're inside the barn, I guess, with the horses between us. An emotional barrier of sorts. I need one bad right now. Cornelius struts out the door, his head bobbing as we walk around the corner of the barn. I think nothing of it until I don't hear Ridge's footsteps and turn, seeing he's fallen back. "Was the door open all day?" he asks. "I haven't been here since this morning," I admit. "Haven't even had a chance to look out the window." "Me neither. Shit, what's wrong?" I step up, heart banging in my chest, and look around him into the empty barn. "Oh, no, 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 no!" I shoulder around, racing into the barn, praying to everything holy that this isn't happening. My luck can't be this bad. But seeing the stall doors flung open and no sign of Rosie and Stern anywhere. Yep, it's atrocious. "Grace, they're gone. Dad, he opened the stalls before he walked outside and collapsed. He said he'd get the horses ready while I hooked up the trailer." My heart sinks into a black pit as I spin around, staring at the open door. It might as well be a sawed-off shotgun aimed at my head. Holy hell, they've been gone all day. Ridge sweeps forward, grabbing my arm, holding me up when I'm not sure my knees will anymore. "We'll find them," he growls. "They couldn't have gotten far. The snow's a lot less melted in these hills and fields. They couldn't have moved much faster than turtles out there." His words are hardly any comfort. A horrible flash of the horses dead in the fields hits me, their legs twisted from uneven, icy ground. Just when I thought my heart had nothing left to break, the last piece teeters on a cliff. If something horrid happened to Rosie and Stern, it'll be the end of me. It's growing darker by the minute. After Ridge spots hoofprints in the snow, we're in his truck, bouncing along barely cleaned-up field roads, eyes darting around in all directions for Rosie and Stern. The urge to crawl up and die, knowing it's my fault, gnaws at my heart. I should have checked up on them. I should have realized Dad was going to open their stalls, getting them ready for the trailer. I should have just had an effing brain. "Grace, I'm sorry," Ridge says suddenly, raking me with his deep blue gaze. "For this morning, accusing you of that media leak. I don't know what the fuck I was thinking. Actually, I do. It was Hollywood hitting me in the face, everything I wanted left behind, and I panicked. Jumped to conclusions I shouldn't have." I'm frozen. Just when I thought nothing could make me feel worse, boom, there it is. It's not nearly as absurd to believe I'd rattled him out when I think about it. He's rich, famous, and reclusive. Who wouldn't want everyone and their dog to know they're staying at his ranch? What scummy gutter reporter wouldn't want inside baseball on the tragic boy actor who's turned into a haunted man? Practically everyone. I'm sure he's encountered his share of deranged fans, too. Like the girls who came after him when he was America's favorite teenage vampire heartthrob. Strangers on a selfish mission to upend his already messy, mysterious life. Hello, I'm deranged. Grace, Don't say it, Ridge. I'm the one who should be sorry. I keep my gaze glued to the windows, searching the area lit up by the headlights for the horses. I know what your privacy means to you, and I should have realized that when you got after me. It's just, I'm searching for a justification, a reason why I believed he'd use me as a tool for his career. Stupid, I know. All signs point to him meaning it when he calls himself retired. "I'm the one who started it and got up in your business," he says. "I told Jackknife Pete we were engaged that night at the bar. So, I get how you thought I'd told others, too." "But you wouldn't have," I argue. "You came here for privacy, a clean start. And now, thanks to me, you won't have it any longer." I'm downplaying it so much. The reality is far worse. And that reality slaps me across the face when he looks at me, his eyes twin blue fires, and asks, "Tell me one thing, Grace. Who the hell's at the top of the pyramid? Who's the real man after you?" I instantly know he's referring to Dad's comment this morning. My stomach churns so hard bile rises in the back of my throat. It's the least he deserves, isn't it? An explanation. He's done so much for me, and now he's wrapped up in the same sick chase I never would have wished on my worst enemy. Without him, Dad and I would be... I clamp my back teeth together. I don't even want to think where we'd be without Ridge Barnett right now. I told you, Dad hooked up with bad people years ago. Their leader is a man named Clay Grendel. I honestly don't know the specifics. Dad never told me how they worked or what they did together. He never wanted me to know everything. What I do know is, Dad was involved when he worked the railroad. He helped them with cargo, I think. Probably tweaked manifests and oversaw transfers and such.
Yeah, he couldn't have been in deep. They wouldn't have even let him walk away, Ridge says.
I nod weakly. I don't know what happened, but Dad decided to break away while he could. I was young, still a teenager then. We moved out of the city to the farm. Life was good, and then Mom got ill. Health insurance couldn't cover everything, much less what she needed to really be comfortable and keep Sellers Pumpkins going. So Dad refinanced the place, but it still wasn't nearly enough. I have to stop, swallow, blink back the tears. He reaches over the center console, grasping my hand.
It's okay. Now that everyone knows where you're at, including this Grendel trash, we can fix it. The bastard just played his hand.
It isn't fair. How those words coming from a heart in the right place can be so dead wrong. Doesn't he understand that this isn't one of his movies? It isn't that easy. The ice-cold confidence in his voice chills me to my toes. My throat locks up. I squeeze my eyes shut, holding back tears. Nothing gets better with Clay knowing where we are. I'm sure he knows how to take Ridge apart, piece by piece, to savage my protector, my shield, my island of sanity. Because of me, the next article those gossip mills write might be an obituary.
12. No buts. Ridge. I give Grace's hand another squeeze before releasing it to hold the steering wheel, needing both hands to keep the truck steady on the rough unpaved roads between the fields. She's had one hell of a day. It's my job to make sure it ends without another death blow to her heart. I have to find those damn horses. Can't help but feel partly responsible for this slip-up, too. Even if looking after Nelson took priority, and nobody could have remembered what happened in the barn. I wish I hadn't jumped to conclusions this morning and barked so much shit at her. Yeah, I've been screwed over by so many women that I'd assumed, expected, her to be like them. I was arrogant, asinine, and wrong. The only reason she's here is because of her dad, not to sell me down the river to coyote muckrakers. Paranoid and stupid barely covers it. I'm Ridge Barnett, billionaire, award-winning actor, known by all, scorned by many, still adored by some. She should want to be here because of me. It's humbling how egotistical I've been, always assuming I could crash into someone else's life, even with good intentions, and they'd fall to my feet in gratitude. Maybe I needed that barbed wire tongue lashing to plant my feet back on solid ground. This is more serious than I realized, and now I know this freak after her, Nelson, and all of us isn't some small-time thug with a few hired guns. He's got the brains and resources to hit us in ways I hadn't imagined. No script ever written had stakes this high. I need to find the horses, get her home, and get a hold of Falk, ASAP, to dig up everything he can on Clay Grendel. I'm going to have to talk to Bebe, too. She's been blowing up my phone all day, ever since the story broke to the press. I just have to figure out how to spin this leak to my advantage first. Ideally, to Grace's advantage, too. Ridge, it's a horse right over there, she hisses, sitting up in her seat, pointing to a spot just off the road. I see the horse she's pointing at, standing near a grove of trees at the edge of the headlights. Wait, that can't be them, she says, confused and deflated. That looks like a black horse? Sure enough, I recognize the beast with the coal-black coat and white streak on his head, his mane billowing in the wind. That's Edison, A hint of excitement rips through me, and I hit the brake. Shit! And here I thought he'd stopped pulling his Houdini escape tricks sooner or later. Edison? Yep. Drake and Bella Larkin's old boy. Possibly the smartest horse on the planet if you ask anyone in town. He made quite a ruckus before I showed up here. I craned my head to see, letting out a soft whistle. Damn. I think we're almost to Big Fish Lake. It's on the other side of those trees. We slowly bounce over the snow-packed ruts as I hit the gas again, getting closer to the trees. Hold up. I had a feeling he wasn't alone. See between those two big trees, in front of the pines? I lift a hand, pointing to the spot. Rosie and Stern. Oh my God. She leans forward, closer to the dashboard, smiling so pretty I could kiss her right ear. Edison looks like he's keeping them company. That's crazy. Once again, the horse proves why he's a bigger celebrity around here than me. He glances at us and tosses his head, as if to say, damn right. Edison kept Rosie and Stern from getting closer to the frozen lake. They could have broken straight through with the kind of melt we've had, or slipped on the ice and shattered a leg. He's barricaded them in by the trees, or maybe he's using whatever weird secret signals horses have to warn them. Now you see why he's a legend around here. Dallas folks say he's half bloodhound, but I think he's half sheepdog tonight. The way he tracked his owner Bella all the way to town one time. I didn't get a chance to finish. Grace whirls, throws her hands around my neck, and I swear to God she's squealing. I can't believe we found them. She jerks away, flustered, leaning back in her seat. Sorry. Finally, a lucky break. We'll need a few more before this shit's over and life can get back to normal. An odd knot forms in my stomach as I glance at Grace, bringing the truck to a stop so we can figure out how to handle the horses. Hell, what normal is that? My life's never been average, and hers hasn't either. Me? I was born into strange high-stakes living, but the fact that Grace was thrown into a cauldron against her will, that pisses me right off. Whoever Clay Grindle is, he's about to find out that he chose the wrong mark. My unit in Afghanistan took down demons who'd wasted entire villages while plotting bigger attacks abroad, and I didn't have $1 billion at my disposal then. One two-bit mobster from Milwaukee should be a stroll through the park. Frankly, though, when I look at Grace again and see that wispy blonde hair tucked against her smiling face like a halo, those soft blue eyes shining like a piece of the sky, I don't care if I have to walk through hell for her. I'll do it in a heartbeat. I'll fight the whole damn world to keep her as happy as she is right now, seeing her horses ready to come home. It takes a few hours to get the horses back in the barn, including making sure Edison gets home to the Larkin Ranch and his mare Edna safe and sound. By the time Grace and I leave the barn, I can see how exhausted she is. I also know she's barely eaten today. We walk straight to the guest cabin. Tobin throws the door open as soon as we step onto the porch, his expression actually readable this time. He's full of concern. I texted him when we'd left, told him to make sure Nelson never found out the horses ran off. The old man doesn't need a setback. All's quiet on this front, Tobin says to me, nodding politely at Grace. She smiles softly while removing her coat. I step up and help her out of it, and can't resist running my hand down the small of her back. Draping it over the back of the couch, I watch her walk straight to the bedroom to check on her father. Miss Owens and I were discussing sleeping arrangements, Tobin tells me, a cautious note in his voice. Yeah? I pull my eyes off Grace as she enters the bedroom and pushes the door shut. What about them? Well, she needs to stay here, in the cabin with Nelson, considering the round-the-clock care we've agreed to. There are only 2 bedrooms, Tobin says, glancing at the nurse. She says she can sleep on the couch. However, I said there's hardly any reason for that. We have spare rooms in the main house. He's right. I nod. yet question why he's looking at me expectantly. And he lifts his chin in that haughty way he has, adjusting his spectacles. I trust you'll let Miss Sellers know gently while I carry her suitcase over. Oh, shit. It dawns on me why he's dancing around and why he doesn't want to be the messenger. She's not going to like being separated from her old man when he's this sick, even by the short distance from house to cabin. Still, he's right. The couch I'm leaning on with its cushions tucked in a rustic frame of solid cedar is made for looks, not comfort. Nobody would get any quality rest sleeping on this thing. Nelson was only able to make it tolerable for naps, with lots of blankets, extra pillows, and the fact that he's utterly sleep-deprived. Nurse Owens and Grace both desperately need their beauty sleep. Okay, I'll tell her. I bite off. My quickening pulse and the tension in my jeans tells me I like the idea of Grace being in the house. One unruly part of me with a mind of its own loves the idea, at least. The knot in my stomach tells me to fucking behave. It also reminds me I'd probably have an easier time wrestling a porcupine than convincing her to go along with this plan. She walks out of the bedroom, relief written on her face. Has he been asleep the whole time? Not quite, Miss Owens says. He was awake long enough to eat some soup and whine about me hovering over him. Sounds like him, all right, Grace says, a laugh slipping out of her. I'm glad Nelson's still in fighting spirits. Plus, it gives me a good idea of how to get Grace over to the house and convince her to stay put. Hell, she'll sleep on the floor in the cabin if I don't. I sweep her coat off the couch and look at the valet. Tobin, I'm going to take Grace over to the house. Fix us some sandwiches, please. I give the order direct to him so she can't refuse. Oh, it's fine. I'm not that hungry, she says. I am, and I don't fancy eating alone, I tell her firmly. She shakes her head, shoulders bowed up. Her hand pushes her gold locks back behind her ear as those blue eyes flash a warning. Ah, hell. Here we go. We have some urgent matters to discuss, I growl, trying to put my inner caveman back in his box and channel Tobin's diplomacy. Yeah, part of me feels bad saying that because she looks so worn out, but it's in her best interest. If the sandwiches can wait, then I'll stay here to keep Miss Owens company and ensure she's set up properly, Tobin says, giving me a knowing glance. I grin internally and smother a laugh. Can't say he never goes out on a limb for me. I'm pretty sure the list of people Tobin ever liked keeping company with ends with me and Mother. He damn sure doesn't want to be the one to get Grace to sleep in the house because he knows he'll lose. Not me. Sounds like a plan, I tell him. Walking over, I hold out her coat. Grace gives me a slow, heavy look and sighs, turns around, and shoves her arms in the sleeves. I help her into it and place a hand on her back to steer her to the door. I'll be right back, she tells the nurse. No worries. I'm sure he'll sleep comfortably all night, Owen says. If not, I'll be here. That's what you're paying me for. Grace nods and walks out the door. Seriously, I'm not hungry, Reg, she says the second I shut the door behind us. You will be. We're not waiting up for Tobin. I make a mean sandwich. Grilled onions, cheese, and bacon that'll knock you on your ass. Ass, baby. I think I've had enough surprises for one day. She spits out what sounds like a half laugh. Is there anything the infamous Ridge Barnett can't do? No, I say, because I want her to believe it. There's a whole lot of quacks still trying to discover my kryptonite. I want her to believe that I'm going to get her out of this mess. So fucking far out of it that they'll never have to deal with a vicious little troll like Grindle again. I texted his info to Falk a little while ago, and I'm waiting to hear back. Once we're in the house, she leaves the room to use the bathroom. I wash my hands and dig the ingredients out of the fridge to make us a couple of my death by decadence sandwiches. I also pull some hot cocoa out of the cupboard. This imported stuff Tobin buys. Can't say I have much of a sweet tooth, but it's done the trick in the past when he serves guests who do. I go easy on the chocolate. Caffeine will only keep her awake, and she needs sleep after what we've been through. I said I'm not hungry, she pouts, standing at the entryway to the kitchen. Too bad. You're eating, woman, so get over here, I tell her, sliding a plate across the breakfast bar along with a glass of water. Have a seat. She takes a stool at the counter and plops her chin in one hand. A heavy sigh sizzles out of her as she looks at the sandwich and takes a bite. It's tasty. I'll give you that. Happy now? She whispers, still chewing, taking another good-sized chomp. Now I am. Clean your plate before the cocoa or we're going to have issues, darling. I don't know what to do, Reg. You're in real danger. So is Tobin and Jackie and everyone who gets mixed up in this. We're tainted. Jackie? My hand pauses as I finish assembling my own dinner. Miss Owens, the nurse? She huffs out her breath. The lady you must be paying a fortune for instead of me? I don't know how you can... Grace, money's the least of my concerns. Look around, I tell her, spreading the mayo thick before setting the knife down, loading onions over the bacon, and pressing my bread together. I learned a long damn time ago life isn't always about chasing more coin. Says someone who's never had to do without it. Money's why we're in this mess with Clay. She slaps a hand over her mouth, suddenly wide-eyed. I'm sorry. That was rude of me. I didn't mean... It's understandable, I say. I was set real pretty from the day I was born, even without Mom's career adding to the family coffers. My grandfather co-founded an airline, one with the first big commercial routes to Hawaii and the rest of the Pacific. Dad inherited his seat on the board, and then it was merged into a major carrier. Never had to do without it, but I have been without it. She looks at me like she can't imagine how. The Army, I explain. My bank account was still full, but in Afghanistan, that didn't do me a lick of good. I couldn't spend a dime. We had to stretch everything with whatever the good old US of A supplied us. Her eyes flash in the mellow light, something like respect shining brightly. How long did you serve? She asks softly. Just a couple tours. A heaviness settles in my chest. My mother didn't want a son in the military, always risking his neck overseas. She wanted her boy on the silver screen, following in her footsteps. I don't realize how bitter I sound until I see the way she's looking at me. Fuck. Holding in the hot air scorching my lungs, I realize just how true that statement is, and how it irritated me, even back then. I'd left Hollywood and enlisted because I'd hated that life already, but because of Mom, I'd returned. Let her have her way because she was my mother. I loved her, and I didn't understand then why the life had gone out of her, why she sounded so sad, so defeated, every time we talk about my future. If I'd only known how desperate she was to stay in the limelight, while there was still time... I'm rambling, I say, severing that train of thought. Back to more important shit than my Army days. It's none of my business, but you didn't like acting? She asks, eyes lit with curiosity. These are the times when I wish they made foot removal kits for mouths. Yes and no. I mean, who wouldn't love being a star? The praise, the money, the prestige, the creativity. It's all fine and dandy for the ego stroke and sense of accomplishment. Real easy to get caught up in the high of your next film, or a brand new digit in your investment portfolio. But it's also an ugly fucking world. She blinks, taken aback at how I say it. I don't blame her. Picture a world with no privacy. The sleekest, sexiest human zoo you've ever imagined. Always somebody watching every step you take. Plenty of vultures circling, ready to pounce if your mistake is their gain. Shit, Rambling doesn't begin to cover this. I've never opened up to anyone and played the world's tiniest violin. Not even to Tobin. But if it helps her open up and trust me, it's worth it. I'm not looking for sympathy. I've had a great life with luxuries and experiences most people can only dream of. And honestly, it feels genuinely good to get a fraction of this toxic load off my chest. Ridge, I'm really, really sorry about those articles. The nasty things they said. Always painting you like you're some kind of crazy, broken person who just wanted to run away. It isn't fair. I look up, surprised at the venom in her voice. It's rare when I hear someone genuinely angry. Not at me, but for me. I shrug. I've had hot garbage written about me before 1,000 times. You should have seen the time I showed up for my co-star's birthday in the big Romeo and Juliet remake. Don't know who the fuck was more embarrassed over the imminent wedding rumors. Her or me? She laughs. Her cheeks flush sexy pink. God damn. Seeing Grace squirming in her seat over old gossip does terrible things to my cock. Good news is, I doubt Grindel has any clue how showbiz works. They're hungry-ass lions in the media. You'd better keep the red meat coming, or else they'll move right on to the next big flap about who's in rehab, or what dress malfunctioned and exposed a shiny new boob job. Maybe so. Her smile fades. But your privacy was really breached this time. I know, and I plan on calling Faulkner for an update as soon as she's in bed, preferably several walls away from my case of blue balls, which is a subject I still need to broach. Not the Smurf nuts, obviously, but keeping her here. I take a few big bites of my sandwich, swallow, and then go to the stove where the cocoa's just waiting for a splash of hot water, warm milk, my secret sauce, and a drizzled topping of chocolate sauce and shaved coconut. Billionaire or not, I was raised right. I know to use both water and milk for the best damn cocoa this side of the Mississippi. Plus, I think Tobin would have a conniption fit if he caught me throwing it together any differently. Sitting down next to her, I pick up my sandwich and finish the last few bites, urging her to do the same. Go ahead. Eat. Nodding at the cup, I add. And drink your ambrosia. I make a mean sandwich, but my hot chocolate blows panties into the stratosphere. She snorts and gives me a suspicious look. Don't tell me that's how you pick up dates. I thought fame, riches, and good looks would beat a cocoa recipe any day. Casanova never had Bavarian chocolate. I pause, taking a pull off my water. Hell, or maybe he did. I'm a better cook than a literary expert. Right now there's only one woman I'm aiming to please, and ironically, it's to send her off to a bed I won't even share. She glances at the empty hot chocolate packets on the counter and lifts an eyebrow. Luxury brand or not, they come from Europe in these single-serve packages, just like the stuff in the stores. Looks can be deceiving, I say. Trust me. Shrugging, she eats her sandwich and looks at me with a grin. Honestly, it doesn't look like much when I pick it up, but it's plenty tasty. Oh, and I like that it has a kick. I wink at her. Hot sriracha curry sauce mixed in the mayo. Tobin's secret, passed down to me. Then she closes her eyes, bites into the last of it, and damn near kills me as I watch her devour my creation. I pick up my hot chocolate. Glad you like it. Cheers. She raises her cup, looks at me over the rim, and nods as she takes a long sip. Her brows loft as she takes a second swallow. Holy wow. This is just effing delicious. I grin. Told ya. You're a good liar. Eyes still locked on me. She takes another drink. No way this came out of those packets. Sure did. I just doctored it up. Doctored? She takes another drink and holds it in her mouth for a moment, then swallows. Vanilla, coconut. Oh, I definitely taste vanilla. Bingo. A couple drops. Makes all the difference in the world, doesn't it? Jesus, yes. I'm going to remember that. She sets down our cup. I wish I'd known it before now. This stuff would have sold like gangbusters at the pumpkin patch. Taking my cue, I set my cup down and look at her. There's something else we need to talk about. Jackie Owens needs a place to sleep. Swallowing, she takes another sip of hot chocolate, revealing nothing in her eyes. Right. I told her she could sleep in the other bed, and I'll crash on the couch. I shake my head. No way to live. You'll wake up every time she checks on Nelson and run yourself ragged. Well, I'll want to wake up and check on him too. That's Nurse Owens' job, darling. We're paying her very well to take the load off all of us and give him the care he needs. I already told Tobin to bring your stuff over here soon, after we've had a chance to talk. There are several spare rooms upstairs. You can pick your favorite and tell us what you need. Ridge, no, You agree? Awesome. Look at it this way. If he was in the hospital, you wouldn't be able to stay there. Frankly, if we weren't able to get the nurse and Dr. Abrams out here, that's where we would have wound up. She tries to deny it, the little firecracker, but I watch her lips twitch and widen as they pinch shut. Fine, she whispers. Ouch. I'm old enough to know that's one of the most cryptic, lethal words in a woman's lexicon. Grace, I'm not just doing this to shut you down. I'm trying to look after your health the same as Nelson's. If he were in a hospital, they tell you to go home and get some rest. That's what you'll do here, too, as long as we're sharing one roof. But... Too late for buts. Save the effort. Your dad needs rest, and Owen needs to do her job with no one else in the way. There'll be plenty of time during the day to visit. Look, I know you don't like it. I know it's hard as shit after everything that's happened, and you're both used to looking after each other. I just want to hear one thing, I say, holding out a hand. Will you trust me on this? Will you let me take care of you?
13. No place to hide. Grace. Common sense tells me what he's saying is true, but this is my father we're talking about. I need to be at the cabin. I stare at that big, thick hand he's holding out with my heart on fire. If you won't do it for your dad or the nurse, or even yourself, then please, do it for me, Rich says quietly. You want to help, I get it. Trouble is, you won't be much help to anybody if you're so exhausted and sick with worry you can't switch off. When people use up every last ounce of mojo, they have an ugly way of screwing themselves over. I learned that in the military, too. Guilt hits my stomach like a stone. He'd been visibly repulsed when he'd mentioned his mother not wanting a son in the military. I wonder again about what I read concerning Judy Barnett's death. Possible suicide. I wonder if us being here and Dad being critically ill brings back bitter memories. I'm not comfortable asking because he's already given up more than he should. Answers about his murky private life are his, and his alone. Whatever secrets he's hiding, I've decided one thing. I can trust this man. He hasn't asked me for anything outrageous, either, not even now, when all he wants is for me to stay out of the nurse's way and get some sleep. Point taken, I say, taking his hand. I'll spend the night here. Nights, he emphasized the plural S, until Nelson gets well enough not to need a nurse. Just when I'm about to pull my fingers away, his hold tightens. It's like grasping some gentle beast's paw, thick and strong and pleading. Those bright blue stares he beams at me send a hot current down my spine. Sighing, I nod in agreement. I may hate it, but there's really no argument. Besides, Jackie Owens seems very competent, and the cabin is a lot closer than if Dad was shuffled off to the nearest hospital. Glad that's settled, he tells me, tracing his fingers lightly over mine one last time before letting go. Dear God, what am I even doing? Letting my body freak out over a man who's helping me without being creepy. A man who's so freaking far out of my league, I wonder if he's even from this planet. Ridge Barnett lives with the immortals, gods of good looks and wealth and adoration. I shake my head at him and at my own thoughts. Truly, despite backing down, nothing seems settled tonight at all. Aside from Dad's health, hopefully. Thanks, Ridge, for all you're doing. All you've done. I couldn't believe it when Tobin had a doctor drive out here. That would have never happened where we lived. It's the country. He stands up and carries his plate to the sink. It's been that way since I moved here. The people are down to earth, honest, helpful. I'd heard other guys in the Army talk about their hometowns, the hospitality, places tucked away in Oklahoma or little Colorado mountain towns. I never had that back in California, but I felt it instantly on my first visit to Dallas. I told Tobin I was buying this place even before I'd seen it because of the way we'd been treated in town. They'd been warm, welcoming, without even knowing who I was behind the baseball cap and shades. That must have been nice. I can't complain about anything here so far. I smile and stand to carry my cup and plate to the sink. The sandwich was as good as he promised, and the hot chocolate slayed. Thank God my panties are still intact and not in orbit. He carries the sandwich fixings to the fridge. I haven't regretted my move here yet, he says, not even with winter smothering everything for half the damn year. Until I came along, you mean, and your privacy went up in smoke. Closing the fridge, he turns, grasps my hands and holds them firmly. How many times are you going to make me say it? That wasn't your fault, darling. Shit, if anyone wanted to know where I was, they'd have found me. It's not like I changed my name and went into witness protection. Just kept a low profile here since we landed, revealing myself very selectively. My buddy Falk, he knew me from way back in the Army. Grady and Drake, I told later as I got to know them, knowing they'd seen enough crap to be trusted. Holy sex eyes, Batman. My entire being snaps, crackles, and sizzles at the way he's looking at me, and my heart skips a beat when he leans closer. Try to breathe. Try to not dare think about kissing him. I don't even know where those thoughts, those desires are coming from. But they're there, grinding me down with reckless heat. And he's still coming closer. It takes a hot, heavy second to realize what hits me. Ridge's lips, warm and soft and deliberate, touch my forehead in this sweet, chaste kiss that still feels dirty. It's going to be all right, he tells me, those blue eyes burning a hole through my skin. Let's get you to bed. I take a step back, trying to separate myself from him, from the sheer disappointment of wanting him to kiss far more than my forehead. Sure thing. I need to go get my suitcase. Tobin will bring it over. Oh, yeah. I wonder how maniacal I look wearing the world's most awkward smile. I nod, needing to put some space between myself and Hot Lips. I say, I'll take the room at the end of the hall. I saw it's got plenty of space and its own bathroom. I know the layout of the house well enough for my decorating walkthrough. Smart pick. That one is a window facing the cabin, he says with a grin. I nod again, feeling like my head still wants to drop off. Go on up to bed. I'll have Tobin set your suitcase outside your door. Holler if you need anything. I look down, breath stalling in my lungs. Uh-oh. So he still hasn't let go of my hands, ruining my dreams of a normal pulse. Crud. I hadn't even thought about kissing or how unbearably handsome a man can be, or how good they can smell, in a long while. Before, there wasn't time. Not with Mom being ill, work to do on the farm, and then stressing, running, escaping. There isn't time now either, you idiot, a dark voice says from the back of my mind. Don't ruin this. Don't ruin yourself with bad memories. With a parting smile, I snatch my hands out of his and start walking, resisting the urge to run. I'm flushed, dizzy, overheated, and more confused than I've ever been in my life. Mostly, I'm just shell-shocked this is even happening. After what had happened with Clay, I thought I'd never, ever let a man touch me again. By the time I make it upstairs, down the hall, and into the bedroom, I'm trembling, refusing to let my mind drift back in time to the worst day of my life. The day I made things go from bad to worse. There has to be something I can do. Crossing the room, I yank aside the curtain and see Tobin's dark shape on the walkway below, carrying my suitcase. The very same pink and black robe chick bag I'd packed this morning and set beside the door. I was ready to carry it to the truck, but Dad was on the porch, trying to make his way to the barn to fetch the horses. I'd helped him over there and then got in the truck. Stupid. If I'd known then how weak Dad was, that leaving here was totally impossible. Sighing, I push my face into my palm, trying to rub away the fierce throb in my temples. Even if a miracle happens today, several Hail Marys fulfilled, we're still years late and so many dollars short, it makes me sick. So what if Dad gets better? What then? What if Ridge manages to scare Grendel and his crew off our trail without getting hurt? What do you do when your life isn't just going off the rails, but takes every dream you had with it? I'm still mulling painful questions the next day after checking on Dad. He's already awake by 10 a.m. and feeling somewhat better, thank God. Good enough to tell me to go away, because he sure as hell doesn't need two women hovering over him. That's Dad, all right, and he's already figured out that Jackie won't take any crap from him, and getting rid of her is next to impossible. She also mentions how much she likes the picture collages I'd made for Ridge's house out of the old barn wood I'd found in the shed. So I decide to throw together another one for her as a thank you for looking after my grump of a father. It doesn't take long to find another board in the storage shed, wash it down with saddle soap to bring out the grain, and also nip off a few spindly twigs to attach to the board. I bring it into the sunroom off the laundry room for several reasons. One side of it faces the cabin. It has a large table for me to work on, and Tobin swears Ridge has barely spent an hour in this room ever since they moved here. His loss. It's so freaking beautiful. Especially today, when the sun shines down so bright, banishing the blanket of winter 1 inch of melt at a time. The wicker furniture with pink floral cushions must have been Tobin's idea, too. They might have something to do with why Ridge wants no part of trying to stuff his tall Herculean frame into a granny chair. And honestly, after last night, I desperately need space to hash things out in my head. It's hard for me to look at him when every glance stirs up swarms of butterflies. And these particular butterflies are dicks, swooping in with 100 wicked thoughts about this man I shouldn't be having. For the next 20 minutes, I work on painting Owens delicately on the wood, wondering if there's a subtle way I can sneak a dozen or so family pictures from her without blowing